a social business. So what we did at the beginning all the way to today is we're walking through those concepts, what we've done, how we've done it, to help you guys get a bigger picture. Getting support from the C-level executives is unbelievably important for success. Yesterday, our CEO announced that IBM will be imminent. She talks about it as the new production. We talk about this as our collective intelligence. As flows of new information. I want you to remember the word flow because we're going to come back to that in a minute. Step a name. Says stay away from product. In the digital IBMer. So make sure that you continue to hang a hat on that particular topic. So this idea of being a digital IBMer is larger than just our social behavior. And we're going to talk about that in a minute also. But you got to make sure that it's part of that larger picture. One of the examples of supporting this new way of working, not a product, but a new way of working, is putting it into the little things that we do. So for example, this is one of our 9 principles at IBM. So we have a cultural 9 principles, and one of them is share expertise. So really important to support it at a cultural level. So we look at this as a concept of engagement. Cultural and employee engagement, systems of engagement, and then talent engagement. So the whole idea is to grow the business, drive the business from an engagement strategy. So let's talk a little bit about cultural engagement. So our CEO looks that employees are engaged is tied directly to innovation, which is tied directly to the client experience, which is tied back directly to the employee engagement. So how the employees are engaged is exactly the way employees engage the customer. So there's a cycle of innovation that happens across the board there. Systems of engagement. IBM has the largest social intranet in the world, and we combine our IBM technologies such as portal and web content management and connections and mobile together in different angles. So when I go to the social intranet and I look at the corporate news, it's a hybrid of executive blogs combined with web content management. But as an end user, I really can't tell until I click on one of those news articles to land me in a different place. So we blend the systems of engagement so that social becomes a service. If you treat IBM Connections as a product, you'll make it more difficult to adopt. You need to treat it as a service, so it's woven into the user experience on your email. That was exactly the demonstration that we saw yesterday, was weaving social into the fabric of the Notes 9 client. This is probably one of the more important things I'm going to talk about today. Social is an organic, living, breathing item. It is not a cold product. You have to feed. You have to nurture this social thing. It's organic. It changes. It's living and breathing. So how do I feed this thing? I feed it through business processes. The question was asked earlier today, earlier the morning, about how do I think Mark was there, how do I increase the adoption rate? Well, the number one way to increase increase the adoption rate is to feed it social processes or business processes, number one. Number two is to do the little things right. We'll talk about what that means. So I want you to look, if you feed this new social way of working, this new behavior, you actually get fruit that comes from that situation. That's the value. If you feed that tree, fruit will come from that. So things like networks and expertise location and wisdom of the crowds and information flowing and engaged employees, attracting and maintaining talent. That is probably, attracting and maintaining talent is top 3. When I talk to customers that are acting this new social behavior, not a product, but a new way of working, top 3 is I'm trying to attract and maintain talent. This is one of their top 3 priorities. Influencers and tippers, new idea stacking. Not just ideas, but how do I make an existing idea better? How do I stack on top of an existing idea? And then amplification. How do I amplify thoughts and ideas? So these are the fruits that come from this tree, but you have to feed it. So get away from a product and features and functions, focus on business outcomes, and focus on this as an organic, living, breathing, changing item. So when I talk to customers, I try and get and understand their maturity. Where are they in their thinking and their maturity? Oh, I've got features and functions down here. Okay, well, you're at least 2 years behind. Oh, I have a new platform to engage, or I have a new way of working. So when I look at social, I look at 4 major things. The technology, which is in a lot of ways a combination of what customers already own and IBM connections. The business processes, the adoption strategy, and the culture. So where are the customers thinking in this maturity curve? It's really important to understand because you can't go down that journey unless you understand where they are in that maturity curve. If they're early in the maturity curve, then you're going to have to help more with the adoption and introduce new business processes. How do I feed that organic tree? You got to nurture it in the beginning. And Mark talked about it yesterday. As soon as he started to nurture it, it started to grow all by itself. You didn't have to do anything after that. But finding those ways to grow it is huge. So if I look at all the things that we do, all of the business processes that we drive, it's huge. We use it for products and human resources and IT and executive communications and marketing and services and competition and industry. We run our mergers and acquisitions on this technology. Probably the most sensitive information in all of IBM is mergers and acquisitions, and we run it on this platform. So using it to support a lot of business processes. Now, it also, in this new way of working, also has to come with a new way of thinking. And you need to communicate this to the employees. So think different. If you want to work differently, you absolutely have to think differently. Let's start with the most important one. The most important difference in the thinking. And that is, your value is not the information that you keep, but is the information that you share. A lot of employees are like, that's my value. The value is the information that I hoard and I keep inside my mailbox, or I keep and I let that information go as I need to. It's the other way around. The more value that you bring to the corporation is the value in which you share. Greater value. I am 5 times the IBMer now because of the way that I share and collaborate in this new way of working than I was a couple years ago. It has absolutely changed the way I work and the value that I bring to IBM. Number 2 is that one of the things that hold a lot of companies back is their org chart. Information just kind of goes up and down the org chart, and it actually should go horizontally, up, down, diagonal. It should flow. Information should flow, not be stuck in an org chart. Well, I'm going to send an email to my boss, and that's a 2-day delay. And then maybe a day later I might get, information has to flow faster and move faster and move and fill in the cracks and find ways to get information. It can't be just store and forward type concepts. So information needs to flow. So you need to think differently about org charts. You need to think differently about the addresses. Email is unbelievably important. But you can't tell me that my impact on communication is tied to the number of email addresses I know. That can't be. I have to have greater impact than just the email addresses I know. So how do I combine the email with this idea of networks and amplify through the concept of a network? Influencers. How do I go from individuals to tippers and influencers? Help me help me. How do these tippers help me get my message, get my project off the ground? Okay. So different way of thinking, huge in the support of this. The other thing is what I call a Sunday night to Monday morning experience. So what do I do Sunday night? Sunday night I connect with people on LinkedIn. I watch YouTube. I call it the school of YouTube because I learn so much from YouTube. I follow my sports teams on Twitter. That's right, US 2, Ghana 1. Learned that on social today. Ask advice on Facebook. Share files with my family on Dropbox. And then I come in Monday morning. So this is Sunday, this is Monday. I connect and follow my experts. I watch the video blog from our CEO. I engage the sales team on ideation. Mark talked about it yesterday in terms of voting for the agenda. I microblog the success of my team. I use the secure file sync to my iPad for the RFP. I launch a new product announcement. I integrate it into our business processes. I drive education through social learning. I bring my own device to work, etc. So what I do Sunday night, I want to be able to do Monday morning. So think along that. How do I drive the adoption is to have that transition from Sunday to Monday be much easier. So what I do Sunday night, I want to do Monday morning. So perfect example. How many people have kids under 10? Okay, so I've got 2 children under 10, and I said, how do I tie allowances with chores? What is it? So I was like, I know other people have done this. So let me go to Facebook here and let me crowdsource my friends. And my answer that I got was 1/3 of the allowances goes to fun, 1/3 of the allowances goes to savings, 1/3 of the allowance goes to charity, and the kids get to pick the charity at the end of the year. I'm like, that's a brilliant idea. I would have never come up with that. So thank God I crowdsourced my friends. I tapped into the wisdom of the crowds to come up with my answer. So why aren't we doing that internally in the corporation? But we are. So what I do Sunday night on Facebook, I want to do Monday morning with my team. How do I get really great answers and crowdsource and get feedback from people? You got to make sure that social is driving and supporting your initiatives. This is all about driving. This is not about a blog or a wiki or a function or a feature or file sync. This is about, are you driving towards and supporting your corporate initiatives? So for example, if I look at my business card, my social business card, you will pick up a couple things. First of all, when I took this screenshot, it was like 2 years ago at this event in Amsterdam. So I was traveling. So how does social help me when I travel? 2, that you'll notice that my office equals home. So I'm one of those IBM employees that needs to be near the airport. I have a lot of people that I work with, and I don't go to an office. I work from home. So how does this support that initiative? We've had hundreds of acquisitions in the last couple of years, hundreds of them. How do I bring that expertise in? How do I immediately assimilate them into IBM? How do I capture their knowledge and have them participate in that situation? Open computing model. You'll notice a lot of us have Apple. I presented at the Gartner event in London last year, and I brought my Apple up to the desk, up to the goes, where's the IBMer? And I go, I am the IBMer. And he goes, you can't be, you have Apple. I go, I have Apple because I'm in a midlife crisis, but that's a completely different presentation. Okay? So how do you support Apple at IBM? It's extremely popular when we don't have an official 800 tech support model for that. When I pick up the phone at IBM to get support, there is no support on the iPhone or Android or an Apple. I get support on Windows 7 and BlackBerry. That's it. So how do you support a massive, unbelievably successful initiative, IT initiative called Open Computing, when your traditional 800 number support model doesn't support it? You do it socially. You tap into the wisdom of the crowds. You tap into really smart people that drive that capability. We tap into what's called natural champions. Natural champions are passionate about a topic. You got to tap into those people. So again, using social to drive the value of what we're doing here. Social every place. I mentioned this a little bit earlier. This is what we mean. This is the demo that they did yesterday with Notes 9 Social Edition, where email is a catalyst to adoption. That was one of their major messages yesterday. So I'm inside my Notes 9 client. I can right-click on any email and say invite to my network. It's that easy to make the email part of the adoption. The activity stream, the embedded experience has tripled my participation in the social process. When I don't have to leave what I'm doing and I have a way to interact as I'm triaging my mail, that dramatically increases my adoption into the system. Dramatically. So, desktop tools, Windows Explorer, now beta for Mac Finder, thank you. We've also seen it where we're integrating a share button inside of IBM. So certain people start to get the idea that I can use the activity stream to amplify that I'm something over here. So I'm going to put a share button on my page. This drives, so clicking a share button drives the amplification of stuff. So I call it social every place. It's weaving social as a service. So I right-click on a file in Windows Explorer and Mac Finder, and I now have social services, make a comment, do other aspects to it that really drives the participation. I can participate anywhere I am. So huge in terms of the adoption. Doing the little things right. What does your signature file look like? Does it amplify the social process? So at certain meetings we have at IBM, they'll go through the agenda of the meeting, and we've got lunch and we've got coffee break. And oh, by the way, in room 12 over here, we have a professional photographer waiting to take your photograph for connections. So if you'd like to have a professional one done, that's doing the little things right. Having the hashtag GetSimple be the amplified act. Does all of your projects have a hashtag? All of your initiatives, your communities, do they have a hashtag? What does the back of your IBM business card look like? Is it social? So start to think about when you go to a really nice hotel and a really nice restaurant, do they do the little things right? What's the feeling that you get? Do you feel social? So making sure, if you want adoption to increase, you got to think about, are you doing the little things right? So we've moved to what I call the second or advanced phase of our journey. We've done the employee engagement aspects. We've done some adoption things. We've integrated into the business process, and we have this corporate platform, this new way of working, this new way of thinking that we've done. So then we moved to phase 2, or what I call the advanced phase. And we dropped on 3 major initiatives. And major initiatives are the Expertise Locator, Sales Connect, which is Sugar CRM, integrated with Notes, integrated with is a huge, huge strategy for us. We call it Sales Connect because we branded this internal deployment different than Sugar. We didn't want to call it Sugar CRM. We called it Sales Connect. And then Customer Collaboration Hub. How does every IBMer come together on one customer? Okay? So that's what I call this advanced phase. So let's start talking about some of these things. Let's go to the number one piece of fruit that comes from this social tree, and that's this idea of expertise. So I've got the bee here sharing their expertise through the pollen dance. And then here is a great example of an internal IBMer having their aha moment. If you want people to adopt this new way of working, you have to get them to an aha moment, that eureka, oh, I get it now. If they don't get the I get it now, then it's one more stupid thing you're asking them to do. They are very selfish in their behavior. Save me time. Save me information. Make me look smart. That's where I will use this stuff. If it's filling out more stupid things, I'm not doing it. So if you want to communicate the value, you need to do it at the employee level, the manager level, the line of business level, the executive level, and the company level. You have to communicate 5 different value propositions to 5 different types of end users inside of your corporation. What's different to an end user is different than a manager. As a manager, I help people become as smart as my experts, but 5 minutes later. And that's a huge model for me. I love using this stuff because I'm as smart as the smartest people, but 5 minutes later. That was her aha moment. I can be really, really smart. I can be better at my job because I follow really, really smart people, but 5 minutes later. Okay? So what we did is we completely customized our profile. So we customized the connections profile inside of IBM to look different and behave different. And we're now changing it to feed the expertise engine. Not a search, but an expertise engine. So on the left-hand side, we have custom tags. So we added industries, we added clients, we added capabilities. So now you would, as an end user, you would tag other people and drop that information in there. We have recommended experts and favorite experts over here. If I add you as an expert at IBM, that actually increases your expertise status. Okay? So we've changed the entire look and feel of the profile to meet this concept of expertise. So here's the way we've deployed it is through mobile devices. So here I am, I've got my iPhone, and I log into the expertise locator, and all IBMers have access to this. So if you want to tag an IBMer over lunch and see what it looks like, we can help you with that. But again, this is IBM's customized second phase here, advanced phase. So basically, I get notified that Hus here has tagged me with a couple things, so I can either tag him back or continue on my search. So I search for Connections Product Manager, and Mr. Benitez here shows up, of course. Right? He shows up right here in the center. And he's got this little blue ribbon because he's one of my favorite experts. Okay? And so now I go into his contact list and I have a private note. So even he hasn't seen this yet. So this private note says, Luis is one of those rare people that can not only talk the business value, but also can create custom code. Right? He's one of those rare guys that can communicate and also roll up the sleeves and build stuff. So that was my private note to me as to how I felt about him. Then I see his digital trail. He's got 34 status updates, 25 log entries, 17 form entries, 1 file that support the search I was looking for, that expertise I was looking for. That's his digital trail. And I can see other things here about his area of expertise and other aspects. I can see his manager, and then I can engage him. I can thank him. I can share his contact. I can stop following him, and then I can engage him on his email or post on his wall. So this has been a massive success within IBM. So not only do we take this fruit from the the tree and put it into a mobile UI, we also use it inside of our Sugar CRM. So this is a real screenshot of a real sales opportunity, and when I hit the recommended documents, it pulls it from social. When I hit the recommended experts, it says go out to the expertise locator and inject the experts that could help me close this deal faster than before. So again, now expertise/social becomes a service embedded in my Sugar CRM sales process. It's not another product, it's injecting value into that process. Okay, wisdom of the crowds. So here's another example of an IBMer having an aha moment of finding information. He says, I tripped on this knowledge nugget, helped the customer right away, and made me look like a god. Let me tell you how difficult it is to make Patrick look like a god. Extremely difficult. So that was his aha moment as to why it was valuable, because he stumbled upon it. He called it a knowledge nugget. I happened to be reading, and that was the exact information I was looking for. Okay? So wisdom of the crowds are important. There's a great YouTube video done by the BBC where they asked how many jelly beans, and they got 50,000 to 100 in the range. Where do you get 50,000 jelly beans from? I don't know. Okay. So what he did is he added up the average of all of the jelly beans, and it came out to 4,514. And the reality, it was 4,510. They're off by 4 jelly beans. So tapping into that wisdom of crowds is really important. So that's what we do. We do that. This is the community in which we support the Mac. Right? So we've got 10,000 IBMers, we have evangelists, we have developers, we got natural champions, we got IT, all working together. We saved $110 million in support costs in 1 year. Because we went from a traditional 800 model to a self-supporting social model. We changed the way we do marketing. So we work with Ogilvy and Mather in New York City as our ad agency. And we said, how about we crowdsource the marketing and actually crowdsource our customers and partners versus IBM or the ad agency building the marketing campaign. We do something called Fund It, which is a Kickstarter, where we drive IBM money projects and we support and fund Kickstarter type projects within IBM. So we kind of flipped upside down this behavior. We've taken traditional processes and we flipped them upside down into a new social process. So here is a question that I love, where the aha moment for Joe was that he loves this idea of networks because while he was sleeping, his network answered the question. So he posted a question, and the next morning the network had answered it before he woke up. And that was his aha moment, is the power of that. So let me talk about this concept of open conversations. What I used to do in email, to a certain degree, meaning when I think about security and I think about other things, I use email. When I think about amplification, and I think about expertise, and I think about tapping into other people, I use connections. I don't expect you to read this, but I'm going to walk you through a small journey. The sales rep asked me a question on my wall. She asked me a question on my wall because she either knows I know the answer or someone in my network knows the answer. So she's leveraging not email addresses, but people's networks. I then say, hey, here are my experts, so I mention my experts. My experts start answering that question. I know who this guy is, so I look at his social business card and then I add him to my network, because I plan on working with this guy in the future. And the sales rep is unbelievably impressed as to how quickly she got her answer. This open conversation amongst 8 people had an impact factor of 8. When I added up of all 8, 99 that are in that network, the combined network. So what used to be an 8-person impact is now an almost 620-person impact in terms of that number. So this is one of the reasons why having an open conversation can be so powerful. This is the flow. Here's an example of the Sugar CRM where we've actually embedded in the process open conversation in the sales process. The orange is actually the customer name, so I've hidden that, so you can't see what that customer is. But this ability to inject the community, the activities, the blogs, all that conversation along the sales process. So go and show me the references, show me the PMRs, show me the touch points. What's the predictive buying analysis on these folks? Using our analytics on this. What's their existing install base? What have they spent with us in the past? What's the social concept? What's the conversation going on around this? Right? I can go to back-end systems, but I actually need a conversational update. We have this thing called the Customer Collaboration Hub, where we work around the customer. So what's the latest proposal? What are the opportunities? What's the essential stuff going on here? I want to have a conversation. So who's the managing director? Again, with instant messaging awareness and social embedded in this thing. So this is part portal, part social, part back-end integration, all coming together in a thing we call Collaboration Hub. Okay. So again, I'm using my mobile device here to actually answer and vote on ideas on things that we're doing here. So one of the ways that we did the wisdom of the crowds and this concept of engagement was to say, hey guys, what's getting in your way? What's causing you a lot of time suck? What's frustrating you doing your job? What's driving? So we basically engaged in this thing called Simplify IBM. And Simplify IBM has the Get Simple hashtag. And when we engaged them and they voted on it, they had fast-track expenses, streamline approvals, accelerate hiring, email optimization, application validation, and opportunity management. Make those major things easier for me, and my job will be dramatically easier. Now, I understand exactly what they're saying on those things. But how do I grab that wisdom of the crowds and drive that? Same thing. Here's an example. Mark talked about it earlier, about engaging the sales force on the agenda. And here is another sales meeting in which we did this. And the top vote getters actually became the table of topic at this event. Salespeople love that. They're actually now expecting this. This is probably the fourth or fifth sales meeting that we've had where the agenda is done socially. This is not a new thing. It's a very, very powerful way to engage. Information flowing. Not inbox to inbox, but from network to network. Let me show you the speed and the flow here of what we mean. This is my aha moment. This is when I go, holy cow, I get it now, was here. So I had a presentation that I built, and one of the currencies that I use within IBM is my presentations. I get asked a lot for my presentations. I share all of them. Anyone can get access to my presentations. My value is what I share, not what I keep. So they've actually had to increase my storage on files. So that's one of the things that we've done is we looked at kind of the evangelists within IBM, and we said, we're going to increase you to 10 gigs, 10 gigs, 10 gigs, 10 gigs. And so there's a certain classification of IBMers that are evangelists that actually get more space on files so that they're not handcuffed by a limit. Right? We don't want to limit what they do. So I had a presentation here on iPhones and iPads. And what is it that you can do with an iPhone and iPad within IBM? And so it had 1,165 downloads. If we look at the popularity of files within IBM, if we look at the number of files shared, multiplied by its size, multiplied by its download, it's 6 petabytes that we did not put through the email system. 7 petabytes. 7 petabytes we did not put through the email system. That is huge. That is huge. That's millions of dollars of file backup savings alone. Right? Better way of working. Smarter way of working. All right, so if I go into that file itself, I originally only shared it with 22 people. That was my tippers list. So when I shared it, these are the 22 people I want to share it with. And then Alistair shared it with Bob Picciano, and then Chris shared it with Simon, and Fabio shared it. It organically just grew, and I didn't have to do anything. This is part of this organic aspect of social. I can see that Yoko-san here actually downloaded the older version of that file. Then all of a sudden I looked at it and I said, I don't know these people. So they're outside of my org chart. So I actually went to every one of these people's names and I found out where they were, and I kind of did a data map. And so I said, okay, it started in Boston, Massachusetts, and it went to almost every country that I do business in. And 80% of these people I do not know. It's in 65 different communities. It's in 23 shared folders, and it's got 1,165 people that have downloaded this file. So I have a single version of the truth, and when I update this one file, all of it is automatically updated. And I'm like, oh my goodness. I can leverage other people's networks to get my information from one side of the world to the other dramatically faster than I ever could before. This was my aha moment. That makes sense? Okay. So thinking of this information, we're going to also leverage social media. So this is an example of Hootsuite here. And so if I were to make a sales call on IBM, I would see their Twitter and their information and their YouTube and information on who I'm called. But in the future, we're adding IBM Connections as one of the data sources. We're adding Sugar CRM as one of those particular data sources. So if I see a tweet from a customer, I can say share in IBM Connections, or hey, here's a sales opportunity, share it in Sales Connect, and literally move between social media and social connections and have data move in and out seamlessly between them, flowing between those. Okay. Amplification. So this idea of using badges and this idea of open graph inside of connections where YouTube videos will play right in place really help amplify. So literally IBMers going, no, build it in a video, and that video will play in place in the activity stream now. They don't have to leave what they're doing. It will literally amplify what we're trying to do. So we'll see a lot of badges. So one of the things here is not only is the people writing to the activity stream, but applications now are writing to the activity stream. So we do this thing called Blue Thanks. How does other IBMers give another IBMer Blue Thanks? And when you do that, it actually drops a badge on the activity stream. And so it's the application now. So the end user doesn't have to do that. The application actually writes to the activity stream. So let's actually walk through the reason why that's so powerful. And here's the message to the line of business. Where, hey guys, the success rate in 2010 for Blue Thanks is here, and it got a little incremental increase here in 2011. What happened here to here? Well, we added a person in the directory called Blue Thanks, and then we integrated Blue Thanks into the activity stream, and we integrated into the social process, and it dramatically increased the adoption of that line of business. So that's the message to line of business. You want to increase the success of your project, make it social, put it on the platform. Engagement. So this is actually our CEO going to people's walls, not my wall, but some people's walls, and saying, hey, by the way, you were named best of IBM. So what used to be an email is now done socially through the platform. She amplifies sales eminence. She amplifies the engagement. Let me tell you what a stir it made at IBM. People are like, oh my God, I want to be that guy or that woman next year who's being tapped on the shoulder by the CEO for their work. She realizes that this level of engagement is huge. So she does video blogs. So her first day on the job, she does a video blog, and she talks about the roadmap. Let me show you what happened. Within 48 hours, 50% of all IBM saw that video. 48 hours, 50% of all of IBM saw that video. She realized that she has her own YouTube channel and can generate a lot of engagement that way. And then all of a sudden, a lot of the other executives started to realize that they can amplify their message, their product, their situation if they did it socially. All right, getting to the last section here. Talent engagement. We talked about employee cultural engagement. We talked about systems of engagement. Let's talk about talent engagement. So one of the human resource projects, again, everything I talk about is using social to support an initiative. Okay? We have this new employee experience program. So Human Resources has this thing called the New Employee Experience Program. It lasts for 1 year. It lasts for 1 year. So this process, this journey a new employee will go through. So they go from these different things within inside of IBM. It starts on the outside. So on IBM.com is a social community, and you'll notice we've got, in this particular, this screenshot is quite old, that's 30,000 people in that community, 30,000. These are pre-hires. They have not officially become an IBMer yet. They are still have not officially committed to IBM yet. They could go work for Oracle. They could go work for Microsoft. They could go work for whatever. But we're engaging them in the pre-hiring process. We have meetings that they could go to. We introduce them to our 139 cultural aspect. We have communities that we go through. They have teams that they participate. They tell me, this was the deciding factor as to why I decided to work with IBM. Because I felt more part of IBM here before I even got hired. And then now that I'm an IBMer, and they now move to a second community called New to Blue. So the first one was soon to be blue, and this one is now new to blue. And they said, listen, on my instant messaging buddy list, I still keep in touch with all of those people I was, working with on the outside before I became an IBMer. So we literally were saying, listen, how do we attract and maintain talent? We talked about that as one of the major fruits of the tree that you get if you treat this thing organically and feed it. How do I leverage that? So a great example of being able to do that. So last slide. We have the journey and the stages we've gone through. So I always recommend the idea stage. If you can't write on the back of a cocktail napkin what it is you're trying to accomplish as your idea, like ours was digital IBM, CNEX shift, you're going to have to simplify it. You've got to go back to that, right on the back of the cocktail napkin as your idea. What happens? The pilot phase 1, all the way up here. So we already had some things in IBM. We had Blue Pages, which was our kind of version of profiles. We had these things. So then we published our social guidelines. You have to communicate the guidelines. What are the expectations? Is the Twitter handle your Twitter handle or the company's Twitter handle? Who owns the Twitter handle? What are the expectations on blogging? What's the guidelines? What's the behavior on this? When we log into Connections, we have to sign every year conduct guidelines, how I as an IBM would behave with email, with social, with instant messaging. It's all wrapped together. Okay? So we did enablement. We deployed it to temporary servers. We then deployed it to production servers. We came up with this social every place where we integrated with the Notes client, and we integrated with Microsoft Office, and we integrated with Windows Explorer. Then it really increased the value. We named it Being a Digital IBMer. Jenny started doing her video blogs. We did the help desk change. We had 90,000 open communities within IBM. We did the expertise location, the Sales Connect, the Customer Hub. We started to do more engagement through our CEO. We started to analyze what we were doing. We integrated share expertise into our 139. We social learning, external talent engagement. So it's a journey that we go through, that we're doing here. All right, I'm out of time. I'll be here for the rest of the day. I want to thank you. Time is the most valuable thing you can give to another human being, so thank you very much. I'll be here for comments and questions later. Thank you very much.
Okay, now it's good. Okay, once more. My name is Otto Förg from Zentralratio Group. I'm here with my colleague Thomas Rickert, and we are trying to tell you today something probably what you can do with your connections system. And this is to use the data of your connections to get insights into what's happening in your company, what are people talking about, how are they talking about the several topics of interest. We are doing this by applying big data analysis methods on your connections data. Big data is usually used by a marketing department which likes to know how the public is talking in the internet, in Facebook, Twitter and so on, about your company, about your products, your services, the quality of your support and so on. But we are doing this different. We are looking inside the company. We are looking inside what are the people talking about. We look at connections, not as a social platform, what it is. We look at it as a treasure of data, which can contain very valuable information about you and your company. And if it works, as a side effect, this maybe can turn out to be an additional return on your investment of connections, which you didn't have in mind when you decided to introduce connections in your company. An additional value which tells you things about your company which maybe you wouldn't know otherwise. There's one important thing that this can work, one prerequisite. It only works if you have a working connection system. I do not mean this in the technical sense, I mean it in the cultural sense. It means what I'm thinking about, you have to have connections which is really used as an open social platform for people, for the employees, to share things, to express their thoughts, to have open discussions, to say what they think. This is a prerequisite, that you have something to do analysis which tells you more about your company. Normally, if you're thinking about analysis of connections data, you think on the connections matrix which are coming with the product. What's the difference to what we are doing? The matrix deliver you a lot of statistical data about how many users you have in connections, how many unique visitors have been last week, how many new communities were created and so on. It tells you how many. It doesn't tell you what. And what is what we are doing. And to do this we need a different approach which is not part of connections, it's big data.
So big data is a very famous word, of course, and it's used in many different areas now. So what we think we should call it, it's more your great data, because we think that it's not only the amount of data you generate inside your connection system or inside other sources you are using internally or externally, it's the question how the quality of this data is and what you can do with this data. So at Fritz & Mattson we are talking to customers about their data quality and about how they can use their data more efficiently, how they can get value out of their data. So looking a little bit more further, the challenge is really here to find a way to transform all your data into valuable information. And that's a big initiative everyone should take, because I'm sure all of you have file spaces, have probably connections, installations, have other sources of information, and to find the relevant data is here the key. So this little video shows that data is generated in different ways, of course. So you have lots of data generated in social media, in emails, you have customer data, you have files, office files, databases, lots of different things. And you have your challenges inside the company, like influences your business processes, all of these things. But how can you really find the relevant data? So you have to combine all the data, and you should not do it by purpose. You should find a way how to find the relevant data. So let's take a look into that data a little bit more. So the strategy we defined is to find the relevant data by a click or by a push of a button. That's the idea behind this solution. And of course, knowledge is very important. Knowledge is the key to being successful. And there are a lot of challenges now forced by social media since a few years, of course, because we all know that even a single person can have a high influence on your daily business. If they are putting in a Twitter post which is very negative and lots of people read it, it can have a high impact on your business. So, and of course, because of these social media capabilities and possibilities, reaction times are decreasing, so you have to be able to react very fast on all of these changes. And web tracking, so looking into the social platforms, is still very demanding and a very cost-intensive thing. So the social media analysis, which is a way of analyzing your all your data, could help here. It's so far this has been done mainly to the external networks, but the question is, what benefit can you have if you do it for your inside your connection system? That's what we are looking in here. So to find the right answer by the push of a button to questions like, which topics are your employees engaged with? What are really the things your employees think about? So lots of questions you might want to answer. How initiatives of the board, of your board, are discussed internally by the workforce. What the strengths and the weaknesses are of your competitors. How your employees think about your competition. What they think, what you can do better to be a better competitor to other companies. And of course, what are the opportunities and risks if you do new initiatives, how your employees think about those things. And last but not least, who are the driving forces inside your company, at least if you look into your connection system. Of course, there are different ways to find that out, but one way could really have you do is looking into your connections. And so examples what you can get if you do this analysis. We call it MySocialytics, that's the code name of the solution we provide. Could be things like trend recognition. So what is your staff talking about? To get more information like feedback, positive, negative feedback from within your platform. So things like also acceptance of new offerings. So really to see what your employees think about your initiatives you're driving, and have a look more deeper than by Cognos statistics, which are delivered automatically by connections. So, and one option you get here using that technology is really to find evolving topics. So things you did not even look after, but they are delivered in such graphs, so you can see what people are currently talking about, what they have been talking about 1 month ago, what are the major topics your employees are talking about. And of course, this is very, very important, and so we should now look a little bit deeper into this social media analysis for IBM Connections.
Thank you. After this introduction to the basics of big data, let's have a closer look at social media analysis for connections. What does it mean if you like to do this? It's a 3-step process. The first is collecting the data you're going to analyze. The second step is to prepare the data. And the third step is to do the analysis and to create reports. What does it mean? The first is, the starting point is connections. It's a huge amount of unstructured data. And the first thing is you have to decide which data do you like to extract for analysis. You never can select everything. You can't do a star search. You either couldn't do it on the internet, it wouldn't work, it would be too much. You have to know what you are looking for. You have to have a question for which you are looking for answers. That means you have a concept before you start your analysis. Before you begin. The query defines what you are getting. For example, if you would do a query in the internet, it may contain the name of a car manufacturer, the name of a car model, and maybe the term problem with the brake or something like that. That's a question you're asking for, and you're looking for pages which contain any content related to this. And this is what you get in the query. The query is very important. As a result of the query, you have a subset of the existing pages containing content related to your query. The next is to analyze this content. Analysis means it's a two-step categorization or classification process. You define types and concepts. Give you a simple example. If you would do this social media analysis for a fashion company, type could be female fashion or fashion for men. Concept could be pants, shoes, trousers, and so on. And in this two-level hierarchy, you transform the questions you like to be answered by your social media analysis. The next, third step is, one in between, if you have done this and you have been running it, each page you have selected with your queries gets asked whether any of the terms you have defined here as types or concepts are found within this page. And if it is found and it is a hit, a so-called snippet is created. A snippet consists of 3 sentences. In the middle, the sentence containing the term or fragment you are looking for, and 1 sentence before and 1 sentence after. That means it can be that one page consists of more than 1 snippet or no snippet, if nothing is found. And if you have done this with types and concepts, the next step is hot words. The base of hot word analysis, again, is a snippet created in the step before, and this part of analysis is just looking whether these snippets contain any hot words you are defining, you are interested in. After defining types, concepts, and hot words, after creating snippets, you have a set of data containing content you are ready in, you are interested in, and you have a selection of snippets containing some words, fragments you have been looking for. And now comes the most important part. How are the people talking about? It's a so-called sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis looks into each of the snippets found in the steps before and tries to classify them. Is it talking positive about it? Is it talking negative about it? Is it neutral or is it ambivalent? This is the usual way to do it if you do a social media analysis on the internet. I personally do not like the term negative if you do it inside a company because you can't classify people working in the company as somebody who is negative about things. I prefer the term which terms you are finding. You start, you think it could be this, it could be that, you get results, you look at it, you see what you are missing, and you refine it. It's an iterative process. And this process, is my personal experience, takes around 2 weeks until you think, now I found my sets of types, concepts, and hot words. So, give you an example. Which connection system did we analyze? We did it for our own one, but we can show you the results. We used a public site, it's the Oillook. It's from the German Node user group. They call themselves the European IBM user group. Maybe it's a little bit of a self-estimation too high. But it's useful because it's open to the public and everybody can access it. We used for the extraction of the data my personal account to this page. That means everything what I could read with my credentials could be extracted in the queries and used to create snippets from the pages we found. That's the base we used, the German Node user group. How did we do the analysis? First, in the backend, I can show you now, is a so-called Hadoop server by IBM, who is doing all of this stuff. That's a lot of things to do. And the analysis itself is done by a tool. It's a browser-based tool. I don't know whether you have heard about it. It's the IBM Social Media Analytics. And the social media analytics is used to define the queries, to run the task, to do the categorization, to perform the analysis, and to create reports at the end. Now to show a little bit what we did. This is the first step, the data fetcher. Data fetcher is about extracting or collecting the data. First, you have to define your sources. Sources is easy if you're doing social media analysis in the internet, because the source is Facebook, Twitter, and so on. In our case, the sources are the connections applications, blogs, forums, wikis, activities, microblogging. The applications which contain content in connections. To get this content, we had to write several servlets to extract the data, and to access the data, we just use the common connections search API. And after this, we have the data, and we just select those sources we would like to use for data collection. And then we have the definition of our queries. Queries is a lot of statements we try or we hope to find in the context of what we are interested to analyze. We have a query OLOOK1, OLOOK2, and there are 7 more. Why that many queries? One query can only consist of 200 characters. And so we have to divide them into 9. This is the first thing. And we let it run to give you an impression. This is not a very big site. We are analyzing the query, the data collection runs about 3 hours. As a result of this, we have something similar to a data warehouse containing all the data ready to be analyzed. How do we configure the analysis itself? Here we are looking at the definition of the types and concepts. Remember, types is a level 1 category, concepts is a subcategory. It is my decision, or it's a decision of the company who likes it, that somebody does analysis like this, what we are looking for. And our decision was, okay, let's look for the IBM collaboration products and the Microsoft collaboration products. How many and in which distribution people are talking about these products in this connection system of OLOOK. So we defined as types, connections, completed same time, quicker, dominant nodes. We added the Microsoft Word, Exchange and SharePoint, and we added as an additional type DNAT, this is a Deutsche Nutzergroup, German Nutzergroup itself, because we found that on many pages they are talking about themselves. Those are the types. And the concept, which are one level below, we use the same concept for all the products. It is looking for, are they discussing about the product itself, about development things, about administration things, or about security things. You see, it's my decision as a researcher what I'm using here. I also could have been looking, for example, for pages where they are talking about process management, about information management, and so on. It's what is your question? What do you like to know? This is what is the leading thing. After you have created your types and concepts, you have to define which terms belong to which concept or to which type. This is done here in the middle. You have so-called include terms, context terms, and exclude terms. And this is part of this iterative process I already talked about. You have to look what's in the pages you have selected. Which word are the people using? What are they discussing? And you have to create this list. This can be very, very, very long. There's no limit. You use so-called Java expressions, syntax, regular expressions to define it. Maybe it's a simple string, or it's with some wildcard use, or it's more complicated data types. And it's your decision what you think. If this and this and this is used, it belongs to the concept security. If this is used, it belongs to the concept product, and so on. And this is part of this iterative process. The context terms and the exclude terms are for refining IBM, which is big data, cloud, mobile, and social. And we added 3 additional things which are specific for our German Nodes user group, because it's Nodes, it's X pages, it's mail next, and it's security. what's been the results of this? I would have liked to show it live to you, but I think I don't trust the network, and I did a lot of screenshots yesterday, and let's do it with the screenshots. If you would like to see it live, you can come to our booth. We will try to do it there. First, very simple, the distribution of the snippets we found about the types. The types were, remember, the products for collaboration from IBM and Microsoft. We don't have to wonder, the most important one is connections, but it is interesting because it's not a connections user group, it's a nodes user group. And the most important topic today is connections. It's 30% of all the snippets have to do with this. The next is nodes and then DLAG and so on. An interesting finding in this slide was for me the small ones, the Microsoft ones. SharePoint and Exchange, it adds up to something between 5 and 6%, I would say nothing. It's very interesting if you know the background that this user group had a couple of years ago heavy discussions about whether they should open themselves for the Microsoft world to attract more members, to attract more participants for the conferences. And if I look at this result, I can say, forget it, they're not interested. This is one interpretation. Another possible interpretation is the companies who are interested in the Microsoft products and have already migrated to them, have already left this user group and are in some other user groups. That means this can be a reason to do some deeper research, to look more into the results. And you automatically get this timeline for the results. We looked at 2 years, which is very uncommon. Normally, if you do social media analysis, you look at today, and you don't look back. And looking back for 2 years is the longest period you can do. And it's, I don't want to get into detail, but one interesting is this peak. This is the curve for connections, and this is September 2012. It was very high. Does somebody remember what's been in September 2012 with connections? Launch of Connections 4. Those are the things you can see if you do analysis like this. Another example, this is the analysis of the hot words. The snippets are found with the hot words. This is interesting because of one reason. You see it on one bright view. 2/3 of everything has to do with social. That is more than we had type connections. That means social is not only associated with connections, it's also associated with the domino same type. And the next biggest one is mobile, but it's only 21%. And again here, what I find interesting is again the small ones. Cloud, 1.4%. Nothing. What does it mean? I don't know. It can mean several things. It can mean they are not interested in cloud. Or cloud is already commodity for them. They have everything in the cloud. Or it can mean that IBM has to do a lot of more marketing to make it clear what is important. Or the members of this user group are having a map and don't know what's ahead of them in the next couple of years. This 1.4% show somebody has to do something if cloud should be like this. Should be a success. And we get a lot of results. I can show you all of them. I go one step back to the way you are creating those results. I told you already it's an iterative process. As part of this iterative process, you run, for example, the hot word analysis, and you get a segment which is this note here. It says no hot word. That means no one of my 7 hot words I've been looking for was in this snippet. And at the beginning, this no hot word found or no concept found can be 30 up to 50% of all snippets you have. Then you have to look into those snippets. Why wasn't it possible to classify them? You can, for example, click on this on social and say show snippets, and then you can see them all. This looks, for example, like this. Those are snippets without concept, and I've expanded one of them, and it shows me the snippet, the 3 sentences, why it was classified to collections, to type collections, that is it, but it has no content. And now it's German, it doesn't matter what the content of the snippet is. It's my job as a researcher to look at this. Does it contain content relevant to my analysis? And do I have to change my definition of types, concepts, and hot words? And this can take days and weeks until you are finished with it. Additional results you can get from this analysis are several breakdowns. One breakdown is by sentiment. And this is only the breakdowns for type connections. And you see, most of them are thinking positive about connections. Many neutral, but you also feel, 4 or 5% negative. What are they talking negative about connections? I don't like to show it to you now, but that's what it is used for, this type of analysis. You can look, why are they talking, do they have any problems in the company? Is there something we have to react on as a company? So, this was the analysis, and the last thing you can get from this social media analysis tool by IBM is reporting. For this is used the standard Cognos BI server, and the output you get looks like this. It doesn't contain any news. It's again the share of voice, the analysis of types, but you can have here nice curves and have here the years and quarters, and you can see any time series changes. The same for the hot words, and there's even more. I only show some examples, or if you would like to know who are the most important contributors in my connection system. This is our all sources we have. It's not just who are the people who do most blogging or who have most activities. I see this person is a general manager of this user group. It's clear that she does the most. Next are IBMers, which are very, very active and informing this user group about news regarding to connections. Okay, thank you. That's it what we'd like to show you. If you want to see more or would like to see it live, we try to present to you at our booth over there. Thank you.
that what was more interesting is just to talk about what I do every day. And I almost came close to ditching the slides this morning, but I didn't. So I'll tell you a little bit about myself. Colleen Burns, I'm an Influencer Engagement Manager at IBM. It's part of a new discipline that the company started back in December. I'm from Windermere, Florida, which is pretty close to Disney World. I can see the fireworks from Magic Kingdom from my backyard. I am an occasional overthinker and a procrastinator. And last night at dinner I learned, who was it? Was it Jan who said to me, he said, "Do you always eat this slow?" And I said, "No, but I always talk this much." So I guess I'm a bit of an overtalker as well, and I'll try to stay on time. My passions are writing, tribe training, helping people connect, and learning new things. So, got here on Sunday, did a quick little tour. We didn't pay for one, so we sort of listened into what other people were talking about on their tours, and what we didn't know we made up. So, and we had some great stories, but I realized, you know what, I really did want to know a little bit more about the Prague astronomical clock. So the 4 figures that flank the clock represent 4 things that were despised at the time it was installed. So I have some prizes here, and I'll give out a couple now, and then I might throw a few out in the audience if people aren't paying attention. So who can tell me what year the clock was installed? Somebody. What year? You're off by a lot of years. Said 800. Anybody? Okay. No, it wasn't. 1410. So I'm actually, the first one doesn't get given away, but I might throw it if I don't get any answers next time. And can anybody tell me what the 4 figures are that are on that flank clock? Anybody? The skeleton stands for? So you get a prize. Very good. Any of the others? I'm going to present Mickey Mouse people and everything. Anyone else? Oh, come on. You're killing me. All right. I'm going to give the answer away. So now you can say, at the very least, you've walked away learning something from this session. So one other thing, I put what my passions were. Some of my dislikes are fake, pre-scripted conversations, which actually, I realize I'm not alone with that thought. There is nothing I despise more than going onto a social network and seeing pre-scripted copy. And you know, the reality is, branded accounts, you know, people don't necessarily follow and bond with a branded account, but they connect with people. And, you know, what we try to get is to the point of trust and credibility. What is it that we need to do as a brand to get to the point of people really understanding our authentic messaging? And I will give you a hint. It has something to do with your company's greatest assets. And so that's a little bit what I'm going to talk about today. So it's about engaging the right people in the right conversations at the right time. We had this conversation at dinner last night. And it's really true. At IBM we have, I think of it as like 2 pieces to the puzzle when I think of influencer engagement. The first part of this puzzle is influencers. And we have a market intelligence team that has a special sauce that they have to identify key influencers in the marketplace. But a really interesting thing is, and when I came into the role, we started talking about this. You know, you get your top 50 or 100 influencers in the different categories. But what they're missing is not only who are those thought leaders, because they're certainly important, I'm not saying they're not, but then you have to look at who our customers are, who our potential customers are, and who's influencing them. And it's not always these big thought leaders. Oftentimes it's, some of the people we're looking at here in the audience. They're the ones influencing our customers. So how do we work with both of these groups? And so our market intelligence team, we've been working on this and we're continuing to develop it to come up with some of the best practices to share throughout the company. Then on the other side of this 2-piece puzzle are SMEs. And that is an area where I'm very involved. We have this program we rolled out about 2 years ago called IBM Select. And over the past 18 months or so, what we've decided to do is refine this program. It is a social eminence program for our SMEs. And when we started this program probably about about 2 years ago, and I actually piloted it for ICS. And we picked, SMEs within the company, but we also used some external SMEs. So some of them are IBM champions were in our original group. And it was really a pilot, and we learned a lot when we did that. We learned that in order for this program to be really successful, it needed to scale, and we didn't have the tools in place for it to scale. So I came on board probably about 3 months. I've been in this role for about 3 months. And my job is to scale this program so that we can create a real ecosystem for our SMEs. And so some of the things we do in this program is we identify the right SMEs and we align them to their go-to-market priorities. And then we tailor the content to help them join the right conversations at the right time with the right people. So I talked about identifying these influencers. So what we do is we take the SME and we say, okay, here's where your expertise lies. Here's an influencer that is talking about and influencing the right people in that subject area. How do we get them to connect? And so we have a tool that we've rolled out to help them do that. We also provide individualized mentoring and one-on-one support. And we have some other tools, and I'll show you in a moment a couple of the things we're using. And then most importantly, I'd say, is we measure and monitor that progress. What good is it to do all of these things if we're not measuring against goals? So, I have people say, well, does it really work? So I started thinking about some examples. This one goes back probably about 18 months or so. We had a study that was coming out. I believe it was an IBM study that we had coming out at IBM. And one of the things we do with our SMEs is we create these pre-briefings. And this is a tough thing to do, and I'll talk about it in just a moment. So this is difficult to do because what we were asking, market segment managers inside IBM, executives to say, hey, look, we have a group of SMEs, and we want you to treat them like reporters. And we want you to give them a pre-briefing about whether it's this paper or a launch or an announcement we have coming out. And the first question always was, are there external people in this? Well, yeah, that was the model. And I said, well, we can't do that. But you have to. You have to understand that, there's got to be a level of trust. If we are asking our SMEs to go out into the marketplace and blog on things, we have to treat them with a new level of respect, the way you would a reporter. So that was a real tough, barrier. Each time a new launch would come out, you're working with a different division, and you go through the same process again. And this was 18 months ago. And so this study comes out, and the press release, let's say, was due out on Friday. So we did our pre-briefing, and we got the author to meet with all of our SMEs, and we had them all prepped to blog. That's the goal of it. Give them time, let them read the report ahead of time. They can't publish before the press release comes out, but they have the time to read through the report. So Thursday comes along, and apparently there's some issue, and the press release can't go out. There was a conflict. So the PR team said, no, we can't do it. We said, well, we have all of our bloggers ready to go, and the press team said, fine, go ahead. I don't think they really thought that it would have any influence or matter. So that Friday comes out, our team of SMEs are prepared. We had about 5 or 6 blogs that came out, hundreds of conversations that started happening in the marketplace. And all of a sudden, Monday morning, we turn around and realize we have generated the same type of buzz through our SMEs that would have been created with a press release. So it was I'd say a bit of a game changer, because you start to realize that there is a lot of value, in fact, let me say more value, in having your SMEs out there telling the story than having your press team out there telling the story. Not saying there's not a need for both. Don't misquote me, but we started to realize they need to work together. Another example of how this works, we also have a conversion tracking tool. So we can show with all of our campaigns just how much traffic we're driving in terms of downloads, registrations, so forth. We put this tracker into place, and about 2 months into the program, they turned around and said, whoa, whoa, whoa. Of the thousands and thousands of campaigns that are running throughout the company, this URL tracking tool through our SME program is like in the top 5. Amazing. There's no cost to the program. I mean, there are hours and time, but there's no cost to this program. And so again, another light bulb went off and said, we need to start putting more resources behind this. So what we're trying to do now is scale this program out. And I'll show you a couple of the tools that we're using to do this. One of the things when we bring our SMEs on board, we do this social indicator type test. It's an analysis that we do. They take this test, and it's a lot like that was the Brigg-Myers type of testing. They ask you questions to find out where you are on the scale of social maturity. And you go through and you get all of these. There's the creator, the distributor, the solicitor. And this really does help our influence engagement manager. So our influencer engagement manager will work with the category and work with these SMEs, it's in cloud. And when you start to realize the types of behavior that your SME engages in and where they're strongest, you start to realize this is the activity we need them to lean towards. Some people are excellent at creating content. Other people, don't give them a blank piece of paper. It's just, they're not going to do it. But they might be that great, broadcaster kind, or promoter. Well, then you end up getting your analysis, just to show you a quick example. When I had done mine, this was a while back, but I pulled it up and it's the broadcaster. So you learn a little bit about, distributor, solicitor, listener, promoter. We provide recommendations, and then we have actions for them to take based on their level of maturity. So if they're prolific in Twitter, they might get a Twitter 301, but if they've never blogged or are interested, they might get the blogger promo. We also have just rolled out this IBM Select Social Engagement Dashboard. And this is really, really going to help us scale the program. Because what we can do with this is we'll curate stories and tailor the content based on the segment that you're working with. So if you're working with cloud SMEs, what we do every day is go in, pull the top stories, both that are generated by IBM, so you've got IBM blogs, but also from third-party sources. So this goes back again to the influencers. I have my list of influencers and I say, okay, we know these folks are typically talking about the types of things our SMEs are interested in. More importantly, we look for the stories where IBM isn't mentioned. Because that's what we really want to do. Is if you've got people out there talking about a given topic, say cloud, and they're not talking about IBM, that's where we need our SMEs. They go out and they make IBM part of that conversation. And what we can do too with this tool, which is really neat, is we can truly, truly customize. Aside from a taxonomy that can break down really to areas of specific interest, what we can do is, let's say there's a story here, about social collaboration in HR. And I know I have an SME whose expertise is in HR. I can take this story and I can push out a mobile notification to him with a little note that might say, John, this is a great story. You're not talking about IBM, but you did a blog a week ago. I think commenting on this blog, maybe sharing your link to your blog, would be a good way to get us in the conversation. And so you can really get down to that level of specific type of content. And as I think most people in this room would, the next question would be, that's great, but how do we measure it? And so we have a way to measure the action as well. And we look at things, what I find really interesting is we can find things like clicks. So everybody loves to talk about impressions. I don't know if you've ever had to report on social stats. Every conference we do. And you look for that highest number you can find, which is always impressions. So somebody comes back and says, we had 30 million impressions. And everybody applauses. Yeah, really, what does that mean? What I'm interested in, who has taken action on your post or your tweet or your blog? Who's clicked on that link? And that's what we can see here, which I think is a very important tool for us. Because we also see then which stories are getting the most clicks, the most interest. So then we can sit back down and say, okay, why is this trending? What are people interested in? Do we need to do more of this? So the point of the program really is that having an individualized plan is mutually beneficial for IBM and for the SME. We spend time helping them increase their social evidence, and in return, they become true spokespersons for the company. So that's a little bit about the program that we run at IBM. I thought it would be fun to reach out to some of our influencers in the marketplace and say, what could we do? What advice would they give us to increase our social evidence? And then at the end, just to be clear, I put in a couple of tips as well, not suggesting I'm an influencer. So I thought this was interesting. Mark Fidelman talks about recommending his clients do a voice of the customer. And he teaches them how to share in creative ways. And he pulled out a few examples for me on the internet. Vilat Shah does a wonderful job of sharing his content. You might recognize her. Joyce, an outstanding community leader, talks about really listening and understanding to what people, your community really needs. Look for ways you can help others build their social evidence. She also said, you know, what goes around comes around. So, you know, lend that hand out. Justice Mitchell, be consistent in your personal branding. And I thought this was really interesting. I've heard this before, and I thought, I don't know about this one, but use that same profile picture everywhere you go. Because you want it to be, he said, you want people to say, man, I see you everywhere. And I thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, not the greatest picture, Justice, but I do see him everywhere. And he says, you know, about every 2 years or so, he'll go and change that. Ed Brill, you know, talks about using your unique voice, and the funny thing was, I reached out to him, and I said, what tip would you give? I said, oh, by the way, love the new bike. And he said, well, that's exactly my point. You know, follow him on Facebook, you know, friends with him on Facebook, Twitter, he talks about biking. He said, make it human. I would never reach out and be like, hey, great mobile campaign, you know? So make yourself human because you are human. And Guy Kawasaki, who, by the way, chief evangelist and president of Canva, which I think is pretty cool software just inside, talks about repeating tweets. And so I started to look and realized, really? So he repeats his tweets 4 times over a 32-hour period because, like he says, you know, it's ridiculous to think that by doing it once, people will see it. Now, you know, it's interesting. It says as we do this more and more, we start to learn. This is some of the advice that we offer out to our SMEs. And Jay Bear, who you might remember from Connect. You know, he's offered some software for sharing content with your network, tools like Buffer to set up content to share without the day, things like Hootsuite to help you manage your tools. And that is definitely something we suggest to our SMEs. And then one of the other things that we do when we do our employee social amplification, we talk about not using more than 2 hashtags. And there's a bunch of studies that show if you use more than 2 hashtags in a tweet, you're going to get 17% less retweets. And if you use 1 or 2, you'll get 24% more. Keep your tweets to 100 characters. 100 to 120 is really what that ought to say for better retweeting. And then use an @mention whenever possible. And the reason for that is if you use an @mention, you've got to believe at least one person is going to read your tweet. So I went through that incredibly quickly, and that also fell off the screen. But I was hoping that we could have more of a conversation. So I want to open it up to questions. Tell me what you're doing in the influencer space, where you think it's going.
Hi, morning. I'm interested in finding out how the SMEs react towards being invited to go out there when there is this apprehension and fear, very well known over the course of the years in terms of, I don't want to be there, I don't want to be found.
It's interesting because, as you know, when we started the program, you're very familiar with the program, and it was launched a little less than 2 years ago. At the time, we had to do a lot of convincing, but we learned a lot over 2 years about the types of people that make really good SMEs for this program. I think I was very Pollyanna and optimistic at first, thinking I could take someone who we know has a lot of great knowledge, but they're not social at all, or maybe they're only social internally, and they're uncomfortable about being, sharing externally because they don't know what to share. So I thought we could take that person and we can make them into rock stars. And that takes a lot of work, it really does. And it may not be the best use of time. So what we're finding is you want that person who has this great technical knowledge, maybe they're participating in forums, and maybe they are participating more internally, but somebody who has that level of interest in already being social, and then we guide them and really provide one-on-one. What I just showed you is really just the top of, the tip of the iceberg, the slice of what we do. It really is customized one-on-one. What works for you? What are your goals? Your goals may not be to, have 20,000 followers on Twitter, but it might be that you want to be featured in a blog, for, on a Huffington Post or something. So it comes down to the individual, and we're learning as we go what types of people make good candidates for thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
We have a coffee break.
Good morning. How many people are here to listen to me, and how many people found a nice, comfortable seat to sit in? Probably the second one everyone raises their hand for, right? So thank you for coming. I know there were choices. I know I like this one because it's got the nice tables. I've been sitting over here. So if you aren't sure what you're here for, create an exceptional customer experience is something I'd like to talk about from a CRM perspective. Felix and myself are from Sugar CRM, and we'd like to talk a little bit about that experience and how that relates to the social discussions we've been having for the last about 24 hours or so. What I'd like to do is, I'll apologize if I'm too salesy. I sometimes get passionate, but that's, you'll raise your hand if I'm doing a little too much sales. But what I'd like to do is talk a little tiny bit about us, and then talk about what I call the focus account. Because a customer experience is typically not just the customer. Creating a great customer experience has to do with the people that work with customers, the customer-facing professionals in the company. I'm going to focus primarily when I talk about this on people-to-people transactions or people-to-people interactions, not interactions like a web-based customer interaction on either a retail site or Amazon type site. So it's really the folks that count, changing how they can enhance those experiences or enable those experiences with their customers. How we've integrated not just our product but the social products to make that happen. And then I want to give you a little customer journey to kind of see how that works, how that customer experience really works. And I'll combine that with Felix, who will also show some real life how it not just looks like it should work, but how it does work. So that's what I'm going to talk about. Two quick ones on who we are. We're a pure play CRM company. For those of you, does everyone know what CRM is, hopefully? Yes? Call centers, Salesforce automation, that kind of fun stuff. We've been around for about 10 years. We've got a lot of customers, over 7,000. We've got a lot of users, over 1.5 million. We've got offices in California and here in Europe, kind of all over. So that's up there to give you a little credibility that we hopefully know what we're talking about because we've been in the CRM business for quite a while. We're kind of the obligatory on the right side, the Gartner and Forrester. We've been doing our due diligence to make sure that they believe that we've got great stuff, especially when it relates to user experience. So one of the questions I always get asked is, okay, so the CRM business, there's a number of folks out there that are in that particular business. What makes you different? And not because I'm here today, but that first one about always putting the user first. Our users who use our product are the people, are the front lines to making sure that you can ensure you have a great customer experience. It's those frontline people. That's where we're focused. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. And that's really where I'll spend most of my time today. We certainly have a great, we have a great technology, and that you'll hear a little bit about that on the integration piece, and then the right partner. Those are kind of the three things that I like to talk about. So there we go. Let's talk about the users that drive this experience. Today in the CRM market, if you talk about those people who are out there that are really representing a company to their customers, there's about 20 million users out there that are using CRM systems over the last 20 years. That's where it's grown to. Not bad. Big market. A little button is moving as well. But let me give you a comparison. There's 200 million LinkedIn users. How many do you think of those people do you think are customer facing? A pretty big majority of those folks are customer facing. why is it that there's a discrepancy between the number of people that are using CRM systems today and the number of LinkedIn users, or really the number of users out there? Remember, how do you drive a great customer experience? It's got to be those customer-facing people. How come there are not more people using CRM? Very good question. And I think the points that are up there are really, for those of you that have used CRM systems, how many people love their CRM system? Right? That's been the problem. They've been very much about how to manage a sales force, not how to support a customer experience. It's amazing. After 20 years, it's still about managing people and about really control, but not giving control to the salesperson or the support person. That's the biggest thing here. It's just not for the individual. So if we think about really creating something that's going to be the exceptional experience for the customer, and you're not enabling the individual who deals with the customer every day, how do you get that exceptional experience? The other thing is part of the reason that number 20 million to 200 million, and I'll give you one on the next chart, I'll talk a little bit about a little bit more, is CRM systems have traditionally been pretty darn expensive, so I can't afford to deploy them to all the people that should see them. In our company, our receptionist has them. Now, I know we make the software, but it just turns out that our receptionist happens to see customers all the time. They walk through the front door. Our finance people have it. Our sales operations people have it. Our legal team has it. Our architects have it. Why? Because all of those people, at one point or another, get engaged with customers. If you want to have a customer experience, an exceptional customer experience, why are you putting the information about that customer in the hands of the people who are dealing with it? That's really what this is all about. So what are we doing to fix this gap? We've had, and this is the salesy part, so just in case you couldn't tell, we put the I in CRM, and the I means a number of things. Today, primarily, it's going to mean individual. We put the individual in CRM. And I didn't make this just for today's presentation. This is how we talk to the marketplace about how important this is. Let me give you even a better perspective of that 200 million LinkedIn users. If we look at the email marketplace today, so you guys all know email from the audience, right? 400 billion email users today. About a quarter of them are business users. See this little slice over here? It says 18 million CRM users today. Are you telling me that only 1/25 of the people in the working population deal with customers? That's how our CRM systems are built today. This is a extremely large area, and so if I look at the people, if I look at you guys out there, my assumption is we've got people who are dealing with social, which is people. How do you create a better open community? There are hundreds of millions of potential users out there for this. One of the things, in my role, I work with IBM quite a bit. As I work with, and I'll talk a little bit later about our integration and the reason we work with IBM around connections and nodes. But one of the things that I find is, and I'd be interested to hear your comments at some point, is in the connection space, it's an interesting platform. And I find sometimes it's hard for customers to understand the value of that platform and what to associate it with. One of the things that we found as we've gone out and talked to customers is if I can show you how to enable your employee base to be more customer centric and engage them through a connections type of environment, I now have a way to get those architects involved. I now have a way to get the finance person or the legal person involved. I can create a community around that. Now, sure, our product doesn't create communities itself, and I'll show you how we create a connections community in a bit. But that's part of where I look at this and say, there's a better way to address customers, a better way to give them a better experience. And for every one CRM user today, there's 25 other customer-facing people out there that we believe don't use CRM. So it's nice to talk about that. What are we doing to make that experience different for the customer-facing professional? If you look, I'll give you a quick layout of our user interface. Because the interface, the reason this is so important is how many people have been on the phone with a customer service person who says, let me go to that screen, give me that phone number again, that kind of thing where you're always trying to, why don't you know this? And they're spending more time typing than they are talking to you. So what we try to do is shorten that, make that more efficient. That's where at the top left-hand corner, and Felix will show that a little bit more later on, is basically what the old CRM is. Here's who the person is, here's what the opportunity is, here's where their address is, and so forth. But if you look, there's a portion down here which is an activity stream. What's been going on with that customer, with that opportunity, with that contact? What should I know? Who's contacted? Have there been meetings? If I look at my traditional CRM system, I can find those things. It takes a little more searching. But people are getting very comfortable with activity streams. And so we find that that's an effective method. By the way, you can switch it around. But that's an effective method to know what's going on. Because when I talk to someone, I'd like to know what's going on. I don't want a 360-degree view of the customer at this point. I want context for that customer at this point. I want to know what they've been going through recently. I don't need to know something that happened 3 years ago. So this is really what's going on now. The other piece, and I won't spend much time on this, is what we call the intelligent panel. And that's where I can bring in dashlets of other applications. So in fact, what I can put up here, and I won't talk too much because Felix is going to talk about this a bit, in fact show you how it works, but I can put in my connections information. But I'll leave that. Mobile, of course, when people don't talk about mobile, most of the sales or support people that I know not only work at a desk, but actually go out and talk to customers. And you want to have that same experience as you're about to walk into a meeting with a customer, as you're about to support them. So that's what we're doing around creating a different experience. So a little bit, I know it's a little bit of us talking about let me show you our product, yes. But at the end, what we're trying to do is change the way people have that one-on-one interaction between a customer and the customer-facing professional. Now, one of the things that we do, and I talked, the second point I made on the second or third slide was about a future-proof platform. Now, as we talk about interactions, that fits so nicely with social, right? And so we talk a lot of, you heard the term social CRM. What does that mean? Well, it means socially I interact via email with my customers. I may want to have some other mechanisms of community around my customers. So what we've tried to do, we're certainly, I think on the first or second slide I said we're a pure play CRM company. We don't do everything, but what we allow is for our customers to choose what they like the best. If they like IBM Connections, if they like Smart Cloud Engage, if they like Notes, we don't care. We're not going to build those products. What we want to do is bring everything together. And I'll show you in the little narrative that I've got why we want to bring everything together. And I'll give you some examples of how companies are using products like this to have a single interface with all the different back-end systems flowing into it, so I can spend time thinking about my customer interaction rather than going from system to system to system. So that's why this is important. So I talked about integration. I talked about and which kind of flows into the flexibility of the interface. I won't spend too much time on the deployment. We deploy anywhere, either behind the firewall or in front of the firewall, it doesn't matter. And I'll let Felix go into a little bit more of this, but specifically what we've done with Connections is really try to integrate all the appropriate components that we think occur in a customer-facing activity. Where I want to be able to associate files with a customer, so I can drop a file into a community that's associated with a particular opportunity. Let's say I'm working on an opportunity that has, I don't know, 15 different people, architects, complex, and I want to have a place where all of the information is linked there, all the people that are associated with the team, tasks that are associated with it. We can do some of that around the CRM system, but for those people that have these broader, more complex situations, it makes sense to use something that's more suited for that. I won't talk too much about notes. You can see we do a lot of support around notes. One of the things that I will say is if you think about that user interface that I talked about, I assume most everyone here is a notes, I won't say aficionado, but certainly is well suited with notes. I dropped this one up real quick because one of the things that we found is that people like to work in different environments. A salesperson spends most of their time in the CRM system, but a finance person doesn't, and a business development person doesn't. They may spend time in email. They may spend time on a Connections environment. It depends. And so what we've done is we've been able to enable someone that's in notes to see an opportunity as an example. So if I'm in notes and I've got an email associated with a particular company, I can have the company come up in that. Opportunities for 500,000 euro. That's what here are the people involved, here's the products involved. So what I'd like to do now is I kind of buzz through this really quickly. Are we doing on time? Thank you. I want to take about 5 minutes and go through an actual narrative around how we see this experience working out, rather than just kind of talking broadly or integrating with this wonderful stuff. I want to talk about the types of people that ensure a good customer experience. So Anna here is an insurance agent, and just so you know what an insurance agent does, they've got about 1,000 customers, over 100 products that they've got that they sell, with 50 or so interactions a day, not very high margin, lots of volume. How do you keep track? Now think about that customer experience component. I've got 1,000 customers. I'm also going out and trying to find new ones. How do I know when something's happened? How do I know? I can certainly keep track of my tasks. But if you think about someone who's got 1,000 customers, how do you manage that? How do they manage that so that they can ensure that there's a great customer experience? So I'll walk through this relatively quickly. Should be somewhat familiar. Looks like a connection screen to me. Anna can start her day in Connections, or Notes, or her CRM system. But she likes to start Connections. And what you've got, the same activity stream. Now you'll notice up here, there's a little box, kind of a cube. That's our logo. And what we've done is we integrate into the activity stream of Connections. So what does that mean? Not only do I see things that are going on in the company, because Anna wants to know what's going on in the company every day, because that's why she logs in here. But what she also wants to know is, within that same interface, she wants to know what's going on with her customers or her prospects, right? And so in there you can see that these are the type of things that would flow into that system. One of her customers canceled a homeowner's policy. Maybe I should do something about that. Tess just got married. Is that an opportunity to call? And if you think about what a salesperson does, they want an opportunity in front of their customers and talk and continue that experience. Up at the top, there's something that says LE, which stands for lead. And it says Stephen Jeff's property has just increased 40% value. Maybe I should call Stephen and find out if he has the right insurance policy. I've got a system now that's helping me decide where I should go, what I should do. That's great. In fact, all I need to do as I work in Connections is click on that view, right? And it takes me, to the CRM system that she uses. One screen, same kind of layout where you've got kind of the contact information, the intelligence panel, and the activity stream. You probably can't read all this, so let me zoom in a little bit. Here's the contact tree. Here's Stephen, that's the picture of his house, that's what he's got so far, that's the value of the house, $729,000. So as Anna, I've now got a picture of Stephen. I don't have to remember what his house looks like or where it is or any of the information. I've got that in front of me. Most CRM systems, you're not going to have that. You may have, here's a lead, go contact them. This was most likely driven by a marketing campaign. But that's the first piece. Over here on the right, you can give the user some context. This is, I'm not sure how far Zillow reaches. Zillow is a real estate web application that says if you put in your property, it'll tell you the value of the property. And this particular piece of property, by the way, these are all real. But this shows you how I can integrate an outside source right into my user experience. And I can say, wow, look what happened here in 2011 to the value of that house. Do I have the right amount of coverage for my client? Which is what this whole thing is about. So if I think about the experience, do I want my agent calling me up and talking about something that is not relevant to me? Or do I want my agent calling me up and saying, we've seen something in particular about your house, and I'm concerned. Let's just make sure we're okay with our insurance policy around here. At the bottom, you've got the activity stream as well. And you can see down here at the bottom, not only was there an increase, but there was a letter mailed out from the corporation to help me as the sales, as Anna, to follow up on this. And in fact, you can look and see what the campaign was all about. You can get the data on the campaign. So if you want to have some information before you make that call to Stephen, you can do that as well. Another piece up here in the center is here's what the offer is, and there's other options. And here's what a calculated field is. So think about you, if you were in Anna's feet and shoes. Wouldn't it be great to say, okay, so now I can have some ways to modify this quote, kind of have a good conversation. I don't need to be going from system to system. I can work this all from one screen. So if I look at this is kind of how we see the customer experience being embellished. It's really about how I do that. So what I'd like to do, so I showed you a whole bunch of things. Let me turn this over quickly to Felix, and he'll show some of the how it really works.
Okay, hello, good day everybody. Can everybody hear me? Okay, so I will just set the scene quickly. Let's say I'm a salesperson that would work on a large opportunity, let's say for a bank. And I will create the opportunity within my CRM system. And with this, I want to get an overview of my opportunity, see, of course, here what calls I have made, what meetings I have made, can also, of course, jump to the activity stream, as Pat already showed, get more data breakdown of the actual opportunity in terms of revenue line items, and with that can work with the opportunity. On the right-hand side, as we already mentioned, we have the intelligence pane that allows you to give you more information. In this case, I've just added a Converse report because we're working on we have a new product called Sugar Analytics, which is based on Converse. That is a deep integration with Converse where you can work with and create reports within Sugar CRM and then add dashboards as you see here. And so you can also draw down and interact with the dashboard, which we are quite proud of. As we only have a few minutes, I'll jump into the connections aspect. I've created a community for this specific opportunity. When I go here and edit, I can either edit this community itself or create a new community altogether. So we have, for instance, name the community, specify who has access to it, add members to it, and this also searches not only within the CRM system, but actually in the whole
Connections environment as well.
Correct. So they select the user, specify whether it is an admin or owner, then also give description and add tags. Furthermore, once I've created my team, as you know, I can add various types of team members to it. I can then create tasks and assign it to them. You'll see quite quickly that it even gives you a little status update on how far we are on a certain task. I can draw down and see the details. So if, for instance, I'm working on a larger RFI, I'm able to specify, okay, this is the main task and I want to assign something to legal, with legal verification assigned to hard cost. So I can create new to-dos from here specifying my spelling mistakes, and that, and save. So whatever I do here will then immediately also replicate in connections. Further than that, all the files that I've created in terms of the RFP and all the supporting documentation that I need to work with to make proper decisions on connections, all the documentation I can just drop and drag. So I can upload files directly from here, add files, or just drop and drag from your browser into the screen that will upload.
So one of the things I want to point out is these are all connections activities that are happening within the user interface of Sugar, so that the user is still maintaining a consistent experience, and so that as they work with our customers, in terms of working with the system at the same time, they're more comfortable with switching from system to system. So we got about a minute left, so let's pop over to the hood.
So any changes that I make here will then also be integrated. I think everybody gets the picture.
Yeah, let's pop back to my presentation. I've got one more slide, and I think we'll wrap up. Yeah, this one here. So the one thing, we have a pretty good reference for this. There was a guy on earlier on the stage called Chris Crummy. I don't know if anyone listened to Chris. Chris talks a lot about Sugar because that's what's been deployed at IBM. There's a case study that's available about it. It's a pretty amazing story. Chris talks a lot about the user experience piece of it. There's lots of other aspects. Let me leave you with the point of that creating that exceptional user experience has really got to be driven by your folks in the companies you deal with, not by the customers. And so I think hopefully what we've showed you is mechanisms to make that easier for you to do that. Thanks.
Test. Okay.
You could just ask anybody just to move up if you're sitting in the back just from the video. It looks like there's empty rows up here, so it helps us if you guys can move up from the back. big room, so.
So Heinz, anybody who's not paying attention, I can flash now. Having a laser pointer. Good. Is it 55? Almost. Okay. Well, let's get started. The sad story of the internet, or why a conventional internet hinders innovation and kills productivity. So in many of our customers, and we have really been doing internet since 1998, 1997. The internet has taken the same sad story, and that has brought us to a product idea, which we will get to later. Let's see how intranet usually was adopted in most companies. So first act, there's innovation in the internet. So in the internet, companies want to publish their content, they select a platform that has a perfect, pixel perfect layout, that supports asset management, that supports approval workflow management, multi-site management, social media integration, and even as much as commerce support. So a typical platform for this would be, for example, Adobe CQ5. That's just a mega huge web content management system that can manage basically everything, and which is of course excellent for the internet. Now, in the second act of the sad story, companies just too often try to recoup some of the investment cost which has gone into the internet platform by reusing their internet platform for the internet as well. The Internal Communications Department then tries to use the web content management system and uses it for top-down communication. But of course the line of business departments not really adapt to using that platform. So that's usually quite complicated, too complicated for a lot of business. For somebody that's just running a department to update a department site with such a huge web content management system. Just very often the experience. So in the third act, people recognize that the knowledge is lost. That all the information is stuck in mail files, is stuck in mail servers, and that cannot identify the experts within the own company, that the mail load is increasing, and that most of the knowledge is not accessible, especially when people share their positions and so on, or switch positions. In the fourth act, there are some innovators. This time the innovation takes place in the intranet. The beginning was innovation in the internet. Here's the innovation in the intranet. Companies implement some enterprise social software, and the employees happily accept that, or some employees happily use that collaborative platform in order to collaborate. So they have social software like blogs, wikis and so on in an intranet. Now the fifth act is that you have content fragmentation. Some of the content is stored in the collaborative platform, some is stored in the communicative platform, and inevitably companies end up having content overlap, content redundancy and content inconsistency between those two platforms. Users fragment, some users stick to the communicative platform. They say with some right, if it's really important, then the content is going to be published in the web content management based internet. Some say, well, I am not going to go to that place where I get all that marketing information, and I'd rather do my work and stick to the collaborative platform. Of course, you have some resulting government issues. So, how can you deal with those just very two different pillars of any internet, that is communication and collaboration? How can you integrate that? They really are the antipodes. If you look at that, we got three different types of people. I don't know why it's cutting off some of that. But we got the traditional manager that does most of the work with the file and mail servers, and maybe checks the web content management based internet every now and then. We got the internal communications manager that wants to have a pixel perfect layout for everything, and of course doesn't care much about a collaborative platform. All that they care about is that the collaborative platform is not being used as a platform for propaganda. Then they of course will cut it off very fast, but otherwise they will just stay away from it, refrain from it mostly. And we got the knowledge workers for whom the platforms are really made. And those of course have a tendency to not look at the communication platforms and stay away from the communication platforms. So the question is, how can those really just two very different platforms, the internal communications and the peer-to-peer collaboration platform, be integrated into one internet? If you think about it, these are really the antipodes of the internet. They couldn't be any more different. So the one is about top-down communication, it's about approved content and directive, it's communication of management, ideas and opinion, important information stays on top, pixel perfect layout, it's set as default homepage by policy, and the collaboration is basically just in every aspect the exact opposite of this. Now companies have two different strategies. The one is strategy, just stick to the communication only, and well, it's, I don't know, it's cutting off some of the screen. This is a strategy that just definitely fails. That doesn't work because all knowledge is stuck in mail and file servers. So second strategies, and I know some of the business partners in some companies try this, collaboration only. Let's just do collaboration and nothing but collaboration. The problem is that the users will not recognize which content is really important, which content is binding, has binding information for me, has relevance for me, and which is just an opinion. So rather difficult strategy too. It's all sorted by a last update and not sorted by what is really important. So next strategy is side by side. Yeah, if they are so different, then just let's have them side by side and not integrate the stuff at all. That of course causes confusion and governance problems. Every manager has to think, how should I communicate? Should I communicate as Felix the manager using the IBM Connections social software platform, or should I be communicating as the manager Felix and ask somebody in internal communications to publish my content? Users just have the opposite problem. They always need to think before they go to a website, am I looking for official content, then I'm going to the web CMS-based internet, or am I looking for ideas and opinions and inspiration, stuff like that, and then they will be going to the internet website. So, and of course the attention is just really split in half. So the only way, there's two ways you can try to avoid this. One is to try to integrate the collaboration into the communication, either through a enhanced web content management system or through a portal or something like that, where you then have portlets that display the IBM Connections content. That of course sends a strong signal to the employees that communication is more important to them than collaboration, and companies then are surprised that the collaboration doesn't pick up. Or the other way around, just integrate the communication into the collaboration, and we are just absolutely assured that this is the best way to do it, that this is a proper way to deal with it. And that's what I would like to show you, how we have done that. And therefore let me switch to, how much do you see? This one here, you get to see everything. Let me switch to IBM Connections. So this is just a regular IBM Connections with the activity stream, and what we can do is we can put by the side of the activity stream, we can put one widget, for example, with just the news of the day, the most important news, and that news just happens to be a blog entry, so people can comment that news just as they comment blog entries. And so from within the interface you can write your own blog entry. You could open that blog entry in the community. We just make sure that everybody who's using IBM Connections will actually get to see this blog entry, and make sure that it's the next thing is, so if you have more to communicate and the news of the day is not enough space, you could have one corporate news, you could have one business unit news and one regional news, and all of those displaying the content that is relevant for those people, personalized, and the communication manager, and all of that is being displayed on top of the activity stream, I should have said before. The communication manager can set this up and can personalize this, for example, on the location on the business unit or whatever is available in the profile fields, so that each person gets to see the content that is relevant to them, or maybe that is set by their preferences. Of course, as I said, this is only available to the communication master, and people would get to see these news every time they actually hit the activity stream, and would get updated what's important for the company. Now, of course, you could be creating complete landing pages for business units, and especially if you still have a web content management system in your company, which internal communications is not willing to give up, or for political reason cannot give up. You might, but they always have a problem, as from my experience, of actually reaching line of business to actively participate in the content creation. So we can say, line of business, just create your content for your landing pages with IBM Connections, and we make that content surface, for example, through an extra menu, much like what Jive is offering to its customers. They call it a portal for every department. Now, of course, those can be have their custom colors too, the custom color coding, the custom user interface. So every department can have their own color coding, or they could even have their complete own navigation. So if they're a large department, then they could have their own navigation, and from that, of course, you could always navigate to the corporate internet homepage. It's funny, the picture is moving around and around. Just before we did see everything, now I don't know, something's cut off again. So here it starts off with traditional navigation that opens up block entries. It's a multi-layer navigation, and that opens up wiki entries. Sorry, and of course, as you use for wiki entry, you can comment those and open them up directly and so on. You can have long or short wiki pages here, so lots of content is accessible and available to IBM Connections users just by the click on the home icon. Every time they sign in to the home icon, they will get to it. They could, for example, search the people, if they want a phone number or something directly from the home page. They could look at the top news. There's many ways to display news. Look at the top news of whatever is going on in the company. They again could have the by business news or the regional news personalized to them. There could be something like a news channel where each service department, for example, would publish their news, and you could always get to see the latest news of each department without having to click several tabs or something like that. There could be a news like this or like this. All these are different ways of displaying news. They could be using or integrating their original IBM Connections My Page widgets in here. So the My Community or My Bookmarks or whatever you have, My Files. They could have for example, ask the HR department to communicate the most important links for the employees in the link widget, so that all the links from the HR department are displayed here. They could display the files. We could ask every department, every service department to publish the most important files here. So they would be maintaining it in the community, and the communication master would make sure that it is being shown here. We could have content that is being displayed directly from the home page. We could have nodes, legacy databases that are integrated into this. It's just iframe, single sign-on is not an issue. We could have RSS feeds, for example, integrated into such a home page, or external content that is being pulled over using web clipping, just like weather or stock, or one customer wants to have the copper price because that's for his business most relevant, or you could integrate the company's Facebook page in the internet and make sure that more people get to see the content. You could have for example, a news calendar events widget that actually aggregates information from different communities. So if you've got a community for each location and a community for each business unit, you could personalize this to the user and make sure that every user gets to see his events and for his business unit, for his location, and could directly attend, they could directly follow, so I could unattend or I could attend, because say I would attend the entire series and so on. So you have the identical collaboration possibilities as you have from within IBM Connection. So all of that, of course, can be customized. If you go into the options, each widget can be customized in place, provided you have the proper access rights, obviously. There's some widgets that don't have many customization options, just the height and the title. And there's other widgets that have a lot more of customization options, like from which stream is this supposed to be getting the content, and you can just simply pick the appropriate community. and you can say how you want to personalize it and so on. If you do have the access rights to manage all of the platform, you can just go to the customization here, where you can add the widgets to this page. You could move around the widgets. That's just very easy. It's all Bootstrap. You could create new widgets, so you've got a bunch of widgets to choose from as a template for your page. You can give it an intuitive name and add it to the system. You can add the original IBM Connections My Page widgets. You can set the title for the home page. You could select CSS. You could select the grid template. You include or exclude the navigation or the activity stream in the right column. You can have the page management, where you can look at all the different pages that are there, and you can set the access rights for the pages, everything that you need, and you can even upload and download the CSS files. What do we need CSS files for? You can, as you have seen before, have a different look and feel for different business units, so that when you switch to a business unit here, you get to their business unit distinctive feel. But of course you could have just do all of the incorporations, customization as well. You could have, for example, instead of a top navigation, a left-hand navigation, so all of that is just being done with a custom CSS. Another example that we have created for the German military and the agency that had actually created this concept did not have IBM Connections in mind for the internet, and this just shows how easy it was to create a page based on IBM Connections. All the content is being created with IBM Connections, and it is fully functional, so it's more than a click dummy, something like that. The time to create the dummy content was like 4 hours, and the time to create the custom CSS was another 4 hours, and that did convince the customer. So our verdict is the best way to integrate the very, very different communication and collaboration, the two pillars of any internet that are just really the antipodes, is to integrate the collaboration into the communication, and that is the only way to keep it redundancy free, keep it without overlaps, and it's got many more advantages. So that, oh yeah, of course, what I should mention is that everything is available within the mobile user interface as well. So if you create the static, the web management stuff, it does show up in your mobile application as well. So what are the advantages? It improves the user interface because it eliminates the dichotomy between communication and collaboration. It's all within just one platform. It improves internal communications, because internal communications is much more collaborative now. If people comment on a wiki page, that comment will show up in the activity stream, and if I'm following somebody, then I will notice that. The chances is that I will notice, if it doesn't show up in the activity stream, that I will notice that comment on the wiki page, of course, are just slim. So the chances of an actual conversation, collaboration getting started on communicative issues, communicative content is much, much higher. And that's what I think is just really among the most important. It really drives the Connections adoption and ROI, because if you have a landing page for every department with IBM Connections content, and the manager of that landing page can not just only publish content, but they can just as well curate content. So if somebody has written a good blog entry, he doesn't need to republish it. He can just select that block entry and say, put this on my homepage and put it there and publish it. So much easier. Then if you have one person in each department using IBM Connections to create custom homepages, then you have one IBM Connections power user in each department. And that will drive your Connections adoption for sure. And it is much easier for newbies to really figure out what IBM Connections is about, to see what's going on in IBM Connections. So that's a great advantage. It does reduce cost because it's much simpler for authors, I would call it. It's management compatible. So if manager is smart enough to create a block entry, he can use this for publishing the management point of view. It reduces technical complexity because you don't need any search integration, you don't need any read access integration or whatever. That of course will result in major cost savings, and it does accelerate the internet development. When we do projects, and we have just finished a project for a German supermarket merchant, and very happily he was with the result. Really don't talk much about technology. It's just very fast. We're talking about information architecture, about how to set up the communities, how to engage people and so on. And it's not a technological project, so we really accelerated. So this is what we think is a great enhancement to IBM Connections. Just open up this page again. Any questions, comments on this? Feedback has really been overwhelming. We do have interest from all over the world, and there basically hasn't been a single customer who said they couldn't use it. Either they do have a web content management system that they're just using on top level communications, but not on line of business. So just maybe, I don't know, representing 10% of the company, or they want to get rid of a web content management system they have, and reduce complexity and increase agility. And what we will be delivering with the next release is something for internet landing, for community landing pages. So then you will be able to, or actually there will automatically be created an XCC page for every community that is being created, and the community owners will be able to customize the landing page for those communities. And of course we got many more ideas. We have an excellent development team sitting in Cologne that create new releases every couple of weeks. So it's an amazing, astonishing time for us. No questions? Nothing? Okay. Maybe I can have a question. Who thinks this might not be a good enhancement to the IBM Connections implementation? Who could not use it? Nobody. Okay, let's do the reverse check. Who thinks this might be a good idea to be added to it? Okay, well, that's good. Excellent. Thanks. So, if you do have any questions, please see us at our booth. And of course, we would love to demonstrate it in more detail. Thanks very much.
60 seconds. Alright, so here's the next task. Alright, so some people are together, so that you're good. For those of you who are by yourself, pair up. So now talk to the person next to you, to your left or to your right, and then figure out which one of the two ideas you like most. And so you'll have 3 more minutes, and then we'll do the next round. So let's give this a try. So Brian has the microphone. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna crowdsource ideas. Let's be social, right? So whoever wants to go first, I guess raise your hand. We'll have Brian. I'll write it down here, and we'll try to take as many as we can. We have 15 minutes left, and then we'll do like a final round of voting against the ideas that we have here, and we'll see what comes out. Go ahead.
As a knowledge worker, I get relevant information faster. As IBM Connection gets in dialogue with me, use Watson.
I get knowledge faster, so what?
I get relevant information faster. As IBM Connection gets in dialogue with me, use Watson.
Like it. All right, next.
Next.
Watson. Watson.
For whom? All end users. Better, for what? Better integration with Microsoft tools. And wow, easier to sell to Microsoft shops. Actually, I have another one. Who? Sales.
It's kind of cheating. Okay.
Well, that's me. The what CRM integration, and the wow, instant access from social platform to CRM data in the other way around.
To what? To CRM data for what?
Instant access from the social platform to the CRM data.
Okay.
Both ways.
Next.
Our pitch is almost as the first one, and we want to address all end users that are sitting on mobile devices, frustrated not finding what they want. So a better search experience, we know that they're enhancing the search engine, but whatever you're finding should be relevant, and when you click on it, you should be able to open that information, and you should also be able to interact and not get an error message that this is not supported on a mobile device. So it should be, it should work. And we were also discussing in Watson Explorer integration to hack into the stuff that is in your ERP systems and so forth. And it should be relevant to you, who you're connected to, whatever communities you're into, and sort of like you Google things.
Sure.
Google sort of knows what you want. That will be interesting.
Okay, I'd like connections to kind of control my focus and show me what is relevant to me. Not just from the perspective of what's relevant today in the context of today's meetings and all, but also, what is my KRA for the year? What am I working towards and what's relevant there? So the tagging, some kind of understanding of the meaning of different pieces of information and different things happening. So that's that. So control my focus, that's the goal.
Yep.
The who, project workers. The what, kind of request help from another community, but where the thread is basically cross-posted to another community, but in a way that's a symbolic link. So any comment on the thread in one community is immediately also seeable in another community.
That. More?
So any connection user.
Is this the Brian feature?
Yeah.
Okay.
When I go to use a file, it's consistent across no matter where I'm at or accessing that file.
Bring it.
The desktop client that allows you to have real in-time conversations on connections in the same way as we do on Twitter and other networks.
Interesting. So when you say, so let's, well, so you said to have conversations. With us, so, and would this like complement sync time or replace sync time? Maybe one? Okay.
As a project manager or activity owner, I would like to get reminded by activities or to-dos that I do with people and jobs matching the task, perhaps based on tags or something.
Oh, sorry, I missed it. Say it again?
As an activity owner, I would like to get reminded by to-dos that I do with people and jobs matching the task based on tags or something.
Yep.
I'd like to see more use of videos inside connections, and for videos to be made very easy to be inserted, so someone out in the field in an engineering world can take a video, tag it at source, maybe have the video speech to text, auto uploaded, have community owners automatically notified about that video based on all those tags and any text.
Go ahead.
As an integrator, I would like that connection knows something about external subjects, because we're all discussing about customers, products, projects, and I have no way to map or keep external IDs so that I can ask from inside what belongs together, and even important to have an API from outside to get all my activity in connection with my SAP, with my CRM. At the moment we are totally personal-minded. We cannot talk system to system without hacking the system.
I think I need more of that. So, can you give me an example?
When you see your Sugar CRM implementation,
yep.
Sugar remembers the ID of the document they created. There is nothing that Sugar stores about, hey, that it was a customer.
Okay.
So the opportunity or the activity that Sugar has created doesn't know anything where it belongs. So the minimum is called external ID. So
okay.
Something, and of course then I would like to have it on the system level, not only on the user level, because you have to synchronize systems or have to query. You should be able to decide, do you want to get the result that the user is owed, or do you want to get create a report what's the company is owed?
Yep, got it. I think so. Let me know if I wrote it right. If not, let me know afterwards. Anyone else? Okay.
It's for mobile users. Okay. That's the target group. It's a seamless online, offline availability of the system. And the WOW would be independence of the user from having internet or connectivity.
Got it. Good.
I think we need to minimize.
Who's talking? Who's talking? Okay.
So I think we need to minimize the overlap of all the different tools within not only Connections but other IBM tools as well. So at the moment with Connections we've got do I use a forum, do I use a blog, do I use a wiki? What's really concerning me with Same Time is how do you then add chat rooms into that? Why is that separate to Connections? If you've got Connections and Same Time as a user, you're just adding again more confusion. So I would like to minimize all of that so that the user just has to concentrate on the task task that they want to do, rather than thinking, where the hell do I do this?
Okay. And Jen, so you'll be the last one because then we have to then move on. Oh, sorry. So I'll go for it.
Okay, so as a user, I would like to initiate business processes from activities.
So kind of like a workflow?
Yeah.
What would be like the big wow factor there?
I'm looking, at integrations to the BPM systems to kind of have the processes there, just initiate them from connection systems.
So this goes through that. Yep. Yep. Okay, so now let's see if we can find patterns. So I don't know if anybody has been able to find any patterns here, but I heard a couple of like relevance or give like focus. So for example, this to like the one-on-one. Let me barely read that. Let me just reorganize here. So so this two seem to be about relevance, right? So give me what I need when I need it. This one was the same thing, I think. So as an end user, I don't want to think about forums or communities or wikis, right? I just want to do what I need to do, and I don't care for that, for how to do it, which is great. So I think this three can come together. System integrators. I'm gonna move this down here. Okay, so then we have like desktop integration. So we have the Twitter thing. So we have desktop, mobile. So this reminders one actually goes with this one, right? Like I need to be reminded of what I want to do. So I think these three are like around productivity and making me better. Microsoft integration here. And okay. So I think there's kind of like, I'm going to say there's probably like three big areas that I'm seeing here. So we have productivity, right? So making a smarter system that's going to help you do something. Desktop and mobile integration. For mobile, it has to always work. Offline for all content that requires no desktop browser access. And then there's like activities and CRM stuff. So one thing that we've been thinking about, and we have time here, so I got it. In terms of creating content and sharing content, and I don't want to think about, is it a forum, is it a wiki, is it a file? One concept is, do we break apart connections into like purposeful apps, for example, like following the smartphone model where you have an app that does note-taking, Evernote, or an app that does files, box, or something like that. And so, having really purposeful apps that do different things. So I'm gonna ask for a yay or nay. So who would like kind of breaking apart connections into different experiences? Maybe, so depends. Depends how it's done. At least with that option, okay. So breaking apart connections into like different apps depending on purpose. But what's the purpose? Again, it's like eliminating that complication. So the other idea has been, do we throw away the current user experience and kind of build it from scratch? So that, for example, look at the four ideas on top. So you have, I want to help focus, and I want to build content, and I think it was something about to-dos, right? So what if we had something that was just that? Content, to-dos, and add mentions. Right? So you don't have to create activities, just create a to-do. What about something like that? Yes? No? Okay. Better reaction. Okay, perfect. All right, so let's do a couple of voting here. So I'm going to take let's see, we have 1 minute left. So this is about. Okay, so thinking about the ideas on top and again, just doing content and having something smart with Watson. So who would like us to focus on that? Just you can vote for whatever is about. Just want to get a sense. I'm getting 40% maybe. Okay. And then let's see, for more desktop and mobile integration, and we'll have to define what that means. But mobile so that it works for anything, anytime, anywhere, no content, regardless of content. 50 says a big one too. I'm trying to see how we break this apart. Thinking. Okay, so how about this? So it looks like, I guess the other pattern that I see here is, so extending or doing more integration in terms of business processes and CRM. So what would be your take on that? Would that be important or not? Let me say 35%. This is a very scientific method. Okay, and then down here we have I think the mobile thing can actually be part of the mobile over here. It's just a little feature enhancement. Okay, so this was completely helpful. So now we're going to ignore all of this and we'll do our thing. So what's going to happen? So I'm going to Boston next week to talk about Connections Next with my manager and Jeff Schick actually. So I'll use this data. If you haven't seen it in my blog, and Chris Miller has shared it as well, I do notes. We're running a couple of surveys right now on some areas that we're thinking about for enhancements around search and files. So if you're interested, please go and take those surveys. Some of them are kind of long, so I apologize. But the search one is pretty quick, and the docs one is pretty quick as well. So if you need the URL, ping me and I'll send it back to you. But it's a good way to participate, and we'll do surveys like that every quarter, just to keep improving the experience and so forth. So with that, I'll pass it to Adam Brown, and we'll see some of the cool things like kudos stuff, words. All right, thanks guys. Oh, by the way, keep using the ideation blog. That we'll continue using that.
Lewis, I just tweeted Mick Roach saying that you were ideating live on stage, and he said that you can help code if you overcommit on the project plans.
I've always asked the guys where to see it. Okay, so it's still the same time. Yeah. Okay.
Now you can hear me. Great. Okay. Well, firstly, thank you. You'll all notice the Kudos brochure. We came a hell of a long way, and our boxes that came through customs got stuck there for 10 days. So they arrived half an hour ago. So please grab them. They were meant to be in the packet, but if you could grab one, that'd be great. We don't want to take them home. So the presentation I've got today, first of all, the great sponsors, of course. But what we're going to cover is a bit of quick background on Kudos, and importantly what we call our Kudos design goals, why we built Kudos and what we tried to achieve. I'm going to give you a demo of what we call Kudos boards, which is our latest addition to the suite. And I want to try and make this interactive, and I want to talk about what we've got planned, and we've got some ideas, but if anyone has any ideas or questions, please feel free to ask and interact, and that'd be great. So, before I do that though, as I said, we came a really long way. It was 36 hours door to door to get here to Prague. So I wanted to just give you a little bit of info on Australia, where we're obviously from Australia, very proud of it. Fact number one, Australia is really big. So there's a map of Australia, and some of your countries might be represented here. I think if Mikkel's in the audience, you'll note this is Denmark at the bottom. Tasmania is bigger than Denmark. It's where we live. But it's a really big place. And while Australia's only 200 odd years old from modern Australia, we actually have a 40,000 year heritage from our indigenous culture. So we're a young country, but we've got a lot of heritage and history. We have lots of animals in Australia. We have lovely, fluffy koalas, we have beautiful kangaroos that hop past you when you're swimming at the beach. We have Tasmanian devils, where we come from. And a little fact about the Tassie devil, unfortunately, they've got a terrible disease, a facial tumour. And 10 years ago we had 50,000 Tasmanian devils, and today we've got about 10,000. So it's a big issue for us, and there's a lot of research going into curing the Tassie devil disease. And the platypus, not many people have seen the platypus, so it's an interesting animal. So they're all the fluffy ones. We have lots of snakes. All our snakes are completely deadly. We have crocodiles. People do get eaten by crocodiles. We have lots and lots of nasty spiders, and we have plenty of great big sharks. So it's a great place, but can be dangerous. And here's some little facts about Australia that I found when I was travelling over that I thought you might find interesting. So 25% of Australians today were actually born elsewhere in the world, which I think is pretty cool. I like this one. In 2005, the security guards at Canberra Parliament House were banned from using the word mate. It lasted 24 hours. So I think the story is that there was some ambassador from some other country coming through security, and he said, "G'day mate," and the ambassador thought that was a bit offensive, and so it was in the news and the media, but it didn't last long. Tasmania, again where we come from, has the cleanest air in the world, so it's a beautiful place. So there's a bit about where we come from. Kudos was first built, it's about 4 years now. And we first built what we call Kudos badges, which is all about reward and recognition and driving adoption and encouraging engagement within the Connections platform. But since then we've built out the suite. We have Kudos Analytics, which is a lightweight reporting and analytics tool focused on user adoption of Connections. We have Kudos Awards, which is both a management awards program as well as peer-to-peer recognition. And then most recently, the final one, which is Kudos Boards, which is really what I'm here to show you about. When we first started thinking about Kudos, we really had a few design goals in mind. The first goal that we wanted to achieve was to encourage both initial but importantly sustained adoption of Connections over time. Having done that, the second design goal was we wanted to encourage users to go broader and deeper into Connections. We find often users gravitate to one or two features. We wanted to encourage them to explore and leverage the entire social services that are available. And then the third design goal is we wanted to make it about more than just connections. We wanted to encourage behaviour around the values of the company or the culture of the company. We wanted to be able to integrate into external HR or learning management and what have you. So that's where we started. But then recently we added our fourth design goal, and this is really where Kudos Boards comes to play. We believe there's a great opportunity to increase the adoption of connections if you can increase user productivity. If users can get more work done and they achieve the outcomes they're trying to achieve, user adoption starts to fall away as being a problem. And so we created a design goal that we wanted to increase user productivity and hence adoption through clever design. Right? So it's a simple idea. So I'll jump in and do a demo. So hopefully my internet's going to work for me, but I've preloaded some tabs, so hopefully I can get away with it. So Kudos Boards is all about activities, right? And we love activities. Activities is such an important feature of Connections, and if you can get your users engaged and doing working activities, it drags a lot of behaviour in, it drags a lot of people in, and you can really get a lot of momentum around your Connections environment. Having said that, we believe that there's some things that could be a bit nicer in activities, and that's what we're focused on. This is the My Activities view. A lot of you would have used this, I'm sure. And this is very common. This is not unusual where users have a lot of activities. They have community activities, personal activities, they have ones they've been invited to. And the most recent ones bubble to the top, and the ones with the most activity bubble to the top, but they're not necessarily the ones that I want to focus on. It's interesting, some of the ideas in Lewis's session just now were around users being able to find things that were relevant to them quickly and easily in that, right? And so one of the challenges here is that this isn't personalised, this isn't focused on me. We can tag them, but that's for everyone. We can sort them by priority, but that's based on the activity owner defines the priority. So, there's a few things that we think we can do better there. When we go into an activity, again, this is really a common sort of scenario, lots of sections, lots of entries, lots of to-dos, it's very text-based, and individual users can find it hard to focus on the areas that are for them. And we saw that there's a bit of an opportunity to make this a lot easier for users. So that's what Kudos Boards is about. So you notice here we've got this button, View Activity as Board, and if I click on that, my internet's working, which is nice. It goes away and it reloads that activity as what we call a Kudos Board. So Kudos Board leverages what's called the Kanban methodology, which was first created by Toyota in the 70s, and it was all about having production lines. And you might have seen people use this method where they have like a whiteboard with columns and post-it notes, and they move the post-it notes around in different phases. And it's an interesting way of visualising things because there's different dimensions, and so you can organise and sort things in different ways, right? So the way it works is each of the sections of the activity is represented by these columns, these lists, right? And the cards represent the entries and to-dos, right? And I can very quickly move around. And because it's now visual, you get a lot of opportunity to do things quite intuitively for users, right? I can do things like just double-click anywhere, add a new section, okay? I can add a to-do, I can add an entry, I can bring up the dialogue to edit that. Everything you can do in activities, you can do in boards, right? But we do a few little extra things as well. We can convert an entry into to-do, you can convert a to-do into an entry both ways. You can edit things, and we try to do things like it's just point and click. So, one of the things in activities is if you want to rename the activity, you have to go activity actions, edit activity, brings up a dialogue, edit it, save it. So it's a 3 or 4 step process, and it's not necessarily that intuitive. So here, you just click on the activity name, and you edit it, and you're done, right? Or if you want to move these things around, maybe I want to put this to do over here, or maybe I want to move the entire section. Okay, so it's all very quick, all very intuitive for the users. Now, all the while I'm doing this, the underlying activity is kept in sync. So it's a one-to-one relationship. Everything I change in the board gets changed in the activity. So if my internet gets there, you can see that all the changes that I've made there, so I created this new section, they're all reflected in the activity. In fact, the way this works, that's kind of neat, is that if anybody else is working on the activity or changing things on the activity, whenever they make a change, if you have the board open, it automatically refreshes, so it's kind of hard for me to show you, but trust me, it really does work. And so what people do is they like often expand the activity or the board up to a full screen and put it on a second screen, maybe put it on a display in the office that everyone can see, and as everybody updates that, it automatically refreshes in real time, so it's pretty cool. So I'll come back a bit to this, and again, if there's any questions, if there's any comments, if there's any ideas, please shout out. I'm happy to listen. So I'm going to jump now. So I sort of started with activities because that's where the story starts, right? But Boards itself is an app in itself. So it's in the app menu. And when we go to what's called My Boards, so we had My Activities before where there's a great list of activities. My Boards is truly about me. Right? This is how I organise my boards. You know, you might have an activity, let's say you're doing a product launch, and so in that activity you're going to have some legal people involved, you're going to have sales and marketing involved, you're going to have product managers involved, some software engineers involved, whatever. And all these people think differently. The legal guy wants to sort their activities based on, I don't know what legal guys do. You know, the product managers want to sort them by product, the technical guys want to sort them by technology maybe, the sales guy wants to sort them by customer. But you can't do that. But with My Boards you can, because it's personal, it's about me. So we can do a few things here. We can obviously colour code, as you can see. So I'm able to personalise this, I can choose colours, I can edit the tags, and I define my own. And so this is just for me, no one else sees it, and I'm able to sort and filter them the way I want to see it. Once I've colour-coded them, I can very quickly use those colour codes to drill down and focus on particular activities. So that's kind of nice. I can also create what we call board categories. So I like to group my activities by customer management, product sales, and technical. And that's just how I think. So that's how I like to group it, right? And so I can now come in and simply say, well, show me the, say, product ones. And it goes away. And if the internet gets there, it just shows me my product board. So I can drill down, get rid of all the noise, and just focus on what's important to me. There's a few other little features there, but the other one that I wanted to show you is the ability to pin boards. So you notice the little pins there? So these icons, colour codes, categories, and you can also pin the board. And when you pin the board, it gets added up here. So your favourite boards are always accessible. You can get to them very, very quickly. So it's nice and easy for the user. So one of the nice things about boards, I think, is that because there's all these different dimensions now, people use them in completely different ways, or use activities in ways that they didn't use or didn't think of before. So I showed you the the marketing content production activity before, and this is a pretty typical type of activity with phases or groupings or what have you. But I want to show you a couple of other examples. So this one here, this is a real live board that we use called our technical team shout out. And what this is about is, rather than everyone across our team trying to keep everyone up to date on what they're working on, the guys just shout it out by adding it to the board, and each person has a column or a section on the board. And I can come in very quickly and say navigate to John, and it scrolls along and I can see what tasks John's working on, right? So that's an interesting way of managing things that are going on, very quickly seeing what's happening without, if I jump back to the activity, you can do it. It does work, but it's just kind of a little bit crowded. So seeing it as a board is a bit more pleasing for users. This is another board that we use. This is our Kudos Boards development one. We use this to manage our agile development of Kudos, right? So the first column is ideas. So whenever we get an idea from a customer or whoever it is, we whack it into the ideas column. We review them occasionally and we decide to make new features, and so they go into our feature list, the ones that we've agreed that we're going to do. Then we have like our next sprint. So we define, typically on a monthly basis, what are we going to get done this month, right? And so we define that. We have our current sprint, we have our bugs, we're going to add a new feature soon. I've asked the guys, could they just not do bugs please? And hopefully they'll implement that for us. And then we have like what Jay's doing, Andrew's doing. So the way this works is the guys, as they are working away, they just grab one off the sprint, drag it on, and they work on it, right? And then when it's completed, it moves to the documentation column. When it's done, it moves to the done column. And it's just a way of us organising. But because it's visual, you can sort of work this way. The last one I want to show you is what I call my current tasks. So this is just a really simple board that I just use personally to manage my day-to-day activities. So I have things to do, ongoing tasks, things I'm going to do today, things I'm going to do tomorrow. And when I start my day, I start here and I reorganise this. I go, you know what, well, I've already packed for social connections, obviously I'm here, so I organise it and I might drag and move that into the done, so it's gone, right? And so I can reorganise and move things around very, very quickly. So again, it's sort of a different way of viewing an activity that you might not have done previously. So look, there's a lot more to it. We've got a lot of ideas of what we want to do. We want to, like on the tiles here, add like a little progress bar that represents how many to-dos have been completed. We've got this idea around what we call associated boards. So when you go onto a board and you have the cards that are entries and to-dos, sometimes a to-do is like, you know, install WebSphere Portal. So it's an entire project in itself, right? And so you can create sub-ones and sub-ones, but it gets messy and everyone doesn't want to see that. So we've got the idea of having an associated board that will link to an entire activity, kind of like communities and related communities. So, you know, I'm interested in your ideas or thoughts. If anyone has any questions now, please ask, or we've also up on the showroom floor, of course, so I'm welcome. Yeah, Lewis. It's the mobile experience. Yeah, great. So mobile, we're starting now. So the mobile experience is average at the moment. It does work, but it's not designed for mobile. So the July through August quarter, we're building boards for mobile. Yeah, and that'll be integrated into the Connections native app. Yeah. Well, it'll be in the Connections app, so it'll be a menu option there. You click on that and it'll load the board. So when you're on the tablet or phone device, yeah. Any other questions? One more? Okay.
Obviously, I just asked now for the mobile experience. What about the offline experience? Have you explored that?
We haven't really thought offline through at this point.
Is that something that you would consider, please?
Yeah, I mean, it would be cool. I know, you know, mobile is very important to me because I'm sitting on my lounge at home watching TV or something and something pops into my mind and I want to update my board, right? It's, you know, the boards become almost compulsive, you know, you become addicted to your boards, and so that's frustrating for me, but I guess offline would be great, so when I'm flying,
yeah, so when you come from Australia 36 hours,
I can use it, use my time. Yeah, yeah, no, I'll definitely have to think about it. Yeah, cool, thanks Lewis. Okay, well, I think that's it, so thanks for listening, and we'll hopefully if anyone's interested, come talk to us and we'll go from there. Thanks everyone.
Good afternoon. It's so funny because I'm always used to say good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, but you're all here, this is so cool. So my name is Oliver Heinz. I'm going to talk a little bit, give a brief introduction about myself for those of you who don't know me. I'll talk a little bit about typical work day of mine, working with the different tools and the different communities. And then I'll share some lessons learned that maybe you will be able to use in your work with communities, whether you're a member or a leader. All right, so I'm in this job actually for a little bit over 6 months, but I've been with IBM, with Lotus, ICS for quite some time. I went back to my email, to my very early email from 1999. Unfortunately, you can't read it. And pulled out my first email signature, and it's for those of you who are kind of in the yellow world for a while, it would get you some smiles. So my first title was Business Development Manager, Knowledge Management Products Group, if you still remember that. And then we were social back then already, because it says, join us at the new Domino Workflow Quick Place. So kind of that's where I'm coming from. Interesting enough, the only piece of data you also can't read it, that's the current is my cell phone. Everything else has changed. So we're an IBM family. My wife also works for ICS. She's in support, does some customer work there. So we have the pleasure to be able to gossip about current coworkers, which is fun. We kind of have two homes. We live outside of Boston for almost 15 years now, but we still have very strong ties here back to Germany. We're both German, and we try to spend as much time as we can here in Germany. I have two kids, hockey dad, which is really American expression. Hockey in this case means ice hockey, which always means getting up at 5 a.m. on Sunday and drive to some ring for practice and stuff like that. So both of my kids play hockey. Gadget addict, I like cell phones, tablets, music players, everything. So I'm passionate about that, and passionate about photography as well. If you have seen me walk around with a big camera, or if you follow my Twitter stream, you see a lot of pictures there. So I really like that. And just for some exercise, I also really like to play tennis. So I've always thought about maybe starting a kind of ICS tennis community, so when we travel around and meet at different conferences, so we can hit some balls. I think that would be fun. All right, so enough about me. Let's talk a little bit about what I do and how a typical day looks like. So my alarm clock rings around 6:30, and of course, as a gadget addict and community manager, what's the first thing I do? Check my phone. Who else does that before you get up checking your phone? Of course, Colleen, thank you. And Vanessa, of course. So, alright, so my phone looks like that. As some activity on Twitter, some activity on Facebook, 13 mails sent, what? 313 Skype messages. So what's that about? So that's actually, in the like 6 months that I've been in the job, has been grown to be my favorite communication tool, really. It's the group chat. So when I took over from Joyce Davis, the first kind of official welcome was I was invited to the IBM Champions group chat. The Champions are one of several groups and communities that I work with. This has been, again, a great experience, and it's one of my favorite tools, and I can really only recommend you to use group or persistent chats as much as you can with the people you work with. So why is that? Well, it's 24/7. You see, at 6 in the morning, 330 messages. It's always on. It's easy. I have it on my computer. If it pings, I can look there immediately, or I can look there later. People ask questions. It's always there. It's very personal. We have, out of our, I think, 80-ish champions, we have almost everybody in there. So 62, I think we're up to about 70 now. So it's a group chat, of course, but if you want to respond to a question on a one-to-one basis, or if you want to draw just a subset of the community in there, you can just click at the names, start a smaller chat or start an individual chat. It's mobile, of course, so I don't have it even in bed with me. Very responsive. That's of course also an attribute of the community here. The champions are great. So as soon as somebody asks a question, and this could be who has the cheapest flight to Prague, or this could be what's the Notes INI parameter for this and that. As soon as you turn around, there's 3-4 people answering. So it's super responsive, much better than email or any forum really could be, I think. It's global, of course, 7x24 global. We have people from all continents there. You see there's activity at night at any time. Really, if you go there, if you have questions, you'll find somebody to work with, and it's always on, and it's really fast. So apart from email, forums, any other channels you have, please consider using those persistent chats. It was a really great experience for me, and it has been very helpful. All right. Then after the kids are at school, some breakfast, 8:30. Typically try to catch up with what else has been going on. So there are things like the internal IBM Connections deployment, which I use a lot, obviously, a lot of communities, status updates, profiles, blogs, features. I just would scroll through the activity stream, see what's going on. Again, very helpful, I think, just to catch up. I'll check on the Social Business User Groups website. I'll go into much more details about that later, but it's also a very important source of information for me. Obviously also the external communities. This one is on Greenhouse. There's also a lot of activity in the Connections deployment on www.ibm.com. I also use that. And then obviously the other social media like Twitter, for example. Twitter for me really gained a lot of value when I started to work with lists and hashtags. So because if you have a Twitter stream, probably you look through your timeline and you scroll for hours and hours, and you're just kind of 20 minutes back because so much stuff comes in. So I really learned to work with lists. So I have some lists. You see, this is called Lotus Nation. So basically all the folks in the ICS community. Working with hashtags, you don't see it here, but the social connections hashtag, and if you have tools like, here I use TweetDeck or Tweetbot, that really helps a lot, and I think you get much more value out of that than if you just use the regular Twitter client. LinkedIn, I think, is also a very good social tool just to catch up, see has somebody new job, are there any updates. There are great LinkedIn groups also around ICS, like here the Lotus Notes and Domino Technologies group with more than 8,000 members. So I think that's also a really helpful tool to catch up with what's going on. What you see here though with all the different tools, communities are different. So you're probably, same as I, member of many different communities, maybe you lead different communities, and none are really the same. Some are more active than others. So for example, if I, with some of the communities that I manage, if I just had a group chat like I have with the champions, I would be there all by myself, because it's just not something that they would use. I need to have regular phone calls with them, I need to bring them together, they need much more guidance. So there's really quiet and active communities. Also from a content point of view, you need to make sure you provide the community with the right news, with appropriate content. So is that a more technical community? Is there a more business-oriented community? Maybe are there administrators, etc. And also, is the community really receptive to virtual presences, virtual communities, or is it more again, a conference call, a live community? So that depends also what your channels are. So I think it's very important. You need to know your community, and you need to be able to adjust to the behavior of the community overall. All right, we still have team meetings though. So around 10 o'clock, I have a conference call with my team. I'm part of marketing, which is also a very new experience for me. So this is my first marketing job, and I didn't realize really that I am part of marketing until after I accepted a job. It has been a really good experience though. So Jacques Pavelny, who's my manager, manages all of marketing for collaboration and social software in ICS. So all my peers are the market segment managers for Notes Domino, for Traveler, for Connections. So for me it's really interesting to hear what's going on, what are the campaigns, what announcements are we going to have, what launches are we going to have, what marketing activities are you going to do. For me as a community manager, this is really very helpful, and it absolutely makes sense for us to have this role as part of marketing. I actually learned that community management is marketing, and it's actually two-way marketing. So I'm of course, I represent IBM outside in the community, but it's also the other way around. I represent the community inside of IBM, and I think this is as much important, if not more important. So I really see me as an advocate for the community inside of IBM. I need to make sure that I connect community with IBMers, and again, this goes both ways. Folks ask me, champions or folks from Customer Council that I run, ask me, we need to get in touch with an expert, we have so much input for the next version of Connection, so I make sure I get Luis or Suzanne in touch with those folks. But also the other way around, people in IBM ask me, we need really an expert in the Connections area, maybe for a customer deployment or for a press interview, or we want to do a case study. So I also bring folks from the community from outside, inside in contact with IBM. So both of that are really key elements in my job. And then also the key is, for me, I found that very important, to make sure the folks in IBM know what's going on outside. They know about the champions, so that the local teams, for example, know that we have 11 champions in Benelux, or we have 3 champions in Germany. They know they can use them as a resource. Or for the user groups, for example, to make sure we support the user groups from inside IBM. We send speakers, we staff pads, etc. So really, pads. So the raising awareness for the community inside of IBM is also a very important part of my job here. And then, of course, coming back from an event like this, coming back from a conference call, maybe with the Customer Council, and actually, of course, bring back the learnings, bring back the feedback into marketing, but then also, of course, into development, into the product group, I think is also key and is very important. So, community manager, and this is probably not only true for IBM, but for any of you who work with communities, realize really that it's both ways. It's not just representing a vendor or representing a company, but it's also representing your community inside. I think this is really key. Alright, so team meeting is over. It hasn't lasted 3 hours, so it's a 30-minute meeting. Maybe I have lunch, I do some other things, catch up on email. I'd like to talk a little bit more about the social business user group, which I think is, unfortunately, has not as much awareness in the community as it should. So it's basically a platform, a virtual platform that we have for all things around ICS. So I have a blog there, Community Manager Corner. I announce webcasts, I just blog about events like this, etc. There is on the homepage, you see some of the key news, key events, what's going on. We have an IBM champion every month. We have a community member of the month every month. So it's just a lot of activity. It's really worth checking out. There is a user group section in the community part of the site, and then there are also blogs, and this is all based on IBM Connections, obviously, so we're planning to update to the new version as soon as possible. So this is really your community platform. Go into a little bit more details about webcasts on the next slide. User groups. If you are in an area where you might not be aware of a user group that's close, go there. We have a directory of about 50 user groups, so there might be some in your area. They post events, they post updates, so not only the big conferences like this one, but also maybe small monthly meetings. If you want to drop in, there's a good chance that you would find a user group here on the site. Also, on the other way, if maybe there is no user group in your area and you're interested to start one, the SBUG folks are happy to help. So every user group can get for free a connections community where you can use as a website, you can post events, you can have your members in there, member directories, you can exchange information about your user group on there, so you don't need to have your own web presence. SBUG certainly can help you there. I think it, especially recently, it has also become a great news source. There's a lot of blogs by IBMers. Kramer Reeves, for example, who was here yesterday, has his blog on SBUG, and we have made very important announcements there, like the design partner program was announced there. Kramer pretty regularly blogs there about soccer, of course, as you learned, he's a great soccer fan, but also about some kind of key things that are going on in the product management team. And it's also a place where he really looks for feedback. And we have many other IBMers blogged there, and also have regular features like live Q&As or interviews. So it's really also a great source for news there on Social Business User Group. Everybody can become a member. It's free. You just need to sign up. And as soon as you're a member, you can start blogging there. So you can create your own blog. You can post about what you do. You can post about how you use the products, how you service the products. You can post about the products you might sell. So it's basically a free platform really for everybody in the community, not only to get information, but also to participate in the community. So it really advise you to check it out. I think it's very valuable. Next step, after I am up to date with everything that's going on in the Social Business User Group, big part of my job is some of the webcasts that we're doing there. I just want to raise a little bit attention to that if you haven't had the chance to join and listen in. On SBUG we have 2 monthly webcasts. So there is one which is the community webcast that I host. It's always at the second Wednesday of each month. We have community news that I basically gather from the community. If there's any events that you'd like to be featured there, if there's any news you have, any interesting articles you come about, let me know and I'm happy to promote them. During the webcast there's typically a community spotlight. So typically a champion or a community member talks a little bit about him or herself, about their engagement in the community, about what they do and why they do it. So that's really helpful. Sandra is here. She had joined me in June. I think that's kind of the community part, and then every month we have like one special, rather technical topic. So this month, for example, again, it's hard to read, was a super popular topic. Actually, we had Pete Jansen, the product manager for application development, talking about Domino applications on cloud. It was very popular. We had more than 200 people in the webcast, a lot of good discussion afterwards. So again, this is every second Wednesday of the month, and this is also always recorded, and the replays are available also on my blog in the Community Manager Corner. Furthermore, and this actually needs to say 4th Wednesday of the month, I'm sorry about that, so there's basically every 2 weeks we have a webcast. There is the overall Social Business UG webcast, where that is really focused on one single topic, and this has been also very popular. Also, it's very important for us in IBM. We had a critical MailNext update in April. I know many people attended that one. We had Renee Schirmer here in June talking a little bit more details about the Connections launch, and actually in July we'll have another major update about MailNext with Kramer and the team. So again, I think a very valuable source of information to join live or to listen to the repeat. My favorite activity I keep for the end of the day. Unfortunately, I get to travel, and just for me, the face-to-face contact with the community has been invaluable, really. So I've been here, obviously, connect, engage. Hope I can go to ICON UK and to the Midwest Lotus user group. And obviously, you all probably know that if you ever get the chance to have face-to-face contact with your community, for me it beats virtual anytime. So just to feel some impressions of some of those, some of you will remember some of that. So I think it's a fantastic opportunity if you can get face-to-face contact. For me, it beats virtual any time. So just some tips that kind of I learned. I think at the event, even more than outside the event, social media I think is really helpful. We have the Twitter streams here. We talked, I think, one of you guys talked about, we'll see, where I go out in Prague, where I'm going to, I check Foursquare, there's 30 people at the same steakhouse. Oh, that's probably a good place to go to, because they're all also here at the conference. So those social media tools, I think, at a conference like that are really super helpful. And for me, of course, I like to attend sessions, but for me the most valuable time is outside the agenda. It's at lunch, in the coffee break, at night, just building relationship and fostering existing relationship. I think in a face-to-face environment is really great. And what I really think is important, there's a lot of people, but if I always look back at a conference, even if it's just 10 minutes, maybe sometimes it's 5 minutes, that you really spend time one-on-one with somebody who maybe you haven't talked to before or you haven't met in a long time. This is kind of what usually stays in my head. And then this is also a great way to keep the ball rolling, because I think it's always very important also for your community, once the event is over, to kind of keep that excitement going, and then bring that into the next online events or conference calls or whatever you have. So I think that's really key, to just not stop when the event is over. All right, so this was a brief kind of snapshot of a typical day in the last 5 minutes that I have. Okay, so I have less than 1 minute per habit. I just want to talk a little bit about it. 7 habits, it's just I counted this morning, it ended up to be 7 tips that I have, so I call it 7 habits. But I think many of those have been touched a lot here, and some is going to be repeat, but I just think those are, I think, things that make your work more effective and more efficient. And it also, I think, draws your users into the community because they see the value. I think that's one of the other key things to for success in a community and in a tool deployment, maybe a connections deployment in a community, just to show value, because if people have value, then they will participate. So obviously this has been mentioned many times. Don't send email attachment, share files. The one thing that I want to add, I don't know if that has been mentioned a lot, use the sidebar, use the connection sidebar, and just drag and drop those files into your email. It's super easy. The same way you can drag the file from your Explorer or from your Finder into the files area connections. It uploads it automatically. You can click on, do you want to share it or not? And then you have it right there. If you want to share it with someone, you don't need to attach it. You just drag it in your email. It actually looks nice. It gives a direct download link, and it gives also a direct link to the more information about the files. This has been super helpful and a huge time saver for me. We talked about blog entries. I was talking, I don't know, Felix is not here. He talked about when he said to the folks in his company, this will be the last email that I'm sending to all of you. If you want to hear from me, please look at my blog. Again, that's something when employees, when community members see this is where the information is, they will go there, they will see its value, and they will use it. One of my favorite parts of our internal deployment is the profiles and the kind of hierarchies and organization charts and networks that are included. So when you go to my profile on our connections deployment, you see who I work for, who that person works for, etc. You can click on the names, you see their function. You can have the same managers, so you see who's a peer of mine. And that's not like one org chart where you create a slide, you send it out in IBM, that slide is outdated the moment you click send because there are so many changes. But that is really something that's distributed, that's maintained in a distributed fashion individually, and that's pretty much always current, and it's really, really helpful, especially in a large company. I talked about webcast. We used to have all hands meetings. It's always fine. It's always hard to find the right time for folks in different time zones. Folks are busy. Webcasts, I think, are great. They can be interactive if people are attending live or in the same virtual room. But they can be there can be a replay. It's visual. It's much better than just sending slides out or have a recorded conference call. So, excuse me. So I think webcasts really are a great tool if you want to communicate from one to several folks. Also, this was mentioned, I think, in several sessions. Rather than making a decision by yourself, we saw it here with Louis finding features for the next version of Connections. Try crowdsourcing. This can be, of course, in a session like this, but also, obviously, in a virtual session, really, really helpful. And I know that there have been great results also within IBM with different types of idea jams that we did. Also, I think Chris Crummy mentioned that this morning already. Rather than sending, if you have a question, rather than sending an email to this person or blasting an email to everybody who might know, use the walls or the boards on Connections or whatever tool you use. Go there, ask a question. You see here, Chris posted that on Joyce's wall. He has a question. He copied a few of us so we can chime in. And the key is, again, whoever answers the question, it's not lost. It's not lost in somebody's email. It's basically available for everybody. And finally, and I told you that already, I started with that this morning at 6:30. Again, the persistent chat is one of my favorite features, really my favorite communication channels. Much better than a team call because it's not 30 minutes here on Thursday morning. It's basically on all the time. If something's going on, everybody's there. If nothing's going on, nobody loses time. So to sum it up, I think the key for me has been as community manager. Know your communities, know that there might be different, know what tools, what channels they need, use the right tool for the job, and the key really is yourself. You need to demonstrate the value that your social deployment has, and then I'm sure it will be used by the community, and it's going to be a great success. That's all I had to say, and now, good timing. Please, I know we probably don't have time for questions. I'm here, I'm around, it would be great, I would like to meet as many of you as possible. Just stop me, let's have a chat at the dinner tonight. Still be here, of course, for the rest of the conference. It would be great to meet as many of you as possible. Thank you very much.
We have a short coffee break until 3:20.
ticketing terminal.
No? Yeah. Nice to see you all here. We're sorry that we didn't get the new title for this presentation into the printed materials. So if anyone is really interested into only admin tools for IBM Connections, you can go to our showcase afterwards. We will tell you more about the Main Patrol Social. But instead of presenting our product that we have in the showcase, I asked my friend Rafael from Electrolux to join us to talk about their implementation of IBM Connections.
Right. Good, so welcome everyone. Thanks for being here. My name is Rafael Bras. I'm a member of a group of internal communications at Electrolux. And I'm fairly new in this team of internal communications. I was working a lot with human resources beforehand, the team of talent management and learning and development. So I hope you like the presentation. Good 4 topics in there. Good. Before starting, just reminding the importance of our sponsors there for this event, which is being extremely rich, personally for me, to get in touch with all the knowledge and all the experienced people dealing with the IBM product. So it's been quite really good. So yeah, thank you once more for that. Good. For our agenda. So for our agenda today, we have 4 main topics that we would like to share. So I'd like to talk about exactly what are we focusing on the internet nowadays. Yeah, one of these main topics also is mobility. So how do we make sure that our managers and employees can access our intranet, which is our main way of communication inside Electrolux, from everywhere at any time. But also how do we collaborate externally. This is extremely important for Electrolux when it comes to innovation. So we are really looking to that, and we're going to talk very shortly about it. Also part of social news, so how pretty much we integrate our CMS to IBM Connections, and if the internet allows us to do that, we'll be very happy to show you how does that look like in here. Yeah. And last but not least, statistics. So how do we use statistics to obviously guide our actions when it comes to developing the internet, but more importantly, how to get other stakeholders, and that's very important. Good, so just a very basic introduction about Electrolux. I'm not sure if everybody knows, but Electrolux is a household appliance company. So that means we produce household appliances. No secrets on that. So all the fridges and stoves or whatever it is. Yeah, these are products that we produce worldwide. It's extremely important we share the corporate strategy, because that's what gives us guideline in everything we are doing in regards to our intranet as well. Yeah, so we always need to keep it business relevant and support and facilitate business decisions every day. So our vision is we want to be the best appliance company in the world as measured by our consumers, final consumers, our shareholders, and our employees as well. In order to achieve that, we have these 4 main blocks, what we call the corporate strategy, and this is profitable growth. So we want to always growth as any other company, obviously, and we want also innovation, increase innovation. This is, again, is extremely important for us. We're going to touch base on this word a lot of times during this presentation. Operational excellence and people leadership. When it comes to our intranet, that's exactly what we are pursuing. When it comes to profitable growth, we want to make our employees' life easier. Yeah, so we want to get them to get rid of any kind of technical problems or ways of going around dealing with their daily work to actually focus on what's important for the business. Yeah. And again, that guys is in terms of developing the internet. Innovation, the same thing. We're always looking for new ways of pushing and increasing collaboration among employees. Yeah, we have a very big company. It's around 60,000 employees all over the world. 20,000 of these are actually white collars that use directly our internet. So that means a lot of knowledge is spread out through more than 140 different markets. How do we make sure that we actually capitalize on that? Another one, operational excellence, which is very well connected to profitable growth. So how do we make sure that our employees save time when doing operational daily things, like sharing a file, like having a meeting. And once more, how do we connect people? And and that's extremely important. Yeah, and again, all of them overlap a little bit, but that's pretty much where we're looking at internet.
Okay, and we at Infoware, we also want to be best, but we are not in that many markets. But still, we are the biggest 100% focused IBM partner in Sweden. And we have a booth in the showcase where we present Domain Patrol Social. We think it's a great tool to manage all kind of content in IBM Connections, including merging full communities with libraries, status updates and everything. Also a little teaser, we just got out the room reservation application for Domino with some Connections integration at App Store, and it will soon be also on Google Play. So it's teaser first. Okay, Rafa, mobility.
Good, so let's start going. Let's talk about first mobility. As I said, mobility is extremely important for Electrolux. We have a lot of people moving around the world all the time. And these actually started with those who needed the most, which was senior managers at that time. Our journey started in 2012. There was a need to actually have access to our internet all the time. And we did start with with using the IBM Connections app, pretty much. So the good thing is actually we also allow through this app to have access to our internet in terms of CMS, right? So people can actually not only connect via Connections, but also have access to all the articles we're having there. This is starting a very special way in Electrolux. We wanted to actually kick off that with a big noise, let's say. There was a top management meeting with around 200 managers in our headquarters in Stockholm, and we made sure that we have a stand there during the whole week to actually teach people how to install those apps in there, take them through it, and actually guide them on how to use it more efficiently. Yeah, and that was very good.
Yeah, and it was all kind of devices. It was Android and it was iPads. I think all kind of Electrolux use all kind of devices.
Exactly. And we did that, and after that, when we managed to get pretty much a lot of people from the top management to use that, we started spreading that down through all the organization. Second of all, Electrolux Purpose. This is an initiative that was very connected to one of the ideas we had was actually find out why do we do the work we do, and not only to that goes beyond profits and make shareholders be satisfied and so on. But the idea of this is actually we were doing global workshops with that, engaging people in different locations, and actually to connect that and give this feeling of a global company, a real global company. At the end of every single workshop, we made sure that we record a video with a personal message to other people who are doing the same workshop in a different location. That was easily done via using smartphones or tablets, and we made sure that we connect via web connections and share that with everyone. So this was available at the same time that from the moment it finished the recording in our internet. Yeah? And that actually helped a lot in terms of motivation for people to attend the workshop and engage a little bit more with the topic. Good.
Okay, we'll try to see if we can show that we are actually using this ourselves.
Right.
So we're doing the presentation from an iPad, and we will move over to the Connections app.
Right. So one of the important things. Sorry.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. One of the important things that just mentioned, it was extremely important for us to keep the same identity when it comes to internet. So we want the same design in our apps, in the tablets or in smartphones, the same designs we have on the desktop. So we worked pretty hard on that to actually get to to the state we are nowadays, and I'll let you show you around that.
Yeah. So if those of you who have used the Connections app, you are, of course can see the left menu there, and we have done since version 3 to extend the menu with links. You can see that at the bottom to eGate News, same time, and sometimes we also have other links there. And when we click them, we have single sign-on between the mobile app and the Electrolux full intranet. And if I'm using an iPad, then we get pretty good. We got almost the same. You can use the same area, the same screen size, but if we would use an iPhone or an Android phone instead, then we will have, through responsive design, we will have a much smaller view on the same articles, but still with integration to social. We will not show more about this app, we will come back to the internet from Chrome instead next.
Come back to that, yeah. Going back to slide now. Just a very simple example. This is how it looks like on a smartphone, and that's how it looks like on the desktop. Pretty much simple example.
Yeah, we should also mention that we got the May figures, that we have 2,000 unique users to the intranet over mobile devices during May, and that's more than 10% of the users, and we see that we have a very strong growth from mobile devices.
Exactly. Good. Start talking about external collaboration now. Electrolux, as any other company, collaborates a lot with external companies. Now, it was particularly important for us to, again, in order to save time, save efforts for people, to actually get those people access to our intranet. So that's what we did pretty much. So we have special status for our external partners, as over here. So they have access to the same content as a normal employee has, so they have the same NDA level, let's say like that. And we are always looking to actually shorten the time of response that we are having, when developing certain projects. We're using activities a lot. Wolf can talk about that as well. And that all makes our life much, much easier. And again, it's something that we choose to do it because we really saw the value in there. Yeah. Another very important point is actually we always keep all the content that we produce centralized. So again, it's in our intranet, and whatever the partners need to, they go access in there, and they can actually just have access to documents.
Yes, and I think that's a mistake that many organizations do, that they are fear to let in their partners. Instead, they start collaborating on the outside with their business content on the internet.
Obviously, we do believe that there's a lot of content on the internet nowadays that's not really relevant for their external partners. So when it comes to that, we do believe that the next IBM Connections could be a really good solution to kind of customize the content that they actually see. So again, looking forward to that.
Yeah, and save money on the licenses.
Absolutely. Good. Let's talk about social news, and this time now we go back to the internet.
Yes.
Good. So Wolf is going to show the start page of the internet. So we try to actually compile all the information that we get either from IBM Connections and from the CMS on the same page. So ideally, it would be easier for the end user to just check what's happening on the corporate news, but also what's happening on his network, his personal network. So what we did here, and that's not the screen, that's it. So as you can see here on the left page, we have all the corporate news that's produced. So this is linked to our CMS, pretty much. Yeah. And on the right-hand side, we have the streams that comes from IBM Connections. Yeah. So whenever you are following people on your intranet, things are going to be updated. Yeah. So every morning when you go to the company and you open your laptop, you have access to that, and you know what's happening in your network at least.
Yes, and the intranet, all of these feeds is of course used in the IBM standard REST APIs. Perhaps before we go, we can also show the top menu navigation. When we go in over here in the start page of the internet, you can see that you have many things relating to IBM Connections here, for example, my wikis, view my profile, my blog, start a blog, etc. So you have access to that from wherever you are in the internet. But I'll go over to the first article you see there, the value of mentorship at Electrolux. This is what you can say, traditional CMS article. When I scroll down, I can mention that the discussion here, it's actually a forum thread in IBM Connections. So people who are in the network of these people, they will see that there is some buzz going on around this article. And also all of the names in the article are, if I will click them, I will get to their profiles. We have tags in the articles. We have related blogs in many articles. And I'd also like the share button. I think that's very smart. So if I would like to share this article, write some comment, then it will be posted as a status update with a link. So everybody in my network will see this article. It's similar to like in Facebook or share in Facebook. Okay, I go back to the front page.
Going to communities now?
Go to the communities, yes.
Just show, try to keep the same design, same feel, you know, it's part of our corporate identity anyways, right? So this is already in IBM Connections here, as you can see the top menus, again, still the same. We try to customize the communities and work, you know, and use smart, you know, in the way that we use for general internal marketing campaigns, like this one, for example, Work Smart Week, where, you know, just spread information of around same time meetings, for example, that something's coming up now. I mean, something that we already have, but very few people were using. So we do this kind of campaigns using communities. We get a really good, viewership, let's say, to the communities. But we also use the communities for special projects, and I'll just give you a very simple example. When we had a really big project of moving the entire office from Brussels back to Stockholm, actually we created a community to make sure that everybody involved in that project was informed, including the people who were being moved. Yeah, so there was a lot of questions, a very sensitive subject to be dealt with, and we did manage to do that by using IBM Connections in the community. Yeah. I think it's a good example there, how to use that in a very relevant way.
And this design, this Electrolux corporate identity with colors and themes, we have been moving this forward now from version 2.5 to version 3 to version 4.5. I think it's not a big deal anymore to get it into the environment. Should also look at the top menu again here now that we are in Connections. You see that we have the same navigation. If I go to HR, for example, I can go direct from a connection community to an HR or anything else that is available on the intranet. Also take a look at the notification feed that is also accessible from wherever I are in the intranet.
Good. Also worth mentioning the search box. I mean, whenever you need to search for someone, you don't need only to look for their names, but you can also look for positions or their roles or even some keywords there in the profile. So the search currently is actually getting that. You know. So if you look for refrigerator, you find people who are actually related to that specific product in this case.
So it's not until we press click on the glowing glass, or what's it called in English, the search. That is not until that you do a full context search. Okay, should we leave the communities?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Okay, now, last but not least is just important of the statistics. I mean, it sounds quite obvious, but it's particularly important. I mean, whenever you're dealing with statistics, and we use for very, very simple ways here, it's, I would say, three main things. So we want to map what's our interaction with our audience. So we want to know, you know, how is it, are they reading what we are doing, or how is it happening? Is the information actually reaching to them? We're also looking into what are the channels that they're most, you know, efficient when they're communicating with everyone. So for example, we know that if we put a video with an article, normal on CMS, we know that's 2 times more likely that people would just watch only the video. So, you know, it's quite simple in this case. But very important is actually to get buy-in from even senior managers. So the managers, they do understand what is the importance in terms of keeping a very clear and direct workflow in the company. And it's essential to actually engage people. So they are really actually looking forward to know how many people are we reaching every month. You know, what are the ways we're reaching to them? Are they actually reading the news that they were, you know, ideally supposed to. They're important for the company. And that will obviously support on a medium long-term basis, even if there is any tougher decision to be taken in terms of business. So if you have an engaged crowd, it's much easier to manage that. Yeah. And also worth mentioning that it's extremely important for us, not only the top-down communication as it was like a couple of years ago in the same company, but right now we are trying to make sure that people everywhere they are generating content for the internet and be able to share that with anyone they want. Yeah. For example, the video that we just showed from the purpose thing. Yeah. So that's pretty much a big trend in electronics at least.
Yes, and that's why we, I think, me as a external for Electrolux, that I've been working with many clients, and I think one of these things that really stand out, how Electrolux use their internet and social collaboration, is the statistics. We meet many customers that don't really take care of their statistics or care about the statistics for their internet. And that's really bad in the long run, since you will not really get the trust from the management if you can't show that they get money back. And I think see some examples here, even if I see that we got some problems when they took the presentation to the iPad, but we see that, for example, eGate via mobile, it has been used for quite some time, and we have still very, very high growth numbers. And the same with video. We have almost triple-digit growth for video. So it's certain areas that is really working out well.
And with that, we finished the presentation. Hope you enjoyed that. And in case you need any questions, just please come to us later on. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
počkat na to, aby tady nějaká ta prezentace. Je to tady o tom netýká. To je moje dvojka.
Ten kabel, ideálně dolů kabel, který bychom hodili, aby se ještě připojit další iPad, co bude do těch televizí. A nebo že bychom potřebovali tady, ale jako...
Já teda na ní nemám.
No heckling about the panel discussion from the audience, please.
Necháme tu monitinu kameru.
No. Tady to budeme hrávat a tady to zvolit, jo? Jo. Dobrý. Taky to.
Ten no, to máš připravený a je tam ten disk, kterou má to tam nahraný, takže to netřeba mít to dělat. Tady to ti pokládám, jo? Vím na to. Tady se nastavím to za běžný. Jo? jedný z těch kamer, no. Je nahraná nějaká svatba, to se 17 hodin. Taky pěkný, to tady by dostal člověk do tak by bylo jako interesný.
Ale oni na té kameře taky bylo interesný, to byla taková kránu, a tím stabilizátorem to bych chtěl se podívat, protože aby mi řekli, že se elektrický sedle na vás obě ty kamery musí být jo, že ty šlakovačky ať si smažou, protože nebo něco takového tam, já nevím, vlastně to nezkoumal. Mám jim to říct o tom stabilizátoru?
Ne, jenom tady.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Dole jsem teda poslal kameru a jeden z těch kamer. Dole už to skončilo. Skončilo, no, ve sklepě.
Everybody, put your hands up. Make a good picture for me.
Tam budou všichni. Zkontrolujeme záběry, která vejdou, někde někam pohne ještě. Ale mělo by to tak nějak vydat.
A tady jste něco vezmeš, ne? Tam máš nějakou...
Ne.
To
mám? To se vezmu.
Put all your hands in your
No ne, to je v pohodě.
Jo, z kamery sem. A jsme ready.
Jo.
Tady na ten odpojím tomu.
Tady jde kamera.
Já nechávám do. Ale ne, do. Jo, na tenhle, ten prostě tady uklízím a běžím dolů.
Tam potřebuji tam tohleto.
Když se to nestihne, jak to schodíme potom, no, ale to...
60 seconds here on this monitor, so we have to be kept honest by you. It's not up to Stuart.
Awesome. So let's start again. Welcome to Social Connections Pardon the Interruption. It's fantastic to have you here. Hopefully some of you will have seen this session at Connect or at previous Social Connections events. Now what Pardon the Interruption is all about is basically it's a high-paced panel session, if you like, but we don't like these panel sessions where everybody gets to sit down and talk for 5 minutes at a time. We want to make this fast-paced and give these guys a really tough time with some difficult questions they have to answer under some pressure. So first of all, this is what it's about, a series of questions, many of them have been collected from you and your tweets over the Panelists are limited to 60 seconds for their answers. You'll see the time on the screen anytime now. There's no ifs or buts allowed. If you guys think these guys are waffling or not answering the question, you are entitled to throw whatever you have in your hands at them, okay? Something soft would be good.
Not that break, please. And stays there. Oh, is that a Windows machine rebooting? Really? Excuse me?
And there's extra kudos, however you wish to say that, for those that argue and make their case in opposition to the others. So we are not looking for 3 sets of the same answers, we're looking for something very different and argumentative.
And we punch people and stuff.
So these are our wonderful panelists. I'm going to ask each of them in turn as we go across the screen, so starting with Brian, just to introduce themselves in 30 seconds or less.
So my name is Brian O'Neill. I'm helping organize the Social Connections Conference. I work for a company called W.O. Moore & Associates. Vortex is the common thing that most people would know. I'm an IBM champion for the last 2 years. So if you want anything to know more,
And do you guys want Brian just to talk up a little bit? Was he okay? Can you hear him okay?
Right.
And Luis B.
So hey, I'm one of the product managers for Connections.
this is my 4th year now being a program manager, and I'm going to stay as far away from Simon as possible. Who's that? And I love talking to customers, so I'm happy to be here.
Right, and I'm Luis Suarez. I'm actually Luis's twin brother. We look alike, right? So up to February this year, I used to work for IBM. I was there for 17 years, and I'm now working as an independent advisor around social business and digital transformation. And probably the vast majority of you know me as the guy who tried to kill email, more or less. I'm still working on it. But it will come forward.
So we'd love your interaction, okay? This isn't just to be here and listen. We'd love you to boo, cheer, clap, whatever you like. Interact with these guys over Twitter. We also have the hashtag of SocConnectsPTI. So if you have any questions, any feedback, I'll be monitoring it here.
We will have 2 questions live during the session, so we need your questions to come in via Twitter.
Nasty ones are also allowed and encouraged.
So we're going to start with Brian with the first question. What's your #1 takeaway from Social Connection 6?
So it's very similar to probably the other Social Connections conferences that I've been to. It's just, you know, the sessions are more about the people, the discussions that I have. The #1 takeaway would be just the relationships that I'm going to take out of here. So it doesn't stop on the stage, it doesn't stop with the presentation. People are more than willing to talk to you after the sessions. You know, if they don't know the answer, they're happy to get you in touch with someone that does. So it's really about, if you haven't, you know, it's almost the end of the conference, but if you haven't made a connection with someone that you didn't know before, I would encourage you to make that effort to do that in the last, you know, 3 hours. So it's really the same thing that I've had from all the Social Connections events, is that it's really about the people.
Awesome. And Luis Benitez.
Is it the same order always?
No, we'll switch.
So this is my first takeaway, so I'm happy to be here for the first time. My first Social Connections. I think the biggest thing for me is always kind of getting closer to the customers. You know, I talk to a lot of customers, but I often talk to IT or talk to, I don't know, some different person that the actual end user, and I love talking to, you know, the people that are actually using it on a daily basis. So one of the things that I would like to ask is, I love meeting you guys. Please connect with me so that I can use you on press releases and other announcements and so forth. I mean, let's help each other here. Thank you.
Suckers. Where's the audience going against the panelists? You're supposed to go against them. Jesus, these people. Oh, 59 seconds already. Okay, so my biggest takeaway from Social Connection 6 is the networking, as usual, but perhaps with a slightly different perspective, which is, for those of you who work in organizations, and that's probably all of you, just to let you know that there is some life after whoever you work for. That's what I have come to the conclusion here in terms of having a legacy, getting that legacy, and experience that legacy with the people who you cared for over the course of the years. They will care back. That's what you guys do. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you, Luis. And question #2. What does social business mean to you? Luis Suarez.
I have used this line for well over 10 years, way before social business was social business. And to me, it's all about working smarter, not necessarily harder, which means it's applying all of the knowledge that we collectively know to make better and smarter decisions, doing a lot less work, so that all of that free extra time that we generate, we can spend it doing something much more productive, like having a life, for instance.
And in your 30 seconds you have left, do you still use the word social?
I don't. I actually use the word open business. And if you want to know more, stay for the closing keynote, because that's going to be the theme of my talk.
Excellent. Luis Benitez, what does social business mean for you?
So I was actually going to say something similar as maybe to your question, where I'm seeing the trend where social business is dying, if it hasn't been killed yet. And I think it's just a phrase, you know, we were trying to latch on to the buzzword of social, but what's really happening is people are getting confused between social business, social media, and then there's the aspect of there's some businesses that are social because they are a charity or non-profits or whatever the case may be. So I think, you know, it's time for a new catchphrase, maybe go back to what we did before, knowledge management, collaboration, communications, I don't know. I don't know what the next catchphrase is going to be, but I think social business is done, and you probably won't see that in Connect or other stuff.
Interesting thoughts, thank you. And Brian?
I mean, for me, it's more about serendipity, so it's finding that presentation or that person you didn't even know across the globe that's going to be able to input into something that you're working on, a project maybe they've already done. You know, from a manufacturing company that we come from, maybe they've already done an experiment that they know the answer for, that now we don't have to redo that. So it's finding those wins that, you know, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you saw Chris Crumey's presentation, it was pretty much that whole entire presentation, that day in the life of just living it, to, you know, using your network and being really open, as Lou said. So that's really, I don't really use the term. I think it's kind of one of the questions that I put up here, because I feel like it's always a stigma that we've come as a IBM Connections platform is not, I don't really think of it as social business. I think of it as a collaboration, you know, platform, and really it's about the people, as many people have said.
So how many of you use the word social? Hands up. Stop doing that. Thank you.
I think my question, just to throw in my 2 cents, is what do we call it then? You know, we've got open business, we've got collaboration. I think it needs a name. That's what happens when you run out of time.
I'll tell you about that in a second.
I think we need a name for it, and I'm not sure what it should be after we stop calling it social business. So, next question. Let's go to Luis Benitez first. How much time do you spend working in Connections, and what tasks do you perform most frequently? That comes from Jan Bauer.
100%. So that's what I strive for. So I would say maybe, I don't know, 50% of my time is in Connections, the other time either doing meetings or phone calls or email. Yes, email, I'm doing email. The most popular task or things that I do is, you know, files, so preparing presentations for the sellers or for customers or whatever, so I spend a lot of my time in files. Mostly stealing people's content and repurposing that for my needs. Very seldom do I create something from scratch. We use wikis a lot, so for example, for all the product management, planning and processes is all tracked via wikis. So we use tables to track RTC ticket items and themes and who's doing what, who's responsible for what. And our team calendar is also tracked there, so it's a big community. And Ryan.
So for me, I try to eat my own dog food, drink my own champagne. I really do. You know, as being the IT champion within my organization, you know, I really need to know the pitfalls that happen with Connections. I need to know what works well, so I can really relate to, give a real story about the things that are working. I'd say for, you know, 2 examples, the team that supports Connections in our organization is a global team. We're not based at all in the same location, so we rely on almost, you know, 90% of our communications are done asynchronously in Connections. Social Connections team is another one. We did 75% of the planning of this conference, you know, using an activity in Connections. So it's definitely become a main. I can't think of if I went somewhere else that didn't have Connections. I don't know that I'd survive, because it's the first thing I check. I don't even go to my email or my scene time anymore. It's Connections.
Excellent.
Wow, what a perfect segue. So on my IBM life, I used to spend around 7-8 hours daily on Connections. I moved around 98% of my workload into Connections, and essentially I used everything else, like whatever was left in email or whatever else, for private confidential conversations. Everything else was moved into Connections. Right? You may be wondering, okay, did it become essential for you to the point where you miss it when you're no longer working for IBM? The answer, going to Brian's point, yes. One of the advantages, or one of the experiences that I have in terms of moving out there and see what else is out there, has helped me understand what I really had in-house. To the point where now I am an IBM customer having Smart Cloud for Social Business, and that's where I conduct my client work, all of it. No email, no whatever. Wow, the goal, yes, did it!
And a quick follow-up question from Ryan. Do you ever get any questions from your co-workers as to why you spend so much time on connections, or is it understood that that's where you do work?
No, I mean, there is a large percentage still that hasn't really gotten that aha moment, so it's a lot of questions to say, hey, why would I do this? And you have to go through an example. That's what I was trying to say with something that positive that happened that they can relate to a little thing. To try to describe the whole platform to somebody, it's just over their head. So it's really just giving them one quick elevator speech of what do you think they would help connections.
Fantastic. So question number 4, where do you see IBM Connections fitting as a development platform? I think it's going to go to Chris first.
All right, I'll start. So, you all heard my speech yesterday. I think it's growing significantly, especially compared to another competitor that only has 40. Of course, we are not like iOS that has like millions of apps or Google Play. So, I would love to get there if I can. I think we've done some tremendous things around providing the extension points, especially in the cloud, making that easier to deploy so that you don't have to touch the back-end server. So that's one of the things that we want to kind of focus on too as we move forward is how do we make it easier for ISVs to deploy their own solutions. So if you want to buy Kudos, you don't have to spend a couple of days installing Kudos. It should just be you buy it and boom, it's available right there. So that's my next goal. I mean, I think you guys have been doing a great job, and now it's just making it easier so that you can make your money faster.
I haven't got a clue. I'm not technical. So I'm going to throw the question to you guys. So one who wants to speak the 50 seconds for me, who is a developer, where would you want to see connections going? Speak up. Come on. Don't be shy. Come on. Don't tell me that you don't want to see connections going anywhere, please, because I'll shoot you. Thank you, Shark. Yes. So developer further. So he's listening now. So
you can actually develop your application on the platform itself, that you don't have to use all kind of tools outside of the platform itself.
Great. Anything else to add? Come on, be more poignant, be more, No? Boy, you're such a nice person.
So for me, I think I struggle with this question a lot. It's one of the things that I've not been able to get over. I did Notes Domino for 12 years, and then becoming the connections person, how easy it was to do things at Domino, offline replication, all those things were built in, and so I see, is this a platform? One of the ways that we've tried to say is that we're using it out of the box. We're not going to make customizations. We're not going to build anything. We're going to try to just worry about the processes that we have behind the business. What are we doing? Taking meeting notes, building agendas, and then pulling that into, rather than actually designing, the product to change or do different functions. It's just trying to adapt the connections to. So that kind of changes my mindset on what the development platform will be. I really like some of the things like the Kudos scores where you have, you're using the underlying connections pieces that you're actually just displaying differently, so people are seeing it graphically versus different people might like it the other way. So it's those kinds of extensions that I see a lot of value in. Sure.
Wow, that was right on time.
So again, I'm going to throw in my 2 cents. I tweeted about this earlier on, as did some other folks. I think an app store is essential. I know you guys are talking about that anyway. I think that's got to come. I also think that we need to think about the Connections to development environment, not just in terms of bringing apps into Connections, but also taking Connections into apps. And that's the stuff that IBM currently is doing really well. So if you're a developer of X Pages or a portal developer or whatever, you can use Connections data in all sorts of different ways. I think perhaps we just need to get it coming into Connections as well. But that's just my 2 cents.
And we released the PHP SDK and the iOS SDK, so if you want to build your own iPhone apps on Connections, now you can.
Fantastic. So, Luis Suarez, how do you organize files in IBM Connections without subfolders?
This was, how can I answer this one without being obnoxious? Okay, so this whole thing around subfolders is our mentality that Windows has ingrained in our brains for decades that we need to classify and categorize things. Let's stop with that nonsense. I've got 40 seconds. So how do I organize folder files in connections without subfolders? The power of the tag. Use it. There are numerous advantages towards using tags versus folders. The number one is that the tags allow you to cross-pollinate an entire platform of content versus just one single storage file. Right? So use the tags. Now here's the thing about the tags. We never have done tagging at work because it's not a habit that we have built on, right? So what do? Build the habit. There you go.
So for me, I'd be hypocritical if I told you I use tags because I tell people it's really powerful. You can put 20 tags on a file, could be in 20 folders, and I don't do it myself, right? So for me, the realistic piece of it is two practices that we've really tried to help people is search in your top right in connections, is search everything's full text index if you have a file uploaded. It's you think about two keywords or a person, you can go into advanced search and find stuff really quick. So it's really trying to teach people to use it like a Google. Just to find it. And I think the other way that's been working well for people is segregating the communities out, or having sub-communities that are specific for different topics. So if you don't get all those files that are clowned into some 1,500 file list, you get segregated into topics. So maybe HR and then IT. So if you think of it that way, I think that's been working well for some of the users that we've had. This is something that people struggle with a lot. They like to see it. They like to see a starting point and an end point. We can have this argument all day, but please.
So I don't know if you guys all know, I don't know if you know, but before being a PM, I was a user of Connections, and for me the biggest drawback was, I didn't have folders. And it wasn't until I went to a webcast that Luis did internally at IBM that it kind of showed the power of tags. And it was like, it was a moment for me like where I saw the light, right, where I realized, holy crap, I mean, why spend time organizing stuff in folders when you can just tag it and just search for it later? I mean, it's just so much easier. And it also helps you break the formal structure, right? With tags, you can have things in multiple locations or categorized with multiple words. So the key thing is just add the categories based on what you may like to find it later on, right? It just depends on search, right? So just like what you do on Google, or remember like when the internet was born, you had to browse on Yahoo? That went away. Now you search on Google and you're done. So search is away.
Very good. Luis, before I let you off on this one, one of the powers of profiles and connections is you need 360-degree tagging. So I can say I'm a consultant, and Brian can say, well, I know him as a speaker. Right, so you can have task operations. Is that going to be standard at some point across the board? So in Connections, I can have a file that I think means something to me, but Brian can say it means something different to him.
Yes, go ahead, yes.
So we've talked about this actually internally. One thing that I didn't know, I don't know if you guys know, when you bookmark something using dog ear, those tags that you add to content actually become part of the search index. So when you dog ear Brian's file and I tag it, I'm actually tagging his file, and that becomes part of the search index. So we don't make it clear in the UI, and that's probably something that we can fix, but it's actually semi there in the product. So I do agree that at least I would like to have user taggable content for everything.
Excellent. Use. So question number 6. There are a lot of competing social business collaboration platforms out there. Why choose IBM Connections? Brian, I'm going to go first for that as a customer.
Pass. I mean, I grew up in a Lotus world, so I mean, it was a natural progression for us. I mean, I dislike some of the competitors just from the hold they have on people's brains. So I think it's a tough one for me as a customer to say, why would we did do an evaluation when we went to Connections at Gore. We looked at a lot of different platforms, I won't mention names, that one of the reasons was fun and friendly that we came up with. That was a real requirement, and the other ones just didn't have it. This seemed, modern. It seemed a little fresh, that people were wanting to get on and use. It wasn't something that was, archaic and looked funky. So that was a weird requirement, but that was something that definitely was true for us.
Excellent. And Luis Peters, why would you choose Connections?
That's a good question.
So many reasons. I think under
60 seconds.
under a minute, a couple of the ones that I like to pitch usually is, when we built Connections, we built it with collaboration and social as the key factor, whereas other platforms started with files and tried to bolt on additional capabilities, or they started with forums and then they wanted to add additional capabilities. From the get-go, we always had the vision that it had to be a people-centric thing, and I truly believe that's key, right? It's all about the people and the talent that you have in your organization, and how can you make your talent better? Forget that. How can you become better, right? Like, I care about you, and I want to be a better person, a better employee. The other thing is, I think we excel at integration. Our integration points are way beyond mobile. Look at the app ratings on the app stores. We rock, thanks to you guys, so keep rating the apps. And desktop is good too.
Okay, so why choose Connections? Building further on what Luis said, if you look into all of the various different social networking providers or enterprise collaboration software, they have got one major key theme, right? Which is, whether it's sharing files or forums or wiki or activity streams or whatever else. Connections sits right at the epicenter of what social is all about, which is the individual. Not people, the individual. If you take the profile out of Connections, it's rubbish, literally. Why? Because it doesn't have a way to differentiate with anything else. And I don't know about you guys, but when I used to work in the company in IBM, having the luxury of finding an expert in 400,000 people in less than 5 minutes, anyone would pay for that millions. I did. I actually challenged for 7 years my colleagues to find everyone in the company that even people I wouldn't know through tags and profiles, and I never failed to find someone in 5 minutes. That's why I still go for Connections, even today. And you can pay me later.
I'll send you a permission.
So,
random question from Twitter.
A
Okay.
question from the audience. I'm going to take one from Ken Salvier, who is one of your colleagues.
Where's he?
Where's Ken here?
Okay. Just in case I went into...
And I'm going to give this to Luis Suarez before, because I can remember a certain podcast where he took this thing apart. When we kill the term social business, can we also kill the term gamification?
Oh my God! Yes! Yes! Yeah, I'm gonna hug you, man. Seriously. Is Adam here? Adam Brown isn't here? He's probably not. Okay. You're referring to that podcast, right? Yes, please. We need to get rid of gamification. And I know that some of you may be looking into gamifying the enterprise social software environment that you have. Let me give you a word of wording from what's going to happen to you in 5 years. If you do implement gamification, you will fail, big time, for 2 reasons. Number 1, gamification taps into the reptile brain. What feeds, what shelters, what gives us sex. That's what games do. You want the knowledge, not playing games, right? That's number 1. If you want to use gamifying elements, don't use gamification, use behavioral dynamics. There's the cognitive science behind it. And there's tons of research for 150 years that you guys can benefit from. Gamification sucks. That's on the record.
Nice! You could have just said that. Any thoughts on gamification? Brian?
What he said. You can have my 60 seconds.
So I can have my 60 seconds then.
I think...
Luis Benitez.
I just think, I know Ken and I talked about this a lot. We're trying to relate to the business folks about something that they see already as Facebook, and something they do at home, and something that's for fun. And when you use the gamification word, it furthers that thinking that this isn't for serious business. I think in people's head, they think about Xbox, they think about, oh, I'm going to go play Farmville on Facebook or something. So it's that that type of thing we're trying to say, well, we'll never say this at Gore. We don't want to, we love to motivate people. We'd like to give people reasons to do things, but again, back to, why would you want to do it? Not but just to keep working at that motivation.
I think, to me, it kind of relates back to question number 2, and I think what you were saying, right? We already struggle with social business and people thinking that social is for fun. And so you add the word gaming to it, so you're making it 20 times worse, if not more. So I will admit I'm not a behavioral expert or cognitive expert, but I think what people are trying to do is encourage adoption, right? And I think there's better ways to encourage adoption, right? Like you want to show people some magic moments and get them to the aha moment. Not wait for people to go to a webcast that Luis does, right? But actually do something in the platform where you can tell people and show them like that right there, why is this a better way of working? And if you do that, then you don't need gamification.
Can I just 10 seconds? So here's the thing against gamification, right? So do you feel that if we would have wonderful, beautiful products that will be easy to use, fully functional, ready to use, and willing to actually make an impact, we would need gamification? That's what the gamification folks are doing. They're giving us a nice, lovely candy for now, but they won't fix the problems in 10 years. In fact, it will create even more ill behaviors today. Behavioral dynamics, please. Enter the world of behavioral dynamics. Forget about gamification. Woohoo!
That was really interesting.
Serious on that one, right?
My 2 cents again is that I just don't call it gamification, I call it reward and recognition, and it needs to be driven by the culture you want to engender in your organisation, not by the badges. The badges may come, but it needs to be thought about what is the behaviour you want in your organisation, and then everything else follows through from there. So number 8, IBM Connections is available both in the cloud and on-prem. How do you decide?
I'll go first, that's an easy one for me. I'm a one-solo businessman. I don't want to worry about technology because I'm not technical at all. Cloud, always. It fixes my problems, right? I don't have to worry about, will the system be back up and running? Will my customers be able to access my content while I'm sleeping? Will my customers be able to ask questions? With cloud, the answer is yes, they will. And if not, I will be the customer complaining and bitching because I'm paying for a service. So that's why we'll always go for cloud. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering, where's my data hosted for the NSA protocols I kick in? I will tell them my server is in Amsterdam. Thank you very much. Within European Union borders.
Sorry. For us, it's more of a choice that we have to make based on not what the function and features are, but more about we have 2 criteria really that drive what our decision is, and that's more around the regulated industries that we're in. So having our data in the cloud is something that works important, but we still have not really gotten to a point where we're comfortable from an IP, intellectual property perspective. So that's maybe a customer, we're still trying to figure the water, put our toes in, but some of it's more regulated where it's an export control issue. We have government contracts that say your data has to be X. So there is points where we couldn't use cloud. We might say we want to, but we couldn't. The other one is really about, I think, change management. So one thing that we're struggling with is we see the cloud first model. We think, oh, we get an email in a week, we're going to have a feature, and all of our guides that we have for all the guides that we have for our users are in the old version, and now we have to change all the screenshots and change the way people do things. So it's around how quick that change is. Has anybody ever told me to stop talking?
So I hope, so you guys should know we're fully committed to the cloud. We're delivering to the cloud on a monthly basis. If you want to get features quicker, that's the way to go, right? If you have the money to spend on IT internally and you have concerns about having your data hosted on-prem, then by all means. But at this point, we are pretty much parrying, except for, I guess, CCM is the missing part. So, go cloud and stay always ahead of everybody else. That's my recommendation. I will say that our new GM is Craig Heyman. He's the GM of Industry Cloud Solutions. So just take that into account as well.
I was going to say something, I'm going to keep it quiet.
I'm going to take another question from the audience from Okay, it relates to email. Okay. If we're trying to move away from email, does that mean we should also turn off notifications from connections?
So I turn all my notifications off, to be honest, and I think that's what I recommend to people. I feel like you really need to be engaged in the platform that you're working in. Although I feel it is a good way to get people engaged. So it's kind of that catch-22. If you have someone that's not quite sure about using connections, if they get reminded when something's posted and they go in, you know, they're going to start to feel, oh, I can go in here. So I think it's about showing people that they can customize that they can change it after they're more comfortable, after they're more engaged, and then making sure they're educated around, you know, what those different variables are. I mean, I think some people would like to see better notifications too, something that's more granular. I want to get daily notifications on this community, but I want to get every post for this community. So I mean, I think there's a mix of things, but for me, the mobile app being so strong, why would you need them? I agree.
So, I guess it depends. If you're using Outlook, yes, stop using Outlook. So I'll disagree a little bit, so I'll get kudos with Brian. I have all the notifications on, and the reason being is I use my Notes client as my triage inbox. I think I learned this too from Luis. So I get everything from profiles and files and whatever. I have my rules set up, so depending on what I want to filter or what I want to respond to, I just go to my specific folders within the inbox and I process them. And with the super awesome embedded experience, I just respond directly from my Notes client. And again, that just becomes my triage way to just decide on what I want to focus on based on what I need to work on. So for me, I use all the notifications and that's how I operate.
Right, can I use his 10 seconds for my 16? So, notifications. The oldest form of gamification. It triggers you to always do something, catch up with, right? Deal with them, done, get rid of them, right? That's where behaviors come in. That's when you go and decide, you set the pace of how you interact, in this case, with connections. Now, his way of working, if you notice, is no longer email. It's known as Bacon, B-A-C-N, which means that you turn a Notes 9 into an aggregator of content that's stored elsewhere, in this case, connections. That's as good as it gets, right? Because Notes 9 becomes your collaboration console, where you do instant messaging, where you do document offering, where you do connections, where you do something, where you do calendar, right? But you need to be the one in control. Don't let notifications control you. Regardless of what the system tells you, tell the system to back off. Gently. I don't care. They know me.
And another
Is it being streamed, really?
Another Twitter question, actually another colleague of yours, Mike. I think they're trying to...
Wow, you have them all here. What's going on?
So Lynn Wilkinson, how do you deal with a user who complains about a particular element of connections and you agree with their complaints?
Can you repeat that question one more time?
So how do you deal with a user that complains about a particular element of connections, maybe profiles doesn't work
Right.
how they want it to, and you actually agree with their complaint? How do you respond to that? Okay.
Throughout the conference, I've been to a number of various different presentations, and it's been highlighted time and time again how important and critical it is to listen to your end users, to your practitioners. The thing that is, and I totally agree with that statement, but listening is just half of the equation. The other half of the equation is act on that activity, on that feedback. So if you have got users who tell you about something that doesn't work in connections, what I will do first is validate that it's a genuine complaint, which is constructive criticism. If it is valid, go back to the product owner and say, I want this fixed because my practitioners will not use the tool. And it may take 4 months, 6 months, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, it will eventually happen. The worst thing that you can do towards adoption is ignore your end users. Don't. Because they will go after you, after the tool.
Excellent. Luis,
Yeah, sure. So definitely let me know. I think, if you're hearing something from your end users, I have a passion for making end users happy. So please let me know if there's something that's missing, or make sure that it's not already in the ideation blog, because if it's there, I know about it. And then I can give you kind of like an estimate, right? Like when I think we could potentially deliver that particular thing, which to Lucy's point, then you can go back to that end user and say, hey, this is already coming, so stay tuned or whatever. So yeah, send them to me. Or to your favorite people.
I think this goes back to something I was saying in the earlier questions, like using the product, so I know it. So a lot of the things that people complain about, Landon, you know just as well as me, we know the issues. So we're able to relate, we're able to listen, we're able to say, yes, the wiki sucks. Don't do it for that. If you want advanced rich text formatting, use a Word document, use it, put it in a file, or IBM doc, or whatever you might be using. So I mean, it's some of that pieces of getting through what I think you just need to explain. Another piece is probably painting some of the picture of why you're using the platform. Doing a good job of understanding. So yeah, it's not going to do everything perfect, but here's why it integrates with this, and that, or what the real end of the day, high level piece is, so that people are okay. I get that, so I can deal with these little issues.
One word answer for me is training. It's all about training, and not just how to do something in Connections, not just click here, click there, but also why are we using this tool? What are you trying to do with it? What should they be using it for? How should they use it? Those are key things to actually make sure you use it.
One more answer.
We have time for one more question direct from the audience. Anybody have one that you want to ask directly to the panel?
Come on.
Say it now or forever hold your peace.
Or Simon, yeah.
So is it training or is it enablement?
Say that again?
Is it training or enablement?
What's the difference?
So that's a question for me.
Okay. Good question.
I would say it's enablement. So training is the wrong word. I just think people understand what they mean by training, but it's enabling them to use the tool, enabling them to do their job better. That's what we're trying to do.
Can I answer to that? How many times have you guys heard the word empowerment? Raise your hand. Can I ask you a favor? Whenever you hear that word, or you hear someone say that word, or you saying that word, tell them to shut up. Because empowerment, if you look into empowerment, you don't empower people, especially in the world of social, because if you empower people, you still retain the power. You still have that hierarchical thing. That's when you talk about enablement. You enable people to empower themselves to do better work. That's what you do. So every time that you come up with high-level executives, which they love to use the word empowerment, tell them, no sir, it's about enablement. And by the way, I am an enabler. Are you? Ask them that question and see what they tell you. That's what I have to say about enablement.
It's a great note to finish on. So could you just give a round of applause to our wonderful panelists?
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all your questions and for your attention as well. We're going to hand over to Luis Suarez to do his presentation. If you just give us a couple of minutes to get set up, and we'll go on to the next presentation. So just to take you through the agenda from this point on, we have Luis Suarez talking about the future of work in a second, so I would definitely urge you to stay around and listen to that. Once we're done with that, we have a very brief closing session. Should be 10 minutes or so. We'll then have drinks and snacks served through in the sponsor area. So do come through and chat about the event and say goodbyes through in the sponsor area, and then we'll close from there. Thanks.
Ale ono někde bude to někde vykládat. Gorký dává do toho, ale někde tady, jako tam by se ztratil, že pořádnu ten loďák třeba na tady ty složky. Ještě někde mi udělám video do přednášky. Já jsem tady zamaloval. Co tam napíš? Nebo napíš nějakou poznámku textovou třeba do té složky nebo něco. Protože já to pak skočím Lukovi a najednou se to ztratí a už nebude vidět nikdo nic. Tak já je prohodím. Prohodím. Já akorát přemýšlím, jak to... Tak mi k tím prosím, tady k těm mi napiš, že jsou odsud. Obě dvě. Dvojí ti vrátím někdy. Nebo jí stáhni ještě. Když jí stáhneš, tak si rovnou vidí. Že jsou tady hlavní sál celé. A že teda zbytek bude v té Moričíně, by tam bylo ještě, no. Takže to zblázním jinak. Tady to bude stříhat, veď? Tak ty přednášce dole ve sklepě, když jsem dělal já, tak jsou tam 3 videa. Extra. Jo, tak tam se vyjde hodina. Kolik to bude? Kolik je? 17. Kolik to má? Jo? Jo? Sociální média. Tak to se vyjde. Sociální média, jo. Jo. Zkoušky tam tohle odnesli rovnou, to mi nebudeme muset řešit nějaké předávání ještě. Já jsem říkal tady a pak je to Slovinsko. Poslední přednášce, to jsou 3hodinová videa. Odkládáme, vypínám. Tak ten někdo to vykáš tady? Čevíčko? Tady vypadá. Tady jsou určitě nastačili tam. No, nevím právě. A tady máš nějakou čtečku na kartu? Nevím. Jedeš tečka na karty, jak není. není? Tak já mám to, já ti dám USB.
Máš jako celou sérii počítačů, jo?
Potom koukni, jestli něco do týhle pokud tak je to ideální, tak mi názor totiž ještě
Dávno se dává?
Ne. A tam je tak jako pošlo.
Jo. Tak jo, hlavní sál, celý zbytek je munice.
Jo, super. Tady to bacha, abyste nepřikábali display, ty jsou takový dojebaný.
Tak karta se tady dělá. Tady.
To, ona bude totiž prázdná možná, takže je možný, že to nevím no. Tohle je můj stativ, tohle je zdroj od této kamery.
Jo,
Já to není píchnu?
Jo.
Jo, píchám ho není.
To je prostě, já jdu dolů.
journeys and everything else, if you have your own experience that you would want to share ahead, do as well, right? So I don't want to sort of like just be myself doing the talk and that's about it. Now, put things in context. Why narrative is important? If I say to you guys, adoption and adaptation, do you think they're the same thing? If you go to your users and tell them, hey, I'm going to show you how you can adopt these tools or how you can adapt to these tools, which approach will you use better? Adapt. That's one of the key messages in terms of why narrative is so important. Adoption means that you're actually trying to make something your own, whereas adaptation is you're trying to adjust to a new reality, a new way of working, right? That's why I mentioned earlier on that some of the words that we're going to see here, they will have particular different ways of interacting, right? And I'm not going to be talking as well about something else, but we'll move on into the presentation. So thank you word for all of the sponsors who have made a terrific job and effort for all of us to be here. So I want to give them a round of applause now. I'm going to put them later. And who is this Luis Suarez? Well, this Luis Suarez is not the footballer, although he plays tonight, right, I think? Yes, or tomorrow. Oh, bummer, I'm going to miss it. So, I was born and raised in Spain. I lived in the Netherlands for 7 years. That's how I started working for IBM, my previous in life. I then moved to Gran Canaria, which is my home base. I'm still based there. I've been living there for 10 years. And the last 15 of those 17 years, I worked in the area of social networking or social computing. I worked in the area of collaboration, knowledge management, learning, and community building. So you can see that I'm a people person. That's what I care for. So people tell me, how come it took you so long to stay in an IT firm when you hate technology? My answer, the people. Always. Right? In terms of enabling them. I'm working nowadays, since March, as an independent advisor around social business and digital transformation. And I like to use the word trusted advisor or advisor versus consultant. If you have ever interacted with a consultant, you will know why. And you see there my Twitter ID, you see there my blog, and you see there as well another Twitter ID which is Change Agents Worldwide. As part of the organization that I'm part of, so I have my own advisory firm, but I'm also part of a larger network of independents as well, and people who do work internally to transform their organizations. And to summarize it briefly, because I don't want to go into much detail yet, we're pretty much like a cooperative. So we help by competing with one another to gain business for the overall network. Right? So we have been called the Airbnb of consultancy services. So if you guys are familiar with Airbnb, that's the kind of disruption that we're trying to venture into, discovering for ourselves what the future of work is like. Okay, anyone notice something here on that side? I know, it's much more handsome, right? Like black beard. Well, one of them is my mind, it's from the organization, but you're going there. What else is missing there? That's right, my email address. Those folks who want my email address, they will have to earn it. And how do you earn it? By going out there and expose yourself into the world that you think you claim you're living, but you may not. This gives me an opportunity to tell whether you are serious about your own transformation as a personal journey. That's what we're hoping is. What we're hoping is. The problem, right now, if you ask any business leader, whether they are any CXO, whatever, I don't care, the CMO, CEO, CIO, and you tell them what is the #1 business problem that you have, they will tell you everything but that. Why? Because they don't see it. They will tell you, some of my business problems, we're not very good with our products. We're very bad at communicating. We don't have trust. We're very slow in responding to customers. Our customer satisfaction rate is really low. Whatever the actual business reason, they tell you why there's something wrong with the business problem. At the end of the day, this is the main reason that is causing all of those troubles. The employee engagement. And in this case, the employee disengagement. Right? I don't know if you guys are familiar with this research company in the US called Gallup. They do lots of benchmarking studies. And every year they do studies in terms of measuring and judging the employee engagement of the corporate knowledge worker. Have you guys seen that study? Anyone? No? So what would you say is the level of engagement of the average knowledge worker worldwide? What's the percentage? What would you say? This is the interactive part, right? 5%? 5%? 5%? 25? So 5%, 25 worldwide, huh? Then I will tell you the one for the Czech Republic. Any other percentages? Right now the average is 13% of employees are engaged at work. In the Czech Republic is 8%. Now, when I get into that, and people tell me, okay, so put that into Christian words so that I can understand what that statistic means. I use the example of the US, which is one of the highest, on 30%, right? And what I tell them is, if you have got 10 colleagues, 7 don't give a shit about what you do every day. As simple as it is. So in a worldwide level, which is 13%, that means that the entire current business world is run by 10% of the people. So if that, ladies and gentlemen, is not a business problem, I don't know what is. And when people tell me, how can I help my people to become more effective at what they do, my first question is, how engaged are your employees? Because right now, it's 13% according to that research, and it was done with 150,000 people, which is significant, right? So this is the #1 business problem that we have, employee engagement. So does all of these social technologies help us re-engage employees? My answer is yes, it does. In fact, since more and more companies are implementing and deploying these social technologies, there's been a 2% increase. So before, we were even worse. Before, worldwide, it was 11%, and now it's 13% in 1 year. Right? And obviously, it's going to continue from there. So, what is really employee engagement? So here's some examples, right? There's this gentleman called Syed Hassan that claims that employee engagement is really about 3 things. Competitive wages, good salaries, Why? Because I need to pay my bills, essentially. Now, there have been some studies that confirm that an average employee, nothing on a high level executive or whatever, an average employee is content when his salary or her salary reaches $70,000 per year. From there onwards, they no longer care about what they get, because that then becomes a situation of a fight of power and a status more than anything else. Right? Number two, work that matters. When was the last time that you asked your colleagues, do you really care for the work you do? And have you listened to the answer? Right? Which is the third one, ask for their opinion. So apparently employee engagement is all about that, but I like this other one better. Happiness at work. Do we have any Danish here in the audience? From Denmark? Uffe, what is the happiness at work word in Danish? Right? It's a specific word only available in the Danish language. And literally translated means happiness at work. And that's essentially what employee engagement for me is all about in terms of how happy we feel about the work that we do. Remember, Denmark, the #1 happiest country in the world. I differ with that because I always feel like Spaniards are always happy and smiling and all that stuff. But Denmark is. And if you look into the levels of people's contentment and happiness at work, is one of the highest. Why? Because to them, employee engagement is all about results and relationships. Personal business relationships. This is right at the heart where social technologies can help us re-engage our workforce. Focus on those business relationships. Why? Because those eventually will produce the results. Easily. One question for which I don't need an answer from you, but I want to get you thinking about it. Do you trust everyone that you work with? Or better said, do you work with people who you do not trust? If the answer is no, you have got a problem. Right? We all tend to work with people who we trust. And the way for us to trust them is by building those relationships, to produce those results. So, we go into the next phase of adoption, which is adaptation. So how do I help my colleagues, end users, practitioners, adapt to a new reality? And the new reality is how do I help them, enable them to become better at what they do, right? And the idea is that all of those adaptation techniques, they come in different ways. So in all of my years around social software adoption and adaptation, one of the things that I learned is that there are different ways of people adopting the tools, which is why sometimes we keep repeating the same conversations over and over, because there are people who have been hiding for the last 5, 10 years, and we're just opening up now, right? So this is very important from the perspective of how do we move into that stage of adaptation. And here is the main challenge: management. And I want to use management in a very, very loose way. So this goes from all the way to the top, the CEO, to your first line manager. Earlier on this morning, Stuart was having one of the presentations that he did on social business objections, and he mentioned how one of the actual elements of how disruptive social technologies are is that they actually challenge the current power structures. Management as the #1 problem. So if someone will tell me, you know, this for me has been a lesson learned over the course of the years, right? So when I started doing this social software adoption and social networking evangelism and all that stuff, you bump into various different barriers. You know, people telling you, I don't have time, I don't want to know what to share, I don't know what to share, how do I know I'm not going to trust my colleagues, whatever the actual barriers were. One of them was technology. You know, it's not easy enough for me to use it, right? And yet, everyone was using Facebook, or everyone is using Facebook. So technology is not even an excuse anymore from that perspective, right? So the challenge is management. And management because they are the main group of people in any organization that can influence culture. So the social business journey is all about culture, it's about mindset, it's about behaviors. It's about adapting to a new reality where you no longer command and control, where you no longer micromanage, where you inspire people to volunteer their time to do work. That's leadership. And this is where I make a distinction between management and leadership. Right? You can be a really good manager and a very lousy leader. You can be an excellent leader and you can be a lousy manager. The key message there is find balance, where you can be a really good manager and you can be a really good leader. And what I'm going to try to do for the rest of the presentation is share with you what I feel are some of the traits of the next generation of leaders. And I'm not talking about the traditional top-down hierarchy. I'm talking about the bottom-up leadership. The people who emerge naturally as leaders. The people who can actually create a following based on what they truly believe can change the world around themselves. There is this very famous TED talk that talks about when you start a movement, the movement is the first follower. So how do you gain that follower, right? And that's what I will try to show you here in terms of those various different leadership skills so that we stop managing and we start leading. But before we do that, for those of you who are interested in quick tips of how you can face that social business adaptation, so here is 15 years of experiences in 5 bullets. When I was working on IBM, we used to have this program called Blue IQ, and we basically based our entire adoption program on those key 5 elements. The number 1 is identify your business problems. I give you the easiest one, and the most important. What these social tools are, and they keep showing links to whatever else. But if you notice, those oversharing people, they never talk about their work. So they talk about someone else's work. So what social does good for me there? That you tell me that all the content is good, and what about your content? Why don't you share your content? Why? Because you're still thinking on mailboxes. You're still thinking on protecting your turf. You're still thinking that information is power, and my information is my power. Open up. Here's an example. 7 years later, we're still on this financial crisis. Do you guys think that if organizations would have become more open, we would have been in these problems that we are now 7 years later? Instead of withdrawing information? Instead of using whatever power influence behind the doors or whatever to actually do what I want, right? So the whole idea for the concept of openness is when you start opening yourself to others and you start telling them what you're working on. There is one particular movement that one of the fellow colleagues from the Change Agents Worldwide coined in 2010, which is working out loud. So essentially, show your work can be a very powerful concept in terms of telling people how you actually work, what you do. So when Oliver earlier on shared his day-to-day work as the ICS community manager, it takes a lot of courage and balls to eventually do that with total strangers. And look what happened. Nothing. He didn't get slammed about it. No one told him anything about, oh my God, I'm not really interested about this. We got a glimpse of what he does on a day-to-day basis. That's working out loud. That's opening up. That's one of the things when I was in my previous life in IBM, that's what I did all the time in terms of telling everyone what I was working on every day. Everyone else would know exactly what I was doing because I was incredibly transparent. And it's not a topic around, I don't have anything to hide. No, it's about, I'm going to tell you everything that I know so that you stop coming to me. People are like, what? Yeah, I don't want you to come to me. I don't want you to come to me 50 times with the same question so that I have to do copy and paste. I don't want you to come to me and tell me, can you send me this presentation when my presentation is available online for a good few months. Help remove the frictions. And removing the frictions is about being transparent. And I'm not saying that we need to be totally transparent 100%, but from 0 to 100 is a high percentage that we can influence, right? So become more transparent. Another trait. Trust. Back again to the question. This is what it's all about at the end of the day. As a leader, if you ask, I don't know about you guys, but I have been in conversations with high-level executives who tell me, and I have got one example, the last one from the European Commission, from a middle manager, who told me up front, in front of a group of 25, 30 people, that he did not trust his colleagues, and his colleagues did not trust him. And my job was to tell him, you need to be social. And I'm like, what? How can I go in that room and tell that middle manager that you have got a much more fundamental problem than whether you're social or not? If you're working with people that you do not trust, you do have an issue. Why? Because you're not going to work with that person effectively. You're not going to be able to tell that person, can I work with you knowing that you will do your job? There's no that trust bond. Now, so how do we trust people? By knowing them. How do we know them? By what they share and what we share. What happens when we share? We end up having conversations. What happens when conversations take place? Magic. That's the magic that we need to do. Right? We need to proactively help people understand that all of these social technologies that help us trust other people as well as becoming very authentic. So in another presentation that was earlier on from Alex, talking about another SMB diving into social, he was sharing the experience of how they had the CEO blogging for 1 or 2 months. But it was actually not him blogging, it was the corporate communications of that CEO, right? No one went to visit the blog. Why? Because it was not him. It was not authentic. It was not honest, right? So what's happening in there, and Alex is there and can tell you guys a lot more about it, is that the guy started blogging himself his own words. And right away, comments flew by. Conversations started. That's what authenticity is all about. We need to stop with the rubbish to pretend to be someone else who we are not. People love us for what we do, and if they don't, it's impossible to please everyone 100% of the time. So focus on those who love you. Those are the ones that will go for you the extra mile. The rest, they'll come back at one point. And if not, the world is too big already. That brings me into honesty. Every time I bring the concept of being honest as an employee, as a manager, as a leader, the main reaction that I get from people is, yeah, but I'm always honest. And I tell them, okay, so that's the reason why conversations are happening behind the scenes. Is that why we have something coined as corporate politics, where we play roles? And we're damn good at playing those roles, and we use corporate weapons like email to excel at those roles. Let's forget about that. Let's be authentic and honest, right? Remember the context of building that trust eventually through those bonds. If you notice, each of these traits helps free up another key term. When you trust your people, when you become more honest, when you become more authentic, when you start giving in some of that power to people, people become more autonomous. And that means that you're freeing them up to make decisions without you. This is a number, someone the other day asked me, what's the difference for you then between a manager and a regular employee? Apart from salary, apart from whatever power status they have. And I told that person straightforward, the difference is information. Managers will always want to know more than the employees because they will want to make decisions for their employees. The thing is that some employees want that. They want someone else to make the decision, so if there is a fuck up, they can blame the manager. No, me, I didn't do it. I just did what I was told to do. Sorry. Right? Then there's also the group of people who say, I want to do what I think I can do with the information that I have at my disposal, which is essentially the opportunity to become more autonomous in what I do. That means one thing, and that means that people, for the first time, have the opportunity to decide on the spot with the information they have. I don't know about you guys, but that would scare any manager out there. Why? Because right out of the blue, they're out of the equation. Remember what I mentioned earlier on about the power struggle and that particular disruption from social networks? That's what it's all about. It's about information. The problem that most of these managers don't seem to understand, and with the managers included, is that they are part of those networks. Right now they are the bottleneck, but they can actually be the social bridges and join those networks, right? And what is happening in there with that autonomy is that essentially what you're helping them understand is that by having all of that autonomy, it's going to keep you more motivated. Why? Because you're going to be responsible for your own decisions. This big word that I haven't included in the presentation itself on purpose, which is essentially accountability. How many times have we seen colleagues who don't feel accountable for what they do because someone else has taken the decision for them? That's the problem. And we don't feel that accountability from that perspective. And what's happening when we talk about motivation as well is that it all becomes around co-owning the work that we do. Ownership. When was the last time that you felt that you own your work? You don't need to answer, but think about it. When was the last time that you felt that you were owning your work? And I'm going to put that in the context of the email thing. How many times have we felt that the emails that I have is basically work from someone else that has been dumped onto me? So you own your work and their work, right? So essentially the whole concept on this, building on the autonomy and everything else, is that we eventually become a lot more responsible. We co-share that responsibility. So this is when it starts entering the whole emotional aspect of how we build bonds, how we work and nurture those personal relationships. And the whole message from that responsibility is that it gives us a stronger sense of belonging. This is why I want to move away from social business. Why? Because business has always been social. We work in groups. 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I was capable of doing my work in my cubicle in the Netherlands, working in a very boring grey day, freezing cold, right? And I could just basically, get my work done. 10 years later, I live in a small, tiny island, Paradise Island, where, and it's actually, probably for those of you who don't know, Gran Canaria is actually physically located in Africa, still part of Spain, still part of the European Union. So my working environment was, I lived in Africa, my first line manager was in Europe, my project manager was in the US. That was my reality. Could I get work done with my teams, doing my work? No, I didn't get it done. Collaborating all the time, virtually, remote, using the social tools. So eventually what happened there is it created and generated that stronger sense of belonging to the group. We didn't have the face-to-face. We didn't have the luxury of the face-to-face. But we used the social technologies to generate that sense of belonging, of working with one another. We are organized, if you look into it, from the invention of humanity, we are organized in tribes. We operate in social groups. And whoever tells you that that's bollocks, I will tell them, read the history books, please. Because they're there. Right? What's been happening, though, is that over the course of the years, we have been told that working groups is not good. Because it's easier to recognize one individual than an entire group. So earlier on we talked about gamification. So that's the primal means of gamification in the corporate world, which is recognizing people. Bonuses, the fatter, the better the gamification goes. Why? Because eventually what you do is you actually get people to fight. Not to help each other, to fight with one another, because only one can get that recognition. Only one in the group. So you can have an entire team working their ass off, really hard, and the toughest job for the manager is to decide who you're going to go and sacrifice and get away with it. That's nonsense. Because what it does is introduces a very unhealthy competition amongst your colleagues, when you should actually be helping each other more than anything else, right? So this is one of the key traits for leaders, to understand that there needs to be this transition from the peer or the individual recognition into the group recognition. And what happens, obviously, is that I will also reintroduce that whole concept around purpose, about work that matters. Remember what we mentioned earlier in the engagement, right? This is what it is. You know, here's another question for you guys. When you wake up in the morning, ask yourself, what's my purpose? What do I want to achieve today? What's my purpose? If you don't find an answer for that, you may need to start looking for a job, because you are in the wrong job, right? And now one of the things that happens with that, so with purpose, we have got meaning. One of the main reasons why I always keep telling people that we have got that disengaged workforce so high is because people don't have meaning for the work they do. They don't care. There is a very large percentage of the population who only care about getting their payslip at the end of the month. And you're going to tell me, yeah, I know a few of those people. And you may confess to yourself, I'm actually one of those people. And I will tell you, do you really want to spend the rest of your life doing that? Tell me that you don't want to do that, please. Right? So the idea here is we see all these traits building up the momentum, right? Building up the momentum of the new traits and new leadership. And what's happening here in terms of the meaning is, what is my purpose and meaning when I come to work? What do I want to do? And I always do that by asking people something very simple, which is, what do you say? If you notice it, there are two inevitable truths in this world. We are all sellers, we are all marketers. So it's not just the marketing department. We are all marketing people. We're all sellers. So ask yourself, what are you selling? And come up with one word. Do that exercise. What is it that you're selling? And that selling, I can guarantee you that it will be something to do with purpose, and it will have to be something with meaning. And if not, dig in further, because at the end of the day, this is what is going to happen more and more often because of the social technologies. We will enter the world of caring for all the people. So if someone goes and gets into trouble nowadays, if you notice it, no one does anything about that, especially in work environment. Why? Because all of a sudden you see that, oh, I'm ahead of the curve now, I can get that recognition, I can get that promotion. Nice, good, that's all right. We need to do a lot more caring for people in the workplace. Remember, all of these traits build up. So if we are more open, if we're more transparent, if we're more responsible, if we have more autonomy, if we have that sense of belonging, all of those traits, they end up all in caring. But here's the bigger one. Here's my favorite trait that is currently missing from the workplace, and we need big time: empathy. Caring for other colleagues is always putting yourselves in their shoes. So when someone bitches that Connections is not working, don't go like, yeah, you just want to use it. Right? Put yourself in their shoes and hear and listen why they are suffering. Become empathic. Hear their story. It may be genuine. You know the effect that caring has on people? It's understanding. It's opening up to the world to say, hey, I'm vulnerable right now. I need help. The question to you guys as a leader is, are you offering that help? That's where empathy kicks in, right? Remember that if we start doing all these social traits and how we interact with social networks, eventually what we do is we come to the realization that we need to do is humanize business. All of these traits that I have mentioned, we have them already as human beings. It's in our genes. There's one great book out there called Super Connectors, from two guys who have done extensive research and they have actually confirmed that we are born as collaborators, as creatures who collaborate. It's just that over the last 50, 60 years, the corporate world has told us, I want you to be a fucking and behave like one. So let's just stop that nonsense and humanize business again, so that from social business, we just go to business as usual. Thank you. Do we have time for questions, perhaps? We do? Okay, so questions, comments, feedback. Don't be shy. Come on.
Lewis, I know you mentioned the word accountability.
Yeah.
I think most of us it's a big struggle. Managers, staff, where do you get that accountability if it's a flat structure? No command and control.
Right. That accountability kicks in when you start introducing the concept of meritocracy. So essentially what happens is that when you start working in networks and people adopt some of these various different traits, what becomes caring, more empathic, more sharing, eventually what you do is you start building your digital reputation and digital footprint. So eventually you become a lot more influential than everything else. And what happens then in terms of accountability is that you will see that as you continue doing work, you're actually accountable to your peers, to people who respect you for what you are, for what you're good at. Right? So I can tell you, for instance, from experience when I was at IBM, I had one of the largest networks in the company. And I reached the climax where people were having conversations in white spaces without me. That's accountability. Why? Because whenever I will come back, I will be accountable to care for the work that they did. I will help them to the stream. When I was gone, they did the same thing back. So it's the accountability starts. You care for me today, I care for you tomorrow. Vice versa. What happens is that no one does the first step. And that's why I'm asking people, be the first step. Show people, lead people. Right? So one of the things why people believed in the stories that I have been saying over the course of the years, about adoption and everything else, is because I lived it. I walked the talk. There's nothing more annoying for me than being in front of social media gurus who tell you how wonderful these social wonderful tools are, how great they are, how they're going to come and change the game, and then they spend 8 fucking hours on their box. Now, go out and play with people, care for them so they care back for you, and that's what accountability starts. And I can tell you that it requires a lot of faith in terms of what's it going to happen. Am I going to go and throw myself into the lions? Am I going to go and rip me off? They won't. Because if you come as genuine, as authentic, just because you're opening yourself to them. One of the main things that is coming out in terms of leadership of the 21st century is how willing are you to show your vulnerability? We're vulnerable. What happens is that if you look into leadership, if you will have a leader like a CEO who will be vulnerable, automatically people will think that that's weak. I would prefer to think that I'm vulnerable, I've got my limitations, and here's an entire giant network of people who can help me fix my limitations. That's what we're missing here. We're missing the support of the community to help me advance forward from my limitations and those activities. More questions, comments, feedback, reactions? Simon?
Why
you say like I just retired? Come
Yeah,
on, man.
In your career, you must have come across a lot of blockers, and there were people or managers who didn't get it.
Right.
How did you unblock the blockage?
You know, there used to be a time that I truly, firmly believed that I was changing the world, and that I could actually conquer anyone. And I would go and confront those managers, and I would just spend an awful lot of time, resources, and energy trying to convince them over. And one day, I realized that the only thing that I was doing was pissing them off even more. And it was so draining for myself that all of the energy that I needed to keep up my interactions was gone. So what did I do? I stopped on my own. Right? So I think there was another presentation that was mentioned there, is focus on those who are already willing to change. And those who are the stoppers, who are the trolls, who are the inhibitors or whatever else, the haters are going to hate. So my message there is, do not feed the troll, because the troll will always win. So focus on those who want to change. Over time there will be more people, and eventually it will turn into you are alone. So we're doing that, and everyone else will move on. Ever since I changed my focus, in that perspective, I have wonderful experiences all over. To the point where my network was self-sustaining, and they no longer needed me, which is when I knew that my job in the company was done. I was trying to do. More comments, questions, feedback. At the back. Come on, run. It's good exercise for you. Thanks, Stuart.
It was excellent presentation and exposition of the concept. You know, to me, this laying out of the vision looks even grander and bigger and more ambitious for what we're trying to do, you know, from adoption to adaptation. And it feels like this is what is needed. And it looks like a very big challenge too. Right? You know, it looks like, you know, you have to work right at the top. Their business partners trying to work, mostly work with IT folks. And there are limitations in that, you know, habits and patterns of how we work. We're trying to change it, trying to bring in new kinds of people inside the organization, trying to reevaluate, think of ourselves as like, not necessarily IT consultants, but the way you're laying it out looks even bigger. This is you know, management consulting at the highest level. Is that the direct that you're seeing? Is that like, you know, where you've seen the most success in engagements you've seen?
Well, what I'm saying is that big changes don't happen. Changes happen in a small scale. So you start small and build from there, right? So this is a big vision, indeed. But it's also what I feel is the kind of leadership that we're moving towards. From the various different small steps that I have bumped into over the course of the years, I think that the key message to not sort of like be overwhelmed about how big it is or how tough the situation may well be in that environment that you're describing, is to figure out how do you gain the first follower. That's the key message, right? And I'll give you an example with one of the initiatives that most of you know before. When in 2008 I decided to stop using email at work, it was just a one-man thing. And everyone thought I was crazy. Everyone still thinks I'm crazy, right? And that was a one-man movement. But I persevered. I lived in what I thought was the next wave of generational work in terms of how we use social tools. So I kept going, and I kept convincing one after another with my vision, with my walking the talk, with my leading by example. So I started gaining 1 follower, 2 followers, 3 followers, 4 followers. 6 years later, a lot has happened, but 6 years later, at the end of last year, the enterprise transformation executive from IBM reported to the CEO, introduced this initiative called Get Simple to simplify the company processes. One of the shining star initiatives was let's use less email. And I thought like, wow, a crazy idea, but 6 years later, it's a movement in the company. And then I have got lots of other companies doing it, right? So the key message there is don't focus on the big change. Focus on how you can make that change in small steps over the course of time and build that followership. That's how you do it. Or at least that's how I managed to do it. The true about that as well is that you make yourself redundant and you move on to the next challenge, which is what I did. Other question here, please? Comment?
Any last questions?
Andreas? I know, I wasn't. Although he looked like, right?
Yeah,
the one about ownership looked like Stuart. Really, really a lot. Go ahead.
I was just wondering, you mentioned before, I think it was in the panel, about getting your life back, you know?
Yeah.
So I often have the problem with customers where they're saying, oh, you know, too many emails, too many notifications, and this and that. I mean, I tell them all the time, turn off your mobile, turn off your blinging on your desktop, things like that. Do you think it's sad that you need tools to get people to go back to life, that they're not capable of turning off devices?
Can you tell me why you think that's happening? I will tell you what I think that is happening, but can you tell me why you think that's happening? Because to me, so you go first and I will tell you what I think it is.
I'm not sure, but I think people just don't realize, they have a wrong idea about what they expect is.
Right. Right. So to me, it's all about peer pressure. The reason why I'm always on, the reason why I always have the notifications on, is because I know that some of my colleagues are doing the same thing, and if I don't do it, they become better than me, they get a promotion before I do it. I'm fired. Excuse me. Right? That's the problem. That we all think that everyone in the room is our competition. The game changes when you go and think, what about instead of competition, they're actually my helpers? Do I need to be there constantly? Because, and this is what I tell people about, one of the things that email has done over the course of the years is it has trained us all to read everything and respond to everything. So what happens when we break that chain? I mean, what happens when we go on vacation and we come 3 weeks later? Did the company stop okay? Did businesses stop okay? Did you stop getting paid? No, they didn't. Life just moved on. So that's the mental shift that we need to do as well. We need to help people understand that this is about not competing with your colleagues. So yeah, you're going to tell me, yeah, but they're going to get their promotion sooner than me. And I say, so what?
Not even, because like I have one customer, he's doing emails 3 times a day, like in the morning, after lunch, and before he leaves the office. And he said that he's much more productive that way.
Of course.
And he told the people, if you want something, call me, or give me at the same time check.
It's all about, at the end of the day, it's all about how you set all the expectations of how you want to work. You know, when I was starting with that of email, I told everybody, don't use email with me anymore, just go and use these tools. And if you don't know how to use these social tools, I'm going to show you how you can do it. Right? So eventually what you're doing is you are modeling new behaviors for them to understand that they don't need to respond to everything, they don't want to read everything. So the question that always comes back is, so what happens when something important comes to me and I miss it? Then I go to the University of Law. If it is really important, if it is really, really, really important, it will come back. And it will come back. And it will come back. And it will come bigger and bigger and bigger every time. And at one point, you will be in trouble. But how many times is that trouble? I don't know anyone who is getting fired or got fired for missing one important email. Do you? But we have that assumption that we have. So this is what happened. This is what we also need to understand from the social connections, right? Or from social networking tools, that we don't have to constantly be there. Because if there's something important, the networks that I have worked my ass off to nurture them, they will tell me about it when I'm not there. Right? When I finish up with one story, so a year ago, I usually take my Christmas holiday as a long holiday, so it's 1 month off, right? Literally off. And you know, I live in Gran Canaria, so I have my very good excuse. So I went to my networks in connection to my profile and I told everyone, hey guys, I'm going for a month holidays. Happy New Year to everyone. Merry Christmas. I came back a month later and I said, hi guys, I'm back. What have I missed? My networks of the 4,000 people, only one came back and said, yes, this topic is hard, for the rest, move on. What did I do? And I just had to check those 2 topics. This is what caring networks will do for you. problem is that those carrier networks will not do it unless you open up and you tell them what you're interested in. And that's when the magic happens. You're willing to open up. That's why I moved from that social business into the open business. Instead of having 2,000 to 3,000 emails waiting for me after a month vacation. That's when you get your life back. And believe me, it feels a lot better. One final question perhaps, or are we done? So thanks everyone for joining us today and for the event, and I'm sure that these guys are going to go and wrap up now. So thank you very much.
Just give us a chance to switch over. And so we come to the end. We come to the end of Social Connection 6. It seems to have flown by, doesn't it? I don't know about you guys, but it certainly seems to have been a very rapid 2 days to me. So as ever, I would like to just start with the slide that hopefully you've seen a lot this week, which is our sponsors. And we really are so thankful to them, and I think it's only right we keep showing this slide, because we just wouldn't happen without them. So how do you feel it's gone? Have you had a good couple of days? I think it's been a spectacular couple of days. These are all Oliver's images. If you don't follow Oliver Hines, who's about the 5th row back there, on Twitter, do follow him because he shared all his photos from these 2 days. Fantastic photographer. But certainly, from my perspective, it's been a fantastic time. It's been everything I hoped it would be, and I hope that you would share those sentiments. We've had some wonderful speakers, wonderful moments, wonderful times up, looking out over Prague last night, and many other things besides. So I want to just kick off with a giveaway, which is fantastic. In fact, a series of giveaways. So can I invite up Adam Brown and anybody else who would like to come up? Felix, I don't know whether you're from as well, but certainly the folks from Time Track Group from ISW, and also Infoware, who are still here, which is fantastic. So if you want to come up on stage. Apologies, I'm tired. Come on up. My apologies, I picked the wrong logo, and I will completely take the blame for that. So it's the on time, guys. Wonderful. Let me just grab the microphone. Where do we microphone? Just it's obviously all planned this way, folks. So who's going to take the lead?
So she always wins the iPad. So she's the right person. She only missed the iPad in Zurich. We don't know. Yes, I won. Who won? Yes, I won. Mistake.
So can somebody explain the competition? What we're
So
getting away?
we'll each of parties prize ISW and Kudos have got this human pie cheese board from Tasmania. It's been a tin that's about 1,500 to 2,000 years old. It's just a Tasmanian business. So.
And the winner is Rainer Brande.
Yeah, so if where I had to go, they've provided something quintessential Swedish. I'm not sure what it is. And angular shallots.
The rule here is if they're not still here, we have to pull somebody else. So do you have another card?
Thomas Kendall.
Coffee caps from the Royal Copenhagen, so blue and red one. And they say they all use it in the office, and the only problem is they're always sold out. So if you need a special cup, you have to travel more than one time to Copenhagen. Okay, we have 3 of it, and we should start.
Adreskla Petrosova.
Are you still here?
Trova.
No, I don't think so. We're going to have to pull that one again.
Tor Tarolen. Hammer and
It's a chemistry, I got 8 to it. So it's the only thing what you can do.
Wonderful.
Yes, we just got some USB power sticks for your phone to charge when you might have a long working day. So we don't have any cards. I would say whoever raises the hand, I would walking through the aisles and up.
Excellent. Thank you to all those sponsors who just gave stuff away, and also all those who contributed to the speed sponsoring giveaways as well yesterday. So I just want to say a few thank yous. There's always thank yous after an event like this. There's a huge number of people who have invested their time and money and then energy into it as well. So first of all, I'd just like to thank the speakers. We've had some fantastic sessions. Just the ones I managed to get into in the last couple of days have been absolutely phenomenal. And we've had over 40 sessions this week. So I'd like to just we'll give a round of applause to the speakers that have spoken this week.
also the sponsors, we mentioned them, you've seen the slides. A round of applause for the sponsors. IBM is a sponsor, of course, but they're also a benefactor, if you want to use those words. They are, a big part in where this conference goes, and also who support it, particularly in terms of speakers. Folks like Luis Benitez and Chris Crummy being able to be here, that's down to IBM supporting this event. So thank you to IBM. Also to the hotel. The hotel, I think, has supported us brilliantly well. It's certainly a quirky hotel, but it's absolutely beautiful. I hope you've all enjoyed your time here. And I believe the staff have done us a phenomenal job. I don't know whether any of them are in the room, but let's just give them a round of applause as well. Also, maybe give a kind thanks to all the waiting staff and so on as we leave. I'd just like to raise a huge cheer to the team behind this. Sometimes my name gets selected out in tweets and that kind of thing. It's completely wrong that my name comes before anybody else. This team really is just amazing in terms of the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes to make this happen. There's people that have given up weekends and evenings and been on late night conference calls and Skype chats and all sorts of other things. So, team, could you just stand up for me? We have Simon Vaughan. We have registration desk the last couple of days, so I'm glad you made it up to see some sessions at the end of the week. And lastly, I'd like to thank all of you. What good would this event be without all of you taking part, your questions, your the conversations we have in the hallways, all your energy, all the enjoyment, smiles, photos, everything else that's been shared. So thank you for being here. I hope you take away both memories and also lots of information that can be useful to you in your daily lives and your work lives. So thank you for that. I would just like to mention the next few weeks. We're sort of in the middle of June. By the end of June, I'm going to set the team a bit of a target here. These are some of the things that I'd like to make sure we get done. One is to make sure all the presentations are shared. So speakers, we're going to be nagging you guys for decks to share. So they will be up on SlideShare, whether on our own or on the speakers' SlideShare accounts. We're going to make sure there will be a playlist or a channel that you can follow all of those. We'll also be asking for feedback. Please do respond to the feedback surveys. I know it's a bit of a pain when they come through in the email a few days after an event, but they really do make every difference to us as an organisation team and also to our speakers, because without that feedback we really don't know whether we're doing a good job, which direction we should go in the future, what kind of events we should run. So please do respond to that. We'd love your feedback. We'll also be showing videos. Up on the balcony there we have Martin, who's been leading a team that's been recording all our videos. Hopefully you've seen the cameras in all the rooms. Every single session this week has been recorded. Now, I don't know if any of you guys have been to Connect, but it's they don't manage to record every single session with the budget that Connect has. We've really pushed the boat out this week to get the sessions recorded. We'll be releasing as many of those as we can on our Vimeo channel. One of the thoughts is whether we charge a small fee to receive all the videos versus just the main 10 ones. I would be really interested in your feedback, so if you'll grab me for a drink afterwards, I'd be interested to know. It's not a simple or cheap task to record these videos, so if you think you would be willing to pay for them, and also whether your colleagues at home and your workplace would be willing to pay to see the videos from this event, where they haven't had to pay to travel, I'd love to know your feedback, so please do let me know. It wouldn't be a huge amount of money, it would just be something small to cover some of the costs involved. Lastly, photos. We have a Flickr group. Apologies, it's the sort of shortest I can get that link. But if you search for Social Connections on Flickr, we would love to see your photos. Both Ollie's and everybody else's from their smartphones and anywhere else where you've taken photos these 2 days. Please do share them with that group. It would be lovely to be able to share them amongst the wider community. So a quick slide on where are you from. Now this isn't a very approximate chart that comes from Eventbrite, and we know there's some issues with this. So for example, there's no dots on Australia, and Adam and Ian and so on are proof that they are here. So I think it's done by IP address. So that they may be coming up as one of the other countries there. But that gives you a feel for where people have travelled from to be at Social Connections 6 in Prague. Drilling in a little bit, this is where folks are from in Europe. And you can see what a worldwide and Europe-wide event this is. And that's just a phenomenal thing that we all come together around this product and around this community. It also gives you maybe a bit of a guide as to where we might be headed next. So take a glance at that. So where next? We've done England, London, back in middle of 2011, Wales, the end of 2011, Ireland, mid-2012, Netherlands, end of 2012, Switzerland, middle of 2013, and now the Czech Republic, middle of 2014. So where might we go next? Sweden. Okay, so we're going to be heading to the Nordics. We're going to be heading to this city, which is Stockholm. Okay, and we're going to be gathering there on the 10th and 11th of November 2014. So that is 5 months, right? That's a challenge for this team. Now we do have some help. We have some help from IBM that have really been willing to help us organise, but that is going to be quite an achievement. Okay. And the reason it's November is just to let you into some of the planning process. We can't go too close to the end of the year, the holidays, the Connect preparation. We can't clash with Thanksgiving, and that means we have to bring it to the beginning of November. Okay? It's going to be at a place called Odenplan. It's certainly not as unique an environment as this, but it is a tremendously nice conference centre with a roof terrace and various other things. So I look forward to seeing as many of you there as we possibly can. Now, one thing we've kind of spotted is that each time we do one of these events, because we do move them, we lose a little bit of our audience each time. We lose the folks that have come to this event. Maybe many of the Czech folks won't travel with us to Stockholm. We would love to try and minimise that next time. So if you have attended this event, please do think about attending the next one. Not just if you're a speaker who travels around, but think about whether you can continue to contribute to this event. If you've attended this time and you've liked some of the presentations you've seen, could you speak at the next one? If you're a partner, would you like to sponsor the next one? Would you just like to be part of the team? Please do give some thought to how you might contribute to Social Connections 7. And a quick word on thoughts for the future. This has been one of my takeaways from this week, and you may have spotted it too. The sort of more orangey colour, okay, are the folks that attended from our registration. The folks in the sort of more golden colour are those that haven't come. Okay, now we have gained some folks that weren't registered, alright, but that's a takeaway, which is that it was 22%, something like that, haven't showed. Alright, and that has knock-on effects to how we run these conferences, because we have to pay for catering and lots of other things that we can't get back if people don't turn up. So one of the thoughts is whether we charge a small amount for attending the conference. It wouldn't cover anything like the full cost of the conference. It would just be enough that people feel that they've invested in the conference such that they don't just not turn up when it comes around. Again, I'm opening this up because we want to be completely honest in this issue. We want to be completely open with you. I'd love your feedback, same with the rest of the team. If it would stop you attending the next one, say so. If you think it's reasonable, say so. If you think it's a good idea, please, again, say the same thing. When we change the use group type, we'll probably have less people register, but I think we get far better kind of value and attendance from it because people will come. So, thoughts over to you. We'd love to hear from you. A slide to gladden your heart. We have beer through in the sponsor area. We would love you to join. Tony's on his way already. We'd love you to join us for a beer. That's what it's all about. And have you guys enjoyed having beer at lunchtime? Yeah, is everybody partaking? Something we've learned from B-Love/Engage, something that Taylor's always done, is have wine and beer. And I think it's a wonderfully social thing. So I'm glad we've managed to do it here. However, I do have one more thing. The last, I think it's 3 events, we've had a end of event photo. Now, I know in this case we've lost a lot of people who've had to leave, but I would still love to capture the end of this conference. So, would you mind, before you head off, come up on stage, If Ollie, if you wouldn't mind taking the photo, we'd love that. It would be fantastic to get everybody up on stage just to remember this moment so we have a record for the future. But apart from that, I'm going to take the microphone off for a second. Thank you so much, all of you, for attending. Safe travels home. Thank you very much.
Yes.